The word for Everton as Ramsden inspires victory in the amputee final.
And Hamid helps the Seagulls soar as Brighton edge RNC to blind cup victory.
Welcome to day 2 of the FA Disability Cup, and what a day we had yesterday, Addy.
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome. I mean, what were your highlights, your standouts of yesterday?
So many. I think just the way we started with the partially sighted final. It was the Lamb and Leone show in that one, wasn't it? We had Adam Leone and Tom Lamb, the captain, just put in such standout performances in that game. They were everywhere in that win for Scorpions, and I just thought that kind of set the tone for the whole day because we had brilliant individual performances all afternoon.
And you're right. I mean, going on to the amputee final, Reece Ramsden, R&R, I thought he was incredible.
Reece is the word.
Reece is the word. And what I really loved about him is he was so forward-thinking every time he was playing, always looking to take people on and beat people. And that's the type of player you pay to want to watch because he keeps you on the edge of your seats. And we can't forget about Hamid Ibrahim in the blind final. Spoke so well in his interview with Hannah and dominated that game as well.
Absolutely, and so hard to score goals in those matches. He got the only goal of the game, and we should have a word as well for Rainbow on the opposition team. He wasn't on the winning side, but he really stood out in the way he played as well. Basically,
our highlights was everything, wasn't it?
Hopefully more of the same today, Addy. What have we got coming up this afternoon?
Okay, so this afternoon, here's how today lines up. It's a packed day of action here at St George's Park. We'll get underway here at the 3G pitch with the Cerebral Palsy Final. The Powerchair Final takes centre stage at 12:40, and we round off the weekend with the Deaf Final, which kicks off at 2:40.
So much to look forward to, and this is how you can watch today. We have British Sign Language with subtitles available on BT Sport 3, enhanced audio description delivered by an expert here at St George's Park available on BT Sport 5, and all the finals will be live streamed on btsport.com, YouTube and on the BT Sport app. And we will crown 3 more champions today. Our first final kicks off in just under 30 minutes' time, and this is what you can expect. Cerebral palsy football is played by athletes with cerebral palsy or other neurological conditions that result in a physical impairment, such as a stroke or other serious brain injuries. There are 7 players in each team, and the pitches are slightly smaller, 75 by 55 metres. The game is played in 30-minute halves, and there is no offside rule. Players can choose to take a roll-in instead of a traditional throw-in if they wish. Yes, our first match of the day in the 3G Arena. It's the defending champions North Eastern Yorkshire CPFC versus the league champions Norwich City CSF, live from 10:30.
Now, joining us to give us a little bit more in-depth analysis on the CP final is Matt Crossan, England captain. Welcome, Matt, and also congratulations on your campaign in Sardinia.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah, well, tell us a little bit about Sardinia, the European Championships.
Yeah, so we went out, made a bit of history. We were the first CP team to get to a final of a major competition. For me, obviously, it was something special. I've had a tough year, so yeah, it was the icing on the cake, really.
And you've brought your medal with you, have you?
I have.
I have.
Man's just strolling around with bling in his back pocket.
Definitely.
So yeah, bittersweet, but yeah.
It wasn't the result you wanted in the final, Matt, but what was the whole experience like?
Lovely, really good. Obviously, the lads, we've got some of the best players in the world. You know, Giles Moore, our goalkeeper, was crowned best keeper in Europe. Dave Powerchair up top doesn't get enough credit. He scores goals for us. We've got the young lads who are playing today, came through as well. Just the young lads. The future's ideal for especially para sport and football. It was lovely to see players coming through and the young lads, you know, taking a bit of authority in the games as well against some of the best teams in the world.
I feel bad, Addy, because I was saying to Matt earlier, the beaches are so nice in Sardinia, aren't there? And you went, I didn't see them.
You see Lindsay's priorities here, you know what I mean? And Matt, you're going to be so much of a part of the future of England football, but tell us how you got involved.
So I suffered a stroke in 2013, paralysed all my left side. So from there, just had to learn to walk, talk, read, write again, do everything you do as a toddler, really. And then from there, I got in touch with the para talent pathway at that time. Jeff Davis, who was the head of it, and he fast-tracked me through to an England training camp. But now online, there's the Football Your Way hub and England football that you can get involved with if there's any clubs nearby that are doing para football or sports, and you can get through CP football that way.
Definitely, that's brilliant advice.
Yeah, and how has football helped you progress with your injury?
Absolutely, massively. Saved my life, really. I always knew I was going to play football again. I'd never played for England if I'd never had my stroke, so I'd say it was the best thing that's ever happened to me, my stroke, because I've managed to play for England, meet some unbelievable people, fantastic inspirations for me, previous captain before, Jack Rutter, he inspired me, our staff inspire me. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me, having a stroke.
And I'm sure you're an inspiration for so many of the players playing in the final today. We're going to learn a bit more about some of our finalists today, about the Norwich City Community Sports Foundation.
Yeah, and founded just 2 years ago, they've enjoyed something of a meteoric rise to the top.
We know it's going to be a difficult game, we know it's going to be tight, we know it's going to be physical.
The last 2 seasons, they've been real tough opponents for us.
It's all friendly, but when it's game day, we like to have a bit of a scrap.
My name is Darren Hunter and I'm the Disability Development Manager here at Norwich City Community Sports Foundation. 2 seasons ago was contact a few of the players that played for us before, the ones that were already here, put a team together and put them into the league. 2 years ago we finished runners-up and this year we've won the league.
My name's Owen Woodrow. Play defence. I grew up in local town Heatherset. I played mainstream football up to the age of 9, then come to Norwich. So I'm now on a part-time role here, coaching at the same time as training and playing.
My name is Joshua Wild, I'm 23 years old and I'm a striker for Norwich City. My playing style is physical one, involved in lots of headers and bringing the ball down and also getting on the end of chances and hopefully scoring goals.
My name's Bradley Taylor Buglioni and I play striker. So I joined when I was about 13 years old, so roughly 2017. I was part of their player development centre, so like the PDC, and then basically progressed into the CP team once it started.
For us to play North East and Yorkshire CP, I think it's an important one for us because last year we finished runners-up in the league, so we didn't make the final. And we also played in the League Cup and lost to North East Yorkshire, literally in the last 30 seconds with the last kick of the ball to deny us from winning the League Cup. Getting so close last year gave us that push to go, right, we'll do it this year.
I think over the 2 years of playing against North East and Yorkshire, it's definitely been a good battle between the 2 clubs. They won the Cup this year and we won the league, and we played them in the final of the Cup and they finished second in the league, and there's always been close matches as well.
It's all friendly, but when it's game day, we all just want to win.
I think because we haven't been in a big final before, it's big pressure. As long as we all play as a team, then I think we'll do a really good job.
Team spirit's very good. There's lots of banter within the group, but we're always there for each other no matter what we need, whether it's someone to talk to or someone to have a laugh with.
It's really, really hard to go up against mainstream players because they're more physical, they're more able to play football. But as soon as you get onto playing with other children and adults that have disabilities, it's great.
Playing CP football, especially with having someone on CP, it makes you feel like you're part of the game still. Yes, you watch all the Premier League, yes, you watch all the EFL, but being part of the CP side of it makes you feel like you're part of that too. So you make sure you're, like say, football's for all, as they say, and it makes you feel like that.
And there is Darren Hunter, Norwich manager, who was inspired by the coverage of the Disability Cup on BT Sport a couple of years ago. That he went away afterwards and set up Norwich's CP team, which shows, Matt, the importance of coverage and visibility of the sport like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Social media has been, and obviously this has been unbelievable for us, especially CP football. When I started, I didn't know anything about it. It wasn't anywhere. You couldn't find it anywhere. Now, you know, it's like similar to the Lionesses. Obviously, look where they started, and obviously we want to get that sort of place where they are at the minute. But yeah, this is massive for showcasing talent for CP football. It's just a fantastic thing.
And something that really struck me is what you said just early on in our chat, that a stroke was one of the best things that's ever happened to you. It's not something people would normally say, you know. And someone at home who may have just acquired a disability and is feeling really down and struggling to try and move on from it, you know, what message would you give them?
Just keep going, be positive every day. I had days where I was so upset or not depressed, but just down and felt like I was useless. And there's always something you can be doing. You're still the same person. You've got ability. Whatever you want to do, you can achieve it if you put your mind to it. I'm proof of that, and so are the lads out there as well.
And you've signed for Darlington recently.
Yeah, Darlington United, the Vikings. So yeah, be good. Looking forward to it.
I can spot a northern accent anywhere. and you're just getting ready and ready to play for them and enjoying the training and everything?
Yeah. Well,
settling in?
I haven't started pre-season with them yet. They've been into it, but we were away, obviously, with Sardinia. And then I'll go back next week with them, so it'll be good. Looking forward to the season. Yeah,
definitely. A lot to look forward to today as well here at St George's Park, because this is a place where heroes are made. And yesterday, Tom Lamb stole the show for Scorpions in the partially sighted final. Reece Ramsden got 2 goals and an assist as he starred in the amputee final for Everton. A brilliant performance from him, and later on Hamid Ebrahim shone in the blind final, scoring the winner for Brighton as they lifted the Disability Cup for the very first time. Who will be the heroes today? Welcome back. Well, life has been something of a whirlwind for England superstar Jude Bellingham. The 19-year-old has just had the small matter of a dream move to Real Madrid to think about.
Just Real Madrid, that small team. But Jude's also been finding common ground with one of today's finalists.
Hi Harry, okay? Nice to meet you. How's things? All good?
Yeah, all good.
Good man. Yeah, good.
Training hard?
Yeah, trying to. And you, feeling ready?
Yeah, feeling ready.
Good man.
Where did your love of football start?
I was playing like grassroots for my local team. My dad was the coach and stuff, so that's probably how I got into it. What about you? How did you get into it, mate?
My dad, he ran a disability football team. One day someone said, why don't you try out? I thought, yeah. And then here we are.
So what's your favourite thing about playing midfield?
Playing midfield, I love the fact that you can get forward and team attacking, but also get back.
Yeah. I think that's what I enjoy the most as well. You're just so involved, aren't you, all the time. So what's it like playing in the Disability Cup, and how excited are you for your second Disability Cup final on the weekend?
I'm really excited. Fantastic being able to come here, get these facilities, being able to showcase disability football.
Yeah, massive.
Do you have any nicknames?
I used to have Bello when I was at Birmingham, but no one really calls me that anymore. So, what about you? You got any?
Just Haaland.
Yeah, Haaland. Right, okay. You got the hair going as well. You need a bit of dye, and then you could swap, I reckon.
Who would you say is Nutmeg King?
Foden normally gets a lot. Yeah, he's so good, isn't he? I think sometimes as footballers we don't realise how lucky we are. It's great that you can kind of show people that no matter what's going on, what adversities you're facing, you can still go and do the things you enjoy and experience amazing things. So yeah, you're a massive inspiration, mate.
Thank you.
Massive. I'll be rooting for you, mate. I'll be rooting for you.
This is football. This is it.
Harry Haaland winning already with a name like that, isn't
What a
he?
nickname, mate.
Destined to be a star. I bet that shirt's framed already. How good is it, though, Matt, to see the England senior team really supporting disability football like that?
There shouldn't be a gap between the teams, especially when it gets to, between disability and the mainstream. There shouldn't be a gap, and obviously the FA and what they're doing with the first team now are bridging it, and it's lovely to see. Obviously, I saw it a couple of days ago, the video. Yeah, it's just quite emotional to watch. Obviously, Harry just meeting, probably one of the best players in years to come in the world. So yeah, lovely, really nice.
Yeah, it's a great video.
And today's final is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, new kids on the block, Norwich against serial finalists, North Eastern Yorkshire. How do you see it playing out?
There's only been a goal between them, I think, if I've done my research right, between them in the leagues and the games before or previously. So I don't know, they're sort of a bit of an unknown, Norwich, because they're brand new, but I know some of the players, they've got some good key players for them. It's just going to be a great game, I think. I'm looking forward to it, really looking forward to it. It's one of them you can't really call at the minute.
Should we press him on the score?
For the prediction, yeah, because nobody's got one right yet, Matt, so no pressure.
I don't know. I think they'll both score, that's about it.
Addy won't let you get away with sitting on the fence like that,
come on, we're not having that. Come on, give us a prediction. Stick your neck out there, man.
North East 2-1.
North East 2-1. We've got that on record.
No, Norwich will win then?
Yeah? You think?
I'll go North East 2-1, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, they are the defending champions, of course. We can hear from both the coaching teams now because they've been speaking to Hannah Cockcroft.
So, reigning champions of the FA Disability Cup for the last 2 years running. How confident are the team going into today?
Reasonably confident. They've trained well all year. They've performed well. They won the recent cup against Norwich. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Today's not going to be the easiest match, though, is it? It is going to be a bit of a rivalry.
It definitely is, yes. Norwich won the league. They're a very good team. So, we're just looking forward to the challenge, really.
Any key players we need to look out for today?
Dan Dolby's very keen to get going. I know that. James Williams in defence has really come on in the last year. I think they're probably the main two, but there's talent all throughout the squad. They're a very good team.
It's CP North Eastern Yorkshire's 4th time here at the FA Disability Cup. How much does it mean to them to play at this championships?
Oh, they absolutely love it. It's something they've worked for all season, and they definitely look forward to it, yeah.
It's the team's first time here at the FA Disability Cup. How are they feeling? How big of an opportunity is this for them?
Massive opportunity. We came down yesterday, so we watched the amputee final and the blind final, stayed here overnight, so just to kind of get used to the environment, and yeah, what a great occasion for them today. Brilliant.
Are they feeling fired up after watching yesterday's fantastic games?
Yeah, I think so. The Everton and Portsmouth game was an end-to-end one, so that was a cracking game. And then obviously the blind one afterwards. So yeah, we just wanted to come in, have a look, see what the pitch was like here as well, and just let them get a little feel of what today was probably going to be like.
You're taking on the reigning champions. How are the team feeling ahead of the game?
Yeah, pretty good. We've played them a few times this season. I think we're kind of 50-50 on results. So, you know, this is going to be a tough one, we know, but we're looking forward to it.
Well, good luck, and I'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Norwich will not be fazed. They won the league in just their second ever season. Can they lift the Disability Cup today against the defending champions? It's North Eastern Yorkshire CP against Norwich City, and we'll have kickoff after this break. Welcome back. We are building up to our first match of the day of the 2023 FA Disability Cup. It is the Cerebral Palsy Final between North Eastern Yorkshire, the defending champions, and they are taking on the league winners, Norwich City. We've got England CP captain Matt Crossan alongside us as well for this one, Addy.
Yeah. Matt, are you still sticking with that prediction?
I've changed it. I've completely changed.
You might regret that, Matt.
Go on, what you changed it to?
I'm going to go extra time. I think it'll be 2-2 when I don't know, in extra time. But I'm going to go extra time anyway, 2-2.
2-2, and then extra time, penalty wins.
I don't know. I just think it'll be a good game, that's all I'll say.
A close game as well. We haven't had extra time yet this weekend. We go straight to pens in this one as well, Matt. Anyway, so I'm just being reminded there. So, but you've got a penalty prediction for this one.
I'll stick with North East, but in the penalties, yeah.
I mean, would you like to be playing out in this final, this kind of atmosphere?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. This is what the lads will love this.
We can see the players lining up now as well, getting ready for this one, because there is a tribute being paid here at St George's Park. Flowers laid for Charlotte Hope, who is the daughter of Neil Hope. He's been a member of the FA Council for many years, a big supporter of disability football. So a tribute is going to be paid to his daughter Charlotte, who very sadly passed away. Corporal Leah Moss-Jones from the RAF will be laying some flowers in tribute.
We'd like to offer these flowers as a tribute to Charlotte. Please, would you join us in a moment of applause to celebrate Charlotte's life? Now, please give a warm welcome to three special guests who would like to welcome our players to this competition. First of all, the CEO of CP Sport, Brandon Thompson, the FA's Chief Information Officer, Craig Donald, and the FA's Head of Power Performance, Kath Gilby.
A lovely tribute there for Charlotte Hope, and our thoughts with Neil Hope and his family. Neil, of course, a huge supporter of disability football here. Well, we are about to get the action underway at St George's Park with the CP final between North Eastern Yorkshire and Norwich City, the league champions, up against the defending champions in this one. And for the first time today, we're going to join our commentary team. It's Ewan Dunlop and first Dan O'Hagan. Good morning, guys.
Very good morning, welcome to St George's Park. We're on the 3G pitch here in the Sir Alf Ramsey Centre. It's a glorious day. This is the indoor pitch, but plenty of light coming in from the sunshine outside in the heart of summer here in Staffordshire. There's the two teams currently out on the field in this Cerebral Palsy Final are lined up on the field, just going through the team handshakes with one another before the match. The Norwich team are lined up facing on the left of halfway. They're in their traditional yellow shirts with a bit of a green pinstripe. They've got green shorts and yellow socks. And the North Eastern Yorkshire team in all royal blue with white numbers on the back of their shirts. They're led by their captain, number 9, Daniel Dalby, who certainly is one of the more imposing figures on the pitch. Very broad shoulders indeed, and on his right arm he has the black armband with the white letter C to symbolise his captaincy of North East and Yorkshire. And the Norwich City captain, wearing the white captain's armband high up on his left arm, is number 4, Owen Woodrow. The officials all in black, just shaking hands with the last of the Norwich players making their way across that line of players on this near side. The North Eastern Yorkshire team have already broken away to have a team picture just to the right of halfway. They're in 2 rows. The front row knelt down, and then as they have their picture taken, they get up one or two supportive applauses, and the substitutes just jogging off towards the far side. And the Norwich team in that yellow and green are down on the near side now, having their team photo taken. And the Norwich goalkeepers in bright fluorescent orange. So it'll be difficult for the North East attackers to miss where the Norwich goalkeepers are in their net. But let's see if they can be beaten over the course of this afternoon. The reigning champions, of course, North East and Yorkshire. As captain Daniel Dorby joins the Norwich captain Owen Woodrow just short of the centre circle to line up with the officials, the 4 officials all in black, 2 of them carrying orange and yellow checkered flags. There will be the assistant referees, and now all 6 of them, the 4 officials and the 2 captains, shaking hands, and the formality of the coin toss will shortly take place in the centre of the field. So just to set the scene for you with this Cerebral Palsy pitch, it's 7-a-side, and it will be 7-a-side rules as well, 2 halves of 30 minutes. This Sir Alf Ramsey Arena is, as I mentioned at the top, very bright indeed. Both lengthways walls of the arena are made of glass, so all the light coming through from outside. On the far side you can see the trees just beyond this complex. In the forest further ahead, the rolling hills of Staffordshire. And it is a covered arena as well, a arched white roof with white beams underneath it. The ball would have to go pretty high to be caught by one of those beams, but don't rule it out. And in terms of the field of play, it's 70 metres long by 50 metres wide, which is, in terms of length, pretty much the distance between the edge of both penalty areas at either end of the field that you would get in an 11-a-side game. The pitch is marked out by blue touchlines, the exception being the halfway line, which is the thick white paint that is the halfway line for the 3 pitches that are normally on here: the 11-a-side pitch, the 9-a-side pitch, and the 7-a-side pitch. The referee just checking with both goalkeepers to check that they are in position, and with his assistant referees on either side of the field as well. It's Norwich getting us underway. They go from left to right in their yellow and green jerseys, and it's immediately a long kick forward towards the edge of the box. Volley first time from the number 7 with his right boot from the left corner of the area, just sails across the goal, and in the end goes quite a distance wide of the far upright. But it was a sweet strike by number 7 William Clark, but not enough to pull Sam Carr in the North Eastern Yorkshire goal. So North Eastern Yorkshire in all blue, they chip the ball up towards the far side. Good header by Clark, who was back there on defensive duty this time. The ball's then repelled by North Eastern Yorkshire into the midway part of the Norwich half, where North Eastern Yorkshire initially lost the ball, but they've got it back now just on the edge of the centre circle, left of it, but turning to play the way he's facing is Jack Fox-Hockney, plays it into his own half, and a chance for North Eastern Yorkshire to create a new angle down the inside right channel. Slip ball through, good hacked clearance away by Willoughby Elson, stretching on that with his left boot, spun behind and out for a throw on that far side. It's an underarm throw down the line for Fox-Hockney, trying to get the cross in. He's blocked at source just outside the penalty area, marked though by those blue lines, and it will be a corner on that far side for Ethan Day to take. The number 11 left-footed spotted an option on the edge of the area. Everyone back for Norwich as the ball's fell in towards the middle. Chance for Fox-Hockney, tried to get the shot away, not much power on it. May have took a deflection on the way out, and it did. The assistant on the far side signalling for a corner, but the referee, who was closer to it on the near side, is pointing for a goal kick. And Max Waters in the Norwich City net just gives the ball to his captain Owen Woodrow, who will take the goal kick from the edge of the goal area. Left-footed with his blue and red boots, stabs it downfield. It goes down the heart of the North Eastern Yorkshire defence, but surpasses the striker up there, Joshua Wilde, quite a tall number 9. It rolls through to the goalkeeper Sam Carr. It's bowled out towards that far side now. The two centre-backs for North Eastern Yorkshire just trading passes. It's now on the left of the centre circle inside their own half. Fed up towards the front man, but intercepted well by the captain Woodrow, striding forward. Met by his opposite number 4 though, James Williams, who puts in a strong tackle on the edge of the centre circle and diverts the ball towards the far side. Tackle then on the North Eastern Yorkshire winger running down that right hand side. The challenge coming in from Willoughby Elson. Ruthless as he put it into touch on the far side, so it's a throw underarm midway inside the Norwich half, far side the North Eastern Yorkshire right. On the right hand side, Williams looking for a cross, right footed. It goes beyond the striker Dolby, who appeals that it took a flick on the way through off a Norwich player. Doesn't matter anyway, because the Norwich player is able to retrieve it from the corner flag and play a low ball down the near touchline, but it just rolls the wrong side of that blue touchline and out for a throw for North Eastern Yorkshire midway inside their own half on their left hand side. Overarm throw taken this time in towards the midriff of the number 8 Owen Dudson. Back now and chipped down the line, looking for the number 8 once again. Captain comes across and leads with his left boot, Owen Woodrow, to just knock it out for a throw on the near side for North Eastern Yorkshire, midway inside the Norwich half, to be taken by number 8 Owen Dudson. Square ball, roll underarm infield. It's tight, and battle for possession sees a couple of blue shirts, a couple of yellow shirts battling for it. Eventually it comes off a yellow jersey. It'll be another throw, just a couple of more metres forward down this near side, the left. Trying to come down the left hand side now is the number 10 Lindley. Finds the cross, nice angle on it as well. It bounced through, missed the striker, and then the man at the back post was unable to bring it under his spell. It bounced off his chest. Ethan Day was the one running in at the far stick. He was unmarked, but the momentum really worked against him there. Couldn't control the ball, and it goes out for a goal kick for Norwich, to be taken from the left corner of the goal area. Long ball forward by Fleming, bounces through towards halfway, easily picked up by Jack Fox-Hockney, the diminutive number 6 in the middle of the park for North Eastern Yorkshire, looking to dictate things now. Nice balance, and he just gets past the man and just rolls it back to safety on halfway, where North Eastern Yorkshire look to try and find an angle, slip ball through, but that intercepts on the edge of the penalty area. Now a long ball forward, the Norwich number 9 that was in the middle of 2 defenders, but unable to control it. And a very physical barge by the number 10 for Norwich, Bradley Taylor Buglioni, into the back of his man, the number 8 for North Eastern Yorkshire. So it will be a free kick just to the left of the centre circle, a metre or so over halfway. High curling ball forward towards the back post. It took a glance on the way through of a Norwich player, or so it appeared. It's actually gone out for a goal kick, but the Norwich defender nearly got a glance on that one, and it was just out of reach of Daniel Dolby, who was waiting in behind to try and gobble that one up near the goal area. No offside rules in cerebral palsy football, so it does mean that Dolby can get a bit of joy by lurking around that goal area. Long ball forward from the goal kick is headed out of play towards the near side. It will be a Norwich ball midway inside North Eastern Yorkshire territory. Played back and then fed forward first time towards the edge of the area. Well defended by North Eastern Yorkshire, who battle for possession now. And then it was a foul from a Norwich man, just shoved into the back of Jack Fox-Hockney. Number 6, bit of a man bun. Tied up on the back of his head, expecting to say his name a lot over the course of this game. The resulting free kick is floated upfield, headed away by Norwich towards halfway. It'll roll out for a North Eastern Yorkshire throw. Williams down the line, and the referee saying it will be a foul throw, and he signals with his left leg as he lifts it off the ground that both feet weren't planted there by the number 4 for North Eastern Yorkshire, and so it will be a thrown out for Norwich on halfway. Far side, it's their left. Willoughby Elson will take the number 14. Stocky centre-back. Rolls it underarm down the line, looking for the number 9 for Norwich. Had a man in his back, was unable to roll it square in field. So it's cleared away now by North Eastern Yorkshire. Ball spinning and bouncing towards halfway. Again, Norwich snapping with the tackle. Not much room for either team on the ball here. And then a foul by Dolby into the back of his opposition defender Owen Woodrow. The two captains colliding. It's a foul against Dolby. Free kick for Norwich, just in from the near touchline. and a few metres inside their own half, near side the right. Woodrow will take with his left boot. He's got Dolby just a few metres ahead of him as it's floated high towards the edge of the penalty area. A solid header underneath it by the number 4 Williams. He's got a slighter frame than his fellow teammates back there. He was strong and robust with that header out into touch on the near side, meaning it's a Norwich throw. They roll it back to halfway. Bit of pressure put on the defender by Dolby, who just shoulder barged his man as the ball was played forward. It goes towards the corner flag on the far side, actually hits the corner flag and stays in just as everyone stopped and thought it was going to go out. Quickest on the scene was James Williams, the number 4 for North East in Yorkshire, and he just ricochets the ball off the shins of Joshua Wilde, and it will be a North East and Yorkshire throw, but it's thrown in their own half and given away aimlessly really. But then the Norwich winger on that far side, the left, getting a bit of a tangle. Ball then breaks loose for Norwich again, slipped down the left side of the box. Getting in there was the North East and Yorkshire winger Ethan Day, just got a foot in. That was enough to put it behind for a corner. William Clark looking dangerous on that left-hand side for Norwich. Nearly gifted possession on a couple of occasions there, but unable to carve out the opportunity. But they still have a corner on the far side, and every blue jersey for North East and Yorkshire is back inside their own penalty area to defend this one. But taken on the far side, the left, by the left boot, so it'll be an out swinger. Stood over the ball now, looking for that short option. It comes for number 5. Nice low left-footed shot, blocked though on the edge of the goal area by one of the defenders as it goes back out towards the left-hand side. Ball in towards the back stick. No yellow jersey there, so headed away by North Eastern Yorkshire, who are still under pressure. Ball then returned out wide, far side the left. It just about stays in. Smashed across the face and just glanced wide by the number 9, Joshua Wilde, who managed to arch his head just in front of the 2 defenders. Got something on the head of the goalkeeper, but it went across the face with some real venom, but doesn't hit the back of the net. Goes wide. Goal kick for North Eastern Yorkshire. Was Norwich's best chance of this first half, in which we've almost had 10 minutes of the opening half of 30. Now North Eastern Yorkshire have it on the halfway line, just recovering to keep it in play inside his own half is the number 10 Linley. Rolls it back for Williams, who's the deepest outfield player, a few metres short of the centre circle. Now it's Fox Hockney right to the centre circle in the Norwich half. Low angle ball out towards that far touchline, but intercepted well by Clark. Clark galloping towards halfway, became unstuck though by Fox Hockney, and he lets the ball roll out for a throw. Bowls it in underarm from the halfway line, and North Eastern Yorkshire work it towards the edge of the centre circle inside their own half, just squaring the ball between the 2 centre-backs. It's now with the right centre-back, James Williams, whose first touch takes him to halfway. Low searching ball forward with a bit of pace on it. It's intercepted by Elson. It carries through to his goalkeeper, Max Waters. And that fluorescent shirt, short and socks kicks it out towards halfway. It's a flat kick, and it just rolls into the path of Jack Fox Hockney, who surveys the scene, takes a couple of touches, offloads it to his right, and it's the first time ball forward for Williams that cannons off the striker Joshua Wilde, who I think maybe winded from that one. He's just bending forward and grimacing somewhat, but he's given the referee a thumbs up, indicating it's okay to continue, so the throw-in is taken from that far side. So North Eastern Yorkshire coming forward now. It's Linley high diagonal towards that far corner flag. It misses the winger, who has to battle away with Clark, and he just volleys the ball towards those big glass windows I was mentioning on that far side, letting all the light in here to the Sir Alf Ramsey Hall. And this 3G pitch hosting the Cerebral Palsy Final on day 2 of the FA Disability Cup. Now, chance here. It's one on the edge of the box for North Eastern Yorkshire. Chance left-footed, low shot into the net. Jack Fox Hockney has scored it. The talisman for North Eastern Yorkshire has broken the deadlock, and the ball was just given away from Norwich. They had a throw in near their own corner flag on the far side there left. It wasn't cleared away, and on the edge of the area, Jack Fox Hockney picked up the loose ball, had loads of space and time, took a touch to compose himself, and rolled it low past the goalkeeper into the bottom corner of the net, meaning it is Norwich 0, North Eastern Yorkshire 1. Well, approaching the midway point of the first half, a disappointing goal for Norwich to give away as they look to find a response. Low, searching ball down the heart of the field is easy for the goalkeeper as it rolls towards him. Now rolled out towards It's chipped up, bounces once. Dalby controls it on the half turn, tries to backheel it to one of the onrushing teammates. It's intercepted by Norwich, but their clearance doesn't find a yellow shirt. It's Fox Hockney again with the ball. He always seems to have plenty of time on it. He's the only player on the pitch that you could say that about, really, as the ball's now on the left-hand side. Cutting in field is Lindley, the number 10. Squared backwards towards the centre circle. Couple of blue shirts there to pick it up. It's Williams that takes over, the number 4, bustling down the right-hand side. Interception from William Clark, and it goes out for a throw on the far side, midway in the Norwich half. Fox Hockney down the right. Again, Clark just stabbing the ball away, this time with his long right leg. Throwing underarm taken by Williams. Back foot, Dudson. Trying to dribble his way towards the edge of the box. Interception from Elson. No nonsense again from him. Swiping it away towards the far side, but the pressure will come once more from northeastern Yorkshire on that far touchline. It's pushed back towards halfway, where it's the captain Dalby with lots of space to assess the scene. Feeds it into the middle. Lots of space in the middle of the Norwich half. Dawson's first touch wasn't great, so he's just had to bide a bit of time as Norwich filter back. Then a shot comes in from distance. It's headed away by Elson very bravely inside his penalty area. Rolls all the way out towards the near touchline on halfway, where northeastern Yorkshire have another phase of pressure. They work it from the near side and via Fox Hockney square towards the far now, inside right channel. Low ball towards the edge of the box, again defended by Norwich, who are struggling to get out of their own half at the moment. Fox Hockney out towards the near side, the left, and this is Dalby, left-footed, rolls it down the line, level the box, first time ball back to him. It was slightly away from him, so he has to just go square. Fox Hockney will then drill one from distance, and then it took a nick on the way through of Owen Dudson, who's just flirting around the goalkeeper, and he goes wide of his goal. It's another rasping drive from the northeastern Yorkshire number 6, Jack Fox Hockney. Long goal kick away, just about reaches halfway. A couple of Norwich headers, carries it into the northeastern Yorkshire half. It's a high kick up into the air. It has hit one of the arch beams hanging under the roof there, so it will be a restart for Norwich. The referee has now got the ball where he wants it. It's on the inside left channel as far as Norwich are concerned, but in fact he's going to allow it to be an uncontested ball for northeastern Yorkshire. Kick the ball back to Norwich anyway. I don't know if they meant to do that. A long ball forward though, sails all the way wide of goal. Too much power on that one from Bailey Fleming, the number 5 with his left boot. And so it goes behind for a northeastern Yorkshire goal kick to be taken by the number 1 Sam Carr, who's in all bright pink. Left-footed low angle ball to the left corner of his box to find Lindley. Then low ball in towards the centre circle, and Fox Hockney, who then allows the right centre back Williams to catch up level with him and then advance with the ball down the inside right channel. Now coming into the Norwich half, another shot from distance. The keeper parries it this time, not completely away out the box, so Elson has to just slide in there on Day and divert the ball towards the far side, and it will be a throw for North East and Yorkshire. Williams will take the number 4. Lanky figure, left-handed roll back to Dalby, gets it back again, does Williams. Back for Dalby once more, who's midway inside the Norwich half, whips it in from the right-hand side, left-footed in towards the heart of the box. It's headed away by Norwich, who maybe can now break towards halfway. It's an aimless pass forward from Taylor Buglioni, and it's gifted back for northeastern Yorkshire. Look to come again, trying to feed the ball diagonally through the defence. There was Fox Hockney, and then it was intercepted. Came back to Fox Hockney, who was tripped as he looked for a second forward ball. Free kick for northeastern Yorkshire. The men in royal blue, left of the centre circle, inside the Norwich half from deep, clipped him with the left boot towards the back post. Dalby will try and challenge it. The keeper got 2 hands on it first, and the defender kept it in play there by inadvertently, I think, stabbing the ball with his studs. It did drop into the path of the goalkeeper, but that slight collision meant that the goal frame was slightly nudged back from the goal line. So the referee has just pause play so that goal post can be resumed back to its proper spot on the blue byline. And now he's happy for the goalkeeper for Norwich, Max Waters, to take the resulting goal kick from the right corner of his goal area. He places the ball down, but may well leave this for his captain. Woodrow does so as well. The number 4, left-footed, high ball over halfway. He drops onto the right boot there of the striker, Wild, who tries to turn on the ball and release it down the left, but is unable to do so. And now it's chipped forward by North Eastern Yorkshire. Good defending again by the captain, Woodrow, but he can't release a winger down the near side. Too much pace on it. Easy for the North Eastern Yorkshire defence to gobble up and then try and play now from the left-hand side in their own half. High diagonal, hanging ball. Good acrobatic header up in the air by Elson. It's going to go for a corner if it's left. He then slides in and was pushed in his back, meaning that the referee gives him a free kick. Willoughby Elson, who's battling away at the back and getting plenty of support from the spectators down on the near side, who are here in very decent number. Like a handball there by Willoughby Elson as he received it on the half turn on the edge of his box. He didn't want it there at all. The assistant referee had his flag in the air on the far side, but the referee decided to go against it. As now it's North Eastern Yorkshire with possession between the two centre-backs now. Williams on the right of the centre circle, plays it across the centre circle in his own half to Lindley, stepping over halfway, coming forward, quite some distance here, goes for the shot again. Elson dives in front of it, the keeper comes out for the rebound and collides into his own defender. But thankfully for him, Ethan Dayu got onto the end of it, couldn't receive it under control, and it goes behind for a goal kick for Norwich, who again living life slightly on the edge. All credit to North Eastern Yorkshire, who've been probing very well indeed, building from defence and quickly turning it into attack. 10.5 minutes remaining of this first half. It's North Eastern Yorkshire 1, Norwich City 0. Another ball goes firing off the underside of the roof here in the Sir Alf Ramsey Arena. He got some distance on that, did Bailey Fleming. So the referee just holding the ball in his left hand. He will drop it now for an uncontested ball for Owen Woodrow to punt forward. Can't get it beyond the centre circle where Jack Fox-Hogney was in plenty of room to receive it. Now scampers in from the left-hand channel on his favoured right boot. Just rolls it down the line for Dolby. Left-footed poke ball back for Dudson. Left-footed looking for an angle ball out towards the far side. He finds his target. First time ball to Norwich. Now on the far side, Wild battling with Williams. The ball rolls back into North Eastern Yorkshire territory and they will look to build again from the back. It's Lindley again, just a turn of pace from him. Low ball angled out towards the right corner of the box. Chance here on the edge of the D, left-footed wide of the left hand upright as we look. The goalkeeper unmoved but probably had it covered. But again, another example of North Eastern Yorkshire quickly being able to fashion an opportunity from deep. Good play from the men in royal blue. What answer do the men in yellow and green have? The two wingers, the number 10 Bradley Taylor Buglioni and the number 7 William Clark, have just swapped wings, so maybe that might change things somewhat for them as they now have it on halfway. It's a bit of an aimless shank up though and goes out on the near side for a North Eastern Yorkshire ball midway in their own half, their left. And when Dudson reaches down to gather the ball in his left hand and then just rolls it back a few metres to Lindley, who then shapes the play towards halfway. Heavy first touch by the number 6 Jack Fox-Hogney, but he's able to make the second touch a decent tackle to move the ball forwards. And then Elson won the ball ahead of Dolby, but at the expense of a throw. Near side, just inside the Norwich half now in North Eastern Yorkshire, but they opt to roll it back into their own half, and again build from the back. Number 10 playing it to number 4 Williams, short of the centre circle. Low ball in towards the centre circle where Fox-Hogney's tackled initially but then wriggles away with the second ball, and now he's advancing forward towards the edge of the D. Right footed shot, curl deflected just wide of the far upright. It will be a corner on the far side, the North Eastern Yorkshire right. Another shot from Jack Fox-Hogney. Be a left-footed ball from that far side deep towards the back post. No one there apart from the referee, who backtracks out of the way and lets the ball roll out towards the corner flag Will be a Norwich throw deep in their own half. Woodrow overhead throw. It's going to bounce. It's a 50-50 ball, and it's Elson colliding with Dolby, and Elson went tumbling onto the deck and actually seemed to bounce off the ground there as he holds his face. The referee checks on his welfare before he will have a word with the North Eastern Yorkshire captain, Daniel Dolby. It's certainly a heavy collision. He's a big frame, is Daniel Dolby. But Elson is no slouch either. But that was a real collision course there between the two, and the number 14, Willoughby Elson, getting a round of applause as he retakes his position and seems okay to battle on. It's been a very combative performance so far from him. He's had to be as well, given that what's been thrown their way. Number 4, Owen Woodrow, left-footed ball, bounces up towards the striker, flicks it on in towards the penalty area, but no one in yellow and green really advancing quick enough. Clark, a desperate attempt to try and keep it in, just hits it on the half volley across goal, but it goes out towards the far side, and the flag on the near side was already up, so it will be the goalkeeper's ball to restart things, and it's now played to the right side of the penalty area. Low ball deflects towards halfway. It's a 50-50 between the two players on that far side, one by Norwich, but again, when they feed it forwards, not able to make it stick. Six minutes remaining of the first half. North Eastern Yorkshire 1, Norwich City 0. And it's Sam Carr to take in all bright pink, left-footed, plays it low and angled out towards the far touchline, where Williams is advancing towards halfway now. Plays the ball with his second or third touch up towards Dolby, tries to spin it around the corner. It's a good interception from Elson, who got the last touch on that as it spins out of play on the far side, and will be a North Eastern Yorkshire ball. Level with the edge of the box. Dolby left-handed, rolls it down towards the byline. Dudson wasn't picked up initially, plays it back for Dolby. First time ball in low towards the area. Just a glance on that from Owen Woodrow with his left boot, takes out towards the near side. Clark then gets to it, he slips as he tries to get forward. Fox Hockney takes over, now rolls it down the left side of the area, gets it back from Dudson. He's has to go back there as Clark was putting pressure on him. The referee says play on as Fox Hockney went to ground. And he's been closed down a lot more vehemently now by the Norwich players, and they've now forced Dudson to run out of play on the near touchline, and that pressure from Norwich has just G'd up the crowd a little bit as well, and they have a throw inside their own half. It's Elson stepping up towards halfway, slips as he tries to poke the ball forward. It's sent down the other way by North Eastern Yorkshire, and in the end headed back towards his own goalkeeper by Owen Woodrow, and Max Waters gathers the ball in two hands, his black gloves. He nearly stepped out of the penalty area then, but is able to roll it to Woodrow, and he booms it out towards the far touchline. Well controlled by the number 10, Taylor Buglioni, but then the ball down the line towards the corner flag is a poor one. Doesn't find Joshua Wilde, who was waiting in the middle, and it harmlessly rolls out for a North East and Yorkshire ball, which the referee's ordering should be retaken from the goalkeeper. Quite sure his issue was there. He's signalling with his left arm, the referee. No one quite knows what he is signalling. Maybe it's a corner. It looks as though that is indeed the case. So, corner ball far side, to everyone's surprise. Not least the Norwich players, who have now made their way in towards the penalty area now. Be taken from the left-hand side. It's a low drilled one, easily cleared away by Jack Fox Hockney, who's waiting near the penalty spot. Played in towards the Norwich half. Elson jogs across as he's being closed down by the sprinting Dudson, back towards his goalkeeper. It's chipped up, doesn't reach halfway. The captain's back there, Woodrow on the far side, the left, and then he and his fellow centre-back Elson nearly get in a tangle. Elson takes it upon himself to clear it upfield, but only just beyond halfway, and out for a throw for North East and Yorkshire. 3.5 minutes now remaining. Thrown down the line. Now Clark, first touch though is unfortunate. Gave it away momentarily. Norwich have it back. Can they work it from their own half now? Left-footed ball forward, searching towards Clark, who's going to let it run across his body. He's got two blue players to try and beat. He got the last touch on it, Clark, as he closed down Lindley, who will take the resulting throw, but the referee says not yet, because William Clark went down to ground and just looked exhausted more than anything as he gets back to his feet now, breathing heavily, but looking okay to continue the rest of the half. There'll be a throw midway inside their own half for North Eastern Yorkshire to be taken by Sheridan Lindley, stocky number 10, in towards the centre circle. It's a casual half volley forward and flipped out towards the near side, the left. Level of the area is Dudson. He's got the Norwich defender right up in his face. He cannons the ball off the Norwich defender's shins and it spins out towards the corner flag, and it will be a throw for North Eastern Yorkshire next to that corner flag, which Owen Dudson will take. Near side, left arm underarm throw, should I say. Fox Hockney back in towards that corner, and Dudson, who's got a touch off a Norwich player and wanted to allow it to roll over for a corner, but it doesn't quite, and it's nudged out instead for North Eastern Yorkshire throw. Down the line it goes. Came off the Norwich player last again. Every time William Clark gets a touch on it, he gallops onto the ball and he tries to knock it down the line to run onto, but it went out of play on that occasion. So underarm throw again taken by North Eastern Yorkshire down this near side of the left. Fox Hockney jinking towards the left corner of the box, lays it off towards the edge of the D. Dolby, low effort all the way through and into the net for 2-0 to North Eastern Yorkshire. The captain Daniel Dolby composed himself and with the first time low left-footed effort just slipped it through. It seemed a sea of yellow and green, and the goalkeeper beaten as well, perhaps unsighted by those ahead of him. But it is 2-0 to North Eastern Yorkshire with just a minute remaining of the first half, and the reigning champions in very good form here, and they look to keep their title. Substitution now being made by North Eastern Yorkshire. Owen Dudson, number 8, is replaced by number 7 Dyson. In fact, the Norwich number 7, William Clark, saw his number up on the board on that far side and ran over thinking it was he that was going to be taken off. Now has to slowly walk back across towards the near side, and I think that's the last thing he needed. A frivolous run like that. So Elson squaring it to Woodrow for Norwich. Just 10 seconds remaining of this first half before we will hand back to the studio and half-time analysis of this one. It's on the left of the corner of the centre circle, chipped up. We're at the end of normal time. 1 minute will be added on though. The fourth official, all in black, puts up his blackboard on the far side and shows the red number 1 on it. So maybe time for Norwich to fashion a chance. They're on the left-hand side, trying to play it in front deep towards the edge of the box. Wild stretching, but can't get there. Lindley strides away with the ball towards the centre circle, carries on his runnings. He gives it to Fox Hockney. Fox Hockney just checked back, running forward and then sideways and just toying with the Norwich back line out towards the near side, and the substitute Dyson just tries to jink his way through 2 yellow and green players. Almost managed, but Clark recovered well, tried to slip it down the line, but blocked well by the retreating Dyson to stub it out for a Norwich ball, level with their own box. Underarm throw backwards, played forwards, and then hacked away by Dyson behind for, nearly went for a goal kick, but the spin on the ball just took it the other side of the corner flag, so it will be a throw again for Norwich. Level with their own penalty area. Underarm roll, takes it towards the penalty spot. Elson picks it up in a bit of space, left corner of the area now, looking for options. Not much time to pick out a pass here at the end of this first half. Low left-footed ball looking down the line, doesn't reach halfway, it's intercepted. North Eastern Yorkshire come forward, they get a shot in on goal. It's blocked. It doesn't matter because the referee blows for half-time anyway, with the scores North Eastern Yorkshire leading by 2-0 against Norwich in that first half. The Norwich players walk towards the bench on the far side, left of halfway. The North Eastern Yorkshire team, some of them heading towards the tunnel away to our left behind the goal. It's North Eastern Yorkshire leading 2-0.
Welcome back. Next Saturday, WWE heads to London for the first time in over 2 decades as the biggest superstars go head-to-head in WWE Money in the Bank at the O2 Arena. The event is live at 8 o'clock on BT Sport Box Office. Here at St George's Park in the CP final, North East and Yorkshire have a 2-0 lead at half-time over Norwich. And England CP captain Matt Crossan is alongside Addy and I. Just talk us through how they took the lead there, because it was Fox Hockney with the opening goal, Matt.
Yeah, I think Bailey has just tried to turn on the ball, try and get himself out of pressure there, and it's all right on the opposition's box doing that, but no. And Jack, he's a good player, so I would expect him to try and put that away on target.
Do you think there was a little bit of inexperience and naivety there shown by Norwich to try and play it out in that position?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think looking at it, I think it's maybe a bit of tiredness. Obviously, it's 30 minutes in this heat, and it could just be a bit of a lack of experience. Obviously, the pressure will get to him on the stage.
They can't be tired that early, though. Don't give them that excuse, man.
It's hard work. It's hard work, honestly.
And you call him the Pirates, Jack Fox Hockney.
Yeah.
Is that with the hair?
Yeah, with the hair and the dirty trainers he wears all the time. Yeah.
The dirty trainers. Poor dude.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Jack Fox Hockney was at the heart of most of the good stuff for North East and Yorkshire, and he teed up Dan Dolby for his second goal as well, didn't he?
Lovely finish. I think obviously the strike there from Dan, I think it just goes through the defender's legs just in front of the keeper, and it kind of throws the keeper for one, I think, and you can see the keeper.
I was going to say, would you expect the keeper to have done better?
Not in that, maybe, but in that instance, obviously he's got someone in front of him, so he can't really see the travel of the ball. Yeah, so he's lost track of it when it goes through the defender's legs, and it's maybe could have went down a little bit quicker, but listen, I'm no goalkeeper, so.
Tell us more about Dan Dolby, because he's with the England development squad at the moment, but he's a real imposing presence out there.
Yeah, he's a unit, isn't he? I know I heard it before we flew away. He'd lost a load of weight, training and stuff. So yeah, he looks fantastic, and he's done well, I think. Just an unsung hero. I like the players behind the scenes who do all the work and stuff, and the tidy little touches that he has. Yeah, he's done well, really well.
And Norwich did make some chances as well, and they had a particular chance with Josh Wilde, as we can see here.
Yeah, lovely
wasn't
header.
Far away.
No, it's harder than it looks like. I mean, I don't like headering the ball as it is. The lads will probably tell you that. But yeah, it's a lovely back stick, and it's not far away at all. A good ball in as well. Good bit of weight on the cross in outside of the foot, I think. And it's yeah.
I mean, just the thought, and this is slightly my lack of knowledge of CP football, but is there a thought of when you're headering the ball, because a lot of the players have brain injuries, is there any worries about that?
I've never came across it. I think it's just part of football. If the ball's in the air, it'll be one. You're going to go and head it anyway. I think 9 times out of 10, most of the lads will do that anyway. But I've never thought about it when I've been headering the ball. I mean, like I say, I try not to header the ball. I just don't like headering the ball because it'll go anywhere. But yeah,
we can see as well, Matt, behind us. There's quite a few of the Norwich players out here warming up as well. What do you think they can change and need to change in the second half to try and get themselves back into this final?
Just maybe a bit more attacking options, really. I think going forward they've got it, but there's just that killer instinct in the last third. I don't think it's there. Defensively, obviously they've put the bodies on the line, and just odd little chances has created goals. But I think attacking wise, I'd be putting a few more attacking players on to try and, they're playing one at the back as well. It looks like North East, so you can maybe exploit that. Play 2 up top, maybe.
You said 2-2, so it's still on, as it stands, your prediction. Well, they call him the Pirates, and Jack Fox Hockney plundered the first goal for North Eastern Yorkshire to give the defending champions a 1-0 lead. He then turned provider for Dan Dolby to make it 2-0 as we head towards the second half. Welcome back. The world's greatest cycling race returns next Saturday with every stage of the Tour de France available to watch live on Discovery Plus and Eurosport. There is so much to look forward to, including Mark Cavendish's final shot at claiming the outright record of Tour stage wins. Here at St George's Park on day one of the Disability Cup in the CP final, North Eastern Yorkshire have a 2-0 lead. Jack Fox-Hockney opened the scoring. They call him the Pirate apparently because of his dirty trainers and the ponytail, according to Matt, but there is definitely magic in those boots. He certainly strikes the ball very cleanly. They have a 2-0 lead as we head to the second half with our commentary team, Ewan Dunlop and Dan O'Hagan.
Welcome back for the second half on the 3G pitch here at the Sir Alf Ramsey Arena, with North Eastern Yorkshire leading by 2-0 in the all-royal blue, and they go from left to right in this second half with the kickoff against Norwich City, who've made a half-time substitution. They're in the yellow shirts, the green shorts and the yellow socks. Going from right to left, number 14 for them, Elson, one of the defenders. He's been replaced by number 8, Weirty, who will take position on the right-hand side and try and offer a bit more of an attacking purpose for the Canaries. As free kick is going to be taken for North Eastern Yorkshire inside their own half here. The referee just ordering the ball back to the place where the infringement occurred. So Dalby will take it just left of the centre circle, just short of halfway. It'll be left-footed, the captain standing over the ball. Just chips it up towards the edge of the penalty area. Headed away by the captain Woodrow. Downfield, Wiles got his back into the defender, tries to lay it off to a teammate, but the blue shirts quickly swarm around the ball and are back on it again as Jack Fox-Hockney, the star of that first half, works out towards the near side. Good skill there from Day. Gets down the right-hand side, dribbles towards the penalty area, still dribbling in towards the goal as the goalkeeper was about to smother the ball there. William Clark came across for Norwich and averted any further danger. And it will be at the expense of a corner on the near side for North Eastern Yorkshire, to be taken by the man who constructed that mazy run there, Ethan Day. All royal blue with the black boots. He's got his left hand on his hip. He just catches his breath, and we're waiting for Daniel Dolby on the edge of the box to just do his left shoelace, and then the referee will be happy for play to resume. So it'll be the corner near side, the North Eastern Yorkshire right, left-footed. Referee blows his whistle now. It's a low pass back for Dalby. He's quickly closed down. Lets the ball roll across his body. Takes it back towards halfway. Then has to play it towards the centre spot. Wild then closes the ball down. It does deflect into the path of Dalby, though. He's able to find a lovely cutting ball on the angle through towards the edge of the box. Fox-Hockney advancing towards the edge of the areas, then stumbling and tackled, and then the rebound shot isn't cleanly hit by Sheridan Lindley from distance. Easy for the goalkeeper to gather. And it's now rolled out to his left-hand side, and an opportunity for Norwich City to come forwards again with the number 10, Taylor Buglioni. Low left-footed ball over halfway. Coming across out of defence to meet that ball was James Williams ahead of the striker, Wild. But it will be a throw for Norwich just over halfway, near side their left. Number 10 will take Taylor Buglioni. Overhead throw. Bounces up onto the chest of Williams, battles once, twice, and then hacks it away a third time. In behind it goes for Dalby. Dalby with the square ball across to the advancing Dyson. Two defenders go and meet him. He's passed the first one of them, and then the ball deflects up off the second one, and it's able to be gathered and then cleared by Norwich down that far side the right, but they don't reach halfway with it, despite the best efforts of William Clark, clipping away at the heels of Jack Fox-Hockney. It will be a throw for North East and Yorkshire. Far side the left, slowly walking across to take is Sheridan Lindley. Overhead throw towards halfway. Fox-Hockney then pokes it back to the taker again, Lindley, who moves it back towards the edge of the D, their own penalty area. Williams, low left-footed ball back out towards the far side, and Lindley then stabs a high ball up onto the head of Dalby, cushions the header down nicely for Dyson. Left-footed effort from him, and flashes across the face of goal and looked destined for the top corner. The keeper, Matt Waters, was certainly having to move across to his left-hand side, but it does go wide, not by a lot, and it is a Norwich goal kick. It's certainly a collective sigh of relief, but then the pass out from the back nearly breaks for Dalby, who intercepted. Keeper's able to clear away in a hurry, but the danger's still not over yet. Dyson right corner of the box, plays it to the edge of the D. Chance here, there's a man over as well, played through. Dyson across for Dalby, they've overplayed it as he squares it across the face of goal from the left side of the box. Maybe should have tried to shoot himself, and I think he knew it as Dalby struggled to meet the end of it. Dyson just squatted down to the ground and realised that really he should have gone for glory, but Norwich get away with it and they play the ball out from the back. Right corner of the area, advancing forward is William Clark. Gallops forward a few yards and then moves it back towards the goalkeeper, Max Waters, now in all fluorescent orange. And then now on the near side, ball is fed down towards halfway. Strong tackle from Ethan Day. Rolls it into the feet of Dalby on the half turn. Plays it back for Day, who carried on his run. Central position, edge of the D, trying to jink his way towards the box. Cleared away well by Fleming with his high left boot for Norwich. And then now they play a give and go down the left-hand side. Wilde trying to get him behind the defender. He does, but coming across to intercept with Sheridan Lindley, the stocky number 10. It's a strong and assured left-footed clearance from him into touch on the near side for a Norwich throw. To be taken by Taylor Buglioni, looking for options. He's just nudging his head down the line, almost looking for a runner there, but instead went in towards the feet of Wilde, who can't hold it up, and now dribbling out the northeastern Yorkshire and getting past 2 or 3 players there was Ethan Day, but the referee has given a free kick against him, and I think it was for an infringement off the ball by his captain Daniel Dalby, maybe blocking off 1 or 2 Norwich players from making a tackle, and that's undone his teammates' work there. So it will be a free kick, indirect free kick. The referee has his left arm in the air. It will be taken by Owen Woodrow from the near side, the left. Dalby's jumping up and down, almost star jumping in front of him. And that blocks the kick as well, very bravely. Just readjusts his captain's armband as he then goes to close down the second ball. But then it's a good ball forward by Norwich. They find the spare man left side of the area. Quickly closed down, and then the block comes in. But it came back off the Norwich man who tried crossing it. And therefore it will be a goal kick for northeastern Yorkshire. Just over 6 minutes played of the second half, 23.5 minutes remaining in total, as northeastern Yorkshire played out from the back, out towards the wide left. Taking it over halfway is Dyson, runs down that left hand side, plenty of space to go into, then tries to cut it toward the box. Low ball cleared away easily towards the halfway line on the far side. Lindley stops it going out for a throw and wants to keep the move going for northeastern Yorkshire. For their main man, the number 6, Jack Fox-Hockney there, who had the ball, just squared it across to halfway. And Williams advancing now well into the Norwich half, tries to play a low feed towards the box. It takes a deflection off a Norwich player, which meant it was going to go for a corner, but Will Clark cutting across prevents that corner at the expense instead of a throw. And it's going to be a throw taken on the near side by Dyson from the corner flag. Clark readjusts his body to boot it away on the volley with the right boot. Back pretty much to where it came from, so it will be another throw. Level with the penalty area near side, the northeastern Yorkshire right. Taken well, and Dalby, nice flicking side towards the box. And Day on the angle, trying to low left-footed shot towards the near post. Cleared away by Norwich, it's chipped up towards halfway. Williams on the retreat, running towards his own goal. He's going to let that ball roll out towards the near touchline, where it will be a northeast and Yorkshire throw, which he'll take underarm with the left arm, square in field, just outside the D is Lindley on his left boot, plays into the centre circle, and then arcing away from it is Jack Fox-Hockney now, over halfway, right of centre, clips the ball in towards the heart of the box. Dyson's first touch was poor, but Dalby nearly gathered the second. His shot was blocked by a stretching Will Clark, and that means it's a corner rather than a goal as that ball boomed up into the air. Dalby hit that with some venom, but unable to find the net thanks to that interception. Corner on the near side now for northeastern Yorkshire. Have 2 players waiting in the box, left footed ball deep towards the far side. It's going to go all the way back actually to Lindley, who might shoot off from distance, and it goes, and a flick it to the goal. Nice nonchalant flick from Dyson, the number 7, and he goes and thanks Sheridan Lindley for the assist. Lindley with the drive in from deep, just fed it into the danger area, and Dyson floating in front of the goalkeeper, flicked it with his left boot behind his right standing leg, through the goalkeeper, low into the net. And it's Norwich City 0, northeastern Yorkshire 3 now. And surely it will be northeastern Yorkshire retaining their title here at George's Park. The restart taken by Norwich, who sent 3 players forward. They've got 3 players in their own half, just trying to work the ball, create an angle and get it forwards now. Will Clarkson halfway on the right-hand side, rolls under his stud, right footed, curling ball up towards the edge of the box, stooping header away by Ethan Day towards the centre circle. Fox Hogney takes in, and again just jinking his body and trying to find the right angle, just plays it back to a teammate whose ball forward is poor and loose, and picked up on halfway by Clark, coming down the centre, and it opens up on the right-hand side for Weirty. Low ball in towards Wild. He was shielded well by James Williams, who had to desperately stoop across and clear it out towards the far side. It will be a Norwich throw, pretty much on the border of the attacking third. And Weirty will take, looking for options. So, throwing over his head back towards halfway. Norwich going back to try and work an angle forwards here. Pressure being put on Fleming, who's facing his own goal here. Tries to turn it out towards the near side, but it's blocked by Fox Hogney. The spinning ball races away from Dyson, who tried keeping it in, but it just rolled the wrong side of the byline, and it will be a Norwich goal kick. 20 minutes remaining. Clark just outside the right corner of his own penalty area, rolls the ball low down that far side. It goes over halfway, but steaming away with it is the defender Lindley, the number 10, on his left boot. He's got an option at the back post, finds it as well. Dyson was free and couldn't divert the ball home. Lots of space at the far stick, just on the edge of the goal area, and didn't make contact with the ball early enough, and it goes wide of that near post. So Norwich now attacking with intent down the far side. Clark bustling into a couple of blue jerseys. Out it goes by Lindley, and it will be a Norwich throw on halfway. That will take place shortly because of substitution being made now by North Eastern Yorkshire. Dyson, who's just scored that third goal for North Eastern Yorkshire, will be replaced after coming on in the first half. Owen Doodson is back on the field. Started the game, the number 8, Owen Doodson, and it looks like he may finish it as well, and finish it alongside his teammates as victors today at St George's Park. But still 18.5 minutes remaining, and Norwich still, you feel, capable of fashioning an opportunity that gives them a chance in this game. Weirty will take the throw level with the edge of the box in the North Eastern Yorkshire half. It goes past his initial target, but Clark's able to steer it back down the right-hand side. Chance to get it in the box. He doesn't get enough of a contact on it there. Weirty, who's frustrated with himself, cries in anger and frustration as he just couldn't wrap his foot around the ball. Get in towards the middle of the area. Instead it goes behind for a goal kick. Taken from the edge of the goal area by Sam Carr. Left-footed, low-angle ball out towards the near side on Williams, who thought about going back to his goalkeeper, but instead played the ball forward towards halfway instead. And Fox Hogney takes the ball wide initially and then stands up his man. Got a couple of players to beat, but goes on the outside of them. Still running down the number 6, gliding through. Tried to square the ball inside, just outside the box, but a good tackle coming in from the Norwich man. Brave one as well. He committed himself to it. And now Norwich City coming over halfway. So 3-on-3, but they slow it down somewhat, which means that North Eastern Yorkshire are able to get players behind the ball. Then a loose pass in the centre. See Dolby go challenging in there on Fleming. Clark now trying to scoop the ball over the head of Doodson, who was wise to it, got the ball and just steered it down the line, but it went astray and out for throw. And there's now a Norwich man down on halfway. It looks like Bailey Fleming, who is looks like maybe having a problem with his right knee, which does have some black strapping on. He's also holding his left hip as well. And the referee calls over two physios in black t-shirts, black shorts and white socks, just to crouch down and have a look at how Bailey Fleming is. The clock continues to tick down. This giving the Norwich players in particular an opportunity to take on some cold drinks on the far side and maybe some instructions as well from the head coach. More of the North Eastern Yorkshire team still on the field, one or two of them with a bottle of water in hand as well. As Bailey Fleming, laid on his side, slowly gets back up to his feet now with a physio either side of him. And the question there will be whether Bailey Fleming could continue the rest of this game. But he's still got his left hand on his hip as he limps away, grimacing somewhat towards the far side, head down, and the body language you would think means his game may be over, but we'll see if Norwich make a substitution or not. The fourth official on the far side, all in black, puts up the electronic board now, and it signals that Bailey Fleming will be replaced by Armstrong, the number 12. So Armstrong is on for the first time today, 12 on his back, and he takes his position on the left-hand side, the nearest to us. As we wait for play to resume, it will be on the far side, and it'll be a Norwich ball. Weirty, the number 8, will take midway inside the northeastern Yorkshire half, far side the right. It's an overhead throw, and brave header from Fox Hogney, who got his head really to the same height as the foot there of Taylor Buglioni. The referee was happy with it. The ball went out for a throw for Norwich though, and the Canaries go down the far side the right. Opportunity for them with 2 in the area. Wild right side of the box, can he stretch to get it? He can't quite. Goes in front of him and out for a goal kick for northeastern Yorkshire. Goalkeeper, all in bright pink, just puts the ball in position in his goal area, left side of it, and left-footed will just square the ball across his penalty area towards the near side. It's Williams advancing with the ball towards halfway down the near right channel. Dolby then flicks it round the corner, and now it's a 2-on-1 in favour of northeastern Yorkshire. Right side of the area, good defensive tackle from the captain, Owen Woodrow. Stuck a foot out to stop Ethan Day making further progress down the right. Does get a corner though, and there's only one to aim at in the box at the moment for Ethan Day. Left-footed delivery it will be eventually. Second player's now in the box as he goes short for Dolby. Lays it back for Day again. Back for Dolby once more. They work an angle towards the right corner of the box now as Day then runs into Wild, and Wild just lays it off for Clark, and maybe a chance for Clark to sprint and stretch those long legs, but he was tripped over by James Williams, and for the first time the referee puts his right hand in his pocket and will brandish the yellow card there for James Williams, who was on the retreat and was desperate and could see the alarm bells ringing when Will Clark got that ball and attacked with real purpose over halfway. So free kick now for Norwich, just to the right of the centre spot, and it'll be a left-footed ball forward by Bradley Taylor Buglioni. He's got an option wide left on the near side, but instead goes for the narrow angle downfield towards the edge of the box. Wild beaten to it by Williams, and then a big booming clearance away by Linley. Bounces back off the beams underneath the roof here at the Sir Alf Ramsey Arena, and so the referee will decide to restart things with an uncontested drop ball. Linley this time, it's a lot flatter from him and a lot more measured down the line. Chance for Dudson, the number 8, rolls it down for Dolby, just steadies himself and faces up the defender. Forward ball is intercepted at the expense of a throw for northeastern Yorkshire. Dolby will take, level with the box, just spinning the ball in his hands, and then will look to take an overarm throw, looping over a couple of Norwich players, bounced onto that of Clark, who got something on it initially, then it ricochets back off him again via a northeastern Yorkshire player. There was a slight appeal for handball, but nothing too enthusiastic, and then the last touch comes off a northeastern Yorkshire player out towards the far side. It will be a throw for Norwich, level with their own box. Owen Woodrow will take. Lots of Norwich players moving up towards the halfway line. Can he throw it quite that distance? Yes, he can. Wild gets a little bit on that to help it on, and now it's played over the top. Foot comes in from the defender there, Day, to stop the ball near the halfway line. Now space opens up in the Norwich half for northeastern Yorkshire to attack. Dolby has found himself wide left, tries to play it first time towards the edge of the D. It's intercepted by Norwich, but the second ball would again by northeastern Yorkshire. Now right corner of the penalty area, Ethan Day jinking, turning, trying to get on his favoured left boot and cut inside, but that was well read by the Norwich defender. Day does well to battle back and slide in. The ball then rolls square infield and is won by Clark, who again is tripped over, this time by Daniel Dolby. So it will be a free kick for Norwich midway in their own half. A pretty central position there, as again William Clark has been bundled to the ground by his opponents. That free kick will be taken just inside the centre circle. The referee decided to move it there instead. So the captain, Owen Woodrow, stood over it. Again, it's quite narrow this, so he could look to change the angle. Does so, rolls it out towards the near touchline. Inside left channel, Clark, right-footed, helps it down into the centre of the box. Nearly a glancing flick there from Wild on the volley. The referee decides it's going to be a goal kick rather than a corner. The last touch adjudged to have been off a Norwich player. 10 minutes remaining, plus any stoppages. And it's Norwich City 0, North Eastern Yorkshire 3. As the ball is played out towards the near side, Williams striding forward towards the near touchline, midway point of his half, rolls it down the line nicely for Ethan Day. Good pace on that to get towards the byline. Slightly stumbles as he first control, but gets past the defender. Can now cut it back. It's rolled through here. This is Jack Fox-Hockney, right-footed shot, deflects over the crossbar via a Norwich City head. The goalkeeper was diving across anyway and may have had it covered, but certainly there was danger for Norwich, and it's going to be a corner for North Eastern Yorkshire, as Jack Fox-Hockney nearly got a second goal of the game. Corner on the near side, the North Eastern Yorkshire right, to be taken by the left boot of Ethan Day. He's played it very short, only a metre away from him, Dalby there. The release back towards the touchline was poor though from Dalby, who now strides back with purpose and interest to try and close down the Norwich players. And the Norwich players almost in a panic trying to race down the left-hand side. Ball just goes ahead of them and out of play for North Eastern Yorkshire throw. Williams on the near side, midway point of his own half, put under good pressure, so has to play a square ball back in field for Lindley, who then just stands it up downfield, but it bounces a few times over the Norwich defence. No one running onto it. It will harmlessly go out for a goal kick. Max Waters squaring the ball to the right corner of the penalty area, and Woodrow and rolls it gently across the penalty area for Clark, who then knocks it back for Woodrow again, who's a few more metres forward now, but he's put under a bit of pressure, so gives it back to Clark. Clark from deep, bit of space here between him and halfway. Looks to just knock it slightly to his left and Taylor Buglioni. Norwich then play a forward ball trying to find Wild, who's beaten again by Williams. Williams having a really good game back there for North Eastern Yorkshire. He's turned the ball into an attacking outlet as it's into the centre circle now. Fox-Hockney quickly under pressure again. That's forced the mistake. Norwich trying to pounce on it, but first on it is Ethan Day. Ethan Day plays it back towards his own D, and it's whipped upfield by Lindley, repelled by Norwich, deep inside the North Eastern Yorkshire half, returned back by North Eastern Yorkshire. Dalby's going to get himself on it, opens his body for a left-footed shot on the edge of the box, first time side-footed, well saved, low down to his right by the goalkeeper, and now Norwich City look to counter-attack 3-on-3. Chance to play it through, it's a nice ball as well. Chance for Armstrong, left side of the area, low left-footed shot, blocked again by Williams, who's been fantastic back there for North Eastern Yorkshire. And then the ball is boomed out towards the near side as Williams lets out a roar and puts his fists in the air almost like he's scored a goal, as Norwich will get a throw on the near side midway in the North Eastern Yorkshire half, but that won't be before North Eastern Yorkshire make a change now, and wiping his royal blue shirt on his face is Ethan Day. It's a sweaty shirt as well. You can see the dark patches on the back of his jersey as he slowly makes his way off towards the far side. Ryan Rodwell will come on in his place. And changing goalkeepers as well now for Norwich. Number 1 Max Waters replaced by number 1 Ben Coe. So both of them in the bright fluorescent orange jersey, just trading fist pumps before Ben Coe makes his way into the goal away to our right hand side. But the action taking place at the other end at the moment. Armstrong will take the throw midway point of the North Eastern Yorkshire half on Norwich's left hand side. Speared in towards the penalty area. Good header away by Williams again towards the centre circle. The substitute there, Rodwell, his first involvement. Let the ball roll across his body. Did attract a bit of attention there from Owen Woodrow, who got a foot in and was able to put it out for a throw on the far side. And Owen Dudson just jogged across to taking the time. It must be said North Eastern Yorkshire here, as now Dalby will slowly walk over to the ball. He's closer to halfway than he is the penalty area. Searching ball towards the box from him. Looped into the feet of Rodwell. Is able to turn away and he's wide left. Cutting in onto his right boot. Tries to square it towards the number 6, but cleared away by Norwich. And the loose ball from distance is boomed over by Lindley. That'll be a goal kick for Norwich. And Norwich probably having their best spell of the second half here late in this game. Good control from Armstrong, the substitute. Can't quite get past Fox Hockney. He's in his back as he tries to jostle for the ball on the near side. Tigerishly wins a throw just inside his own half. So Captain Owen Woodrow will underarm bowl it forward. Williams read the game well and has beaten Wild again as he plays it low towards the far side. Clark letting the ball just roll for a throw in favour of Norwich. Could be his last action. It is. He's going to be replaced by Bailey Fleming, who's able to return, and he will slot back here to defensive partnership perhaps, or maybe even midfield, but either way, rousing reception for Will Clark, who's given everything he's got over the course of this final. Now, as we go into the last 5 minutes of it now, got the Powerchair final and the Deaf final coming up later today as well. Do stick with us for the audio description coverage of those two games, but we're currently seeing out the final exchanges of Norwich against North Eastern Yorkshire in the Cerebral Palsy final. It's North Eastern Yorkshire leading 3-0 as it's won by the men in blue on the near side. Fox Hockney again, lovely feet from him, then tries to stab a ball forwards, well blocked though by the retreating Norwich defenders, and then they're able to just ricochet the ball off the man closing them down there to win a Norwich throw midway inside their own half, near side the left. North Eastern Yorkshire now make a change. Going off is Owen. Owen Dudeson's back off again. And Carl Horswell is on. Big stocky defender. Just to add some physicality to that back line. And change for Norwich. Joshua Wilde replaced by Cummins, the number 11. Sporting a pair of looks like to be sports glasses from here. He's on the far side, just jogging in field. He will take up his place on the right. So change for either team late on in this game as Norwich from deep try and work the throw in forwards. They pass it before a chip ball is headed forwards but doesn't reach anywhere near the halfway line, so a chance for North Eastern Yorkshire to pounce and come down the right, but good defensive response from Taylor Buglioni. He's able to win a goal kick in the end, ricocheting it off Jack Fox Hockney. Goal kick for Norwich, which Coe will leave for Bailey Fleming to take left of the goal mouth. Looks like it's going to be a long ball with the left boot. Dug up over halfway, bounces onto the thigh of the substitute Horswell, who then strides away with it, the number 3. Coming down the right-hand side, attracts the tackle there from Fleming. And then the ball spins in towards the path of Armstrong, who plays the ball over halfway. Low-angle ball towards the near side. Well kept in by the number 8 there, Weirty. Then down the left and Armstrong again. Low ball in from him. Well recovered by Horswell. And the low feed in towards the box is easily gathered by the goalkeeper, all in pink, Sam Carr, who falls on the ball, gets back to his feet, has it in 2 hands now, and then rolls it out left-handed to the right corner of the box, and Horswell in towards Fox Hockney. Back for Horswell again, steps inside of the player, closing him down with ease, and now comes towards the centre circle. Low diagonal ball, bounces towards the far side, and Lindley's got a player running ahead of him, which is Rodwell. Back to goal, back for Lindley again, slightly away from him, and that takes him in towards a tackle with his own player there, but they've still got the ball in the left corner of the box. Shot is blocked at source and spins up into the air and is well controlled and now cleared by Norwich. Down that far side, the right, looking to progress now down the middle, just short of the centre circle. Low left foot of ball, angled in behind down this near side, the left. Williams comes across and with a high clearance in towards the spectators on the near side, he is able to put it out for a throw. And then the referee stops the quick throwing because North Eastern Yorkshire have a substitution to make. And James Williams, who's been outstanding at the back for North Eastern Yorkshire, jogs off towards the far side, and Hobson is on in his place, the number 13.
Announcing your official EE player of the match for North Eastern Yorkshire, number 6, Jack Fox-Hockney.
And Jack Fox-Hockney, the number 6, North Eastern Yorkshire, his name man of the match, and he puts his arms in the air and smiles at that one. Personal accolade to go with the team accolade. We're into the final minute of normal time. Ball goes in towards the back post here. Chance for Norwich outside the right corner of the box. Tries to cut it back, but it's a poor ball, easily intercepted by Hobson. His first involvement, trying to give Woodrow the run around. Goes wide left as they're running towards the Norwich half now. Still got quite a bit to do there as Hobson, and Woodrow's recovered well. Ball forward intercepted by Linley, and then out towards the near side it goes. It was Armstrong who tried getting it, but couldn't get it. Jack Fox-Hockney then just announced player of the match. He's going to jog off towards the far side, and he's going to be substituted by number 12, Harland. Different spelling to the Harland, H-A-R-L-A-N-D. He does have the ponytail, and he runs off from the far side and jogs across the halfway line, and will take his position near the centre circle for this North Eastern Yorkshire throw. That's not going to be taking place yet though, because final change for Norwich. Number 8, Weirty, is going to be replaced by number 15, Hudson, for Norwich. Rodwell, 3 minutes added on at the end of the game as it's a hard diagonal bouncing in towards the far side of the box for North Eastern Yorkshire. Try and get a fourth, they do. Flicked in, really nicely done. The substitutes combining. Harland down the left side of the box, got towards the bar line, low ball in towards the middle, and it looks like Hobson got the last touch on it. Another deft flick with the left leg around the back of the standing leg through the goalkeeper. This time it's Ben Coe who couldn't do anything about it, and it is North Eastern Yorkshire 4, Norwich City 0, as Norwich City from the restart just decide to dribble through. Bradley Taylor Buglioni then plays it down the left for Armstrong towards the back post. Norwich not giving up here, but it goes behind the man at the far stick and out of play for a throw. Another substitution now being made. North East and Yorkshire, Ethan Day. He's replaced by number 16, Clark. But it won't be Day. I don't think he's on the field. It will be number 10, Sheridan Linley, slowly making his way towards the far side. So, still in stoppage time. And North Eastern Yorkshire have a throw from deep, which they then hoof long all the way down the middle. It does meet the number 14, but he's unable to make the most of it. North Eastern Yorkshire winning it back, and now with Dolby, he's going to try and slam it through the thirds, but it's easily picked up in the middle by Taylor Buglioni. It's opened up in midfield now for him. Charging forward with a man in his back. He goes all the way. Low toe peg from him. The referee says there was a push in his back though from the number 13 Hobson, who was chasing him all the way, shadowing him all the way towards the box. And the referee feels that impeded the shot towards goal, being as tame as it was. So a chance for a free kick. Norwich have it just left of the D. Stood over it is Bradley Taylor Buglioni. Got a 3-man wall on the edge of the area in front of him. A couple of players jostling around the goalkeeper as well. Left-footed, hits the wall, ricochets out towards the near side. It'll be a corner ball. On the left-hand side, Norwich will take. Armstrong hurriedly goes towards the quadrant and places the ball down. Left-footed, clips in towards the heart of the box. Dolby underneath it. Out towards number 10, Taylor Buglioni, coming in field and then steps back out towards the left-hand side now. He's got player in his shoulder, not giving him a moment's rest. And in the end, he loses out. And now 2 players break. And there's only 1 defender back for Norwich. Through it goes. This is a chance one-on-one. Rodwell, good save by the goalkeeper, who made himself big and stuck out his left leg. And Benko was able to divert it wide. And out for a corner for North Eastern Yorkshire, who are finishing the game now where they want the ball at the other end of the field. Rodwell, low right-footed ball, in it goes. It's scooped over the crossbar by the number 3 there, Horswell, who was running onto it. And that might well be that. As the goalkeeper, Benko, kicks the goal kick towards the right of the box. His captain Woodrow plays in towards Fleming, who's getting the calls of man on him. He was closed down but turned away and was able to roll it down the left-hand side. Armstrong, can he get to it ahead of the byline? He can. Play back in towards the middle, but it didn't quite reach Cummings, and he's slammed out towards the near side by the retreating defenders. That's probably the most open that North Eastern Yorkshire have been all game, and it will, as a result, be a throw for Norwich. Armstrong rolls it with his left arm back towards halfway. Kick towards the edge of the box, headed away by Horswell. Full time, and our arms aloft in the air from those in royal blue. The North Eastern Yorkshire players celebrate. They are winners of the Cerebral Palsy Final here in the FA Disability Cup 2023. Very respectable handshakes and high fives taking place all across the field by both sets of players. Lots of respect between them and the officials, as well as they shake the officials' hands on the edge of the centre circle. Put Norwich City 0, North East and Yorkshire 4.
Thank you very much to Dan and Ewan. Yes, a dominant display for North Eastern Yorkshire. They will be lifting the Disability Cup for the 4th time in 5 finals, beating Norwich today. Norwich, a very new team though, so I'm sure that was a brilliant experience for them. It was a great first final to get the action underway today, Addy.
Yeah, really good start to the day. And Matt, I mean, give us your thoughts, summarise that game for us.
Good game. I thought it'd be a lot closer than it was, but, you know, nerves for Norwich, the newcomers, aren't they? So it's the first time that they've been in a final. It's credit to them. Obviously, this is the norm for them now. They've got to make it every year. But yeah, no, all applaudits go to North Eastern Yorkshire. They were superb, I thought. And some of their goals were spectacular. Oh yeah, I couldn't have scored them. So yeah, lovely. 2 back heels as well. That never happens. So yeah, fantastic.
I mean, also, I mean, you mentioned Norwich. Let's give them a little shout and some credit to them. And how important is it to have a new team like Norwich?
Massive, absolutely. It's superb, especially for the sport, because it means there's teams that are starting. Obviously, they're a fresh team that have just recently started and been created. So yeah, it's fantastic because anyone can get involved, and look where they've came. They've only started a couple of years at St George's now, so it's fantastic for the sport, and it's brilliant to see.
And after we watched that brilliant video with Harry Haaland and Jude Bellingham before the match, how good for Harry to get that assist today. I hope Jude was watching.
Oh, I do, yeah. It was a lovely little pass through, wasn't it? Yeah, great. You know, when he came on, I thought I hoped he'd score because I'd be made up for him, but yeah, it was fantastic, especially the pass through. Yeah, lovely.
And a word on Fox Hockney and his performance?
He was good, yeah, he was good. He'll get a big head if I say anything else, but yeah, he was really good. He was composed in the middle.
Come on, mate. He was running that midfield.
He did really well, especially when he's an FT1, like I heard the commentators say. Yeah. Obviously, it's the most impaired on the pitch, but he was fantastic, and, you know, credit to him. And obviously, I thought Woodrow at the back for Norwich was really good as well, considering they were beat, but yeah.
You're just still upset at the dirty boots, aren't you?
I'll have a word with him about that.
He was at the heart of everything in that performance. Well, we'll have more analysis with Matt coming up after the break. Also, there's so much live sport across BT Sport today. MotoGP, it's the Grand Prix of Assen on 2. Up next on 3, we'll be bringing you the Powerchair Final as well between Aspire and Newcastle United. We've got day 2 of the World Senior Darts at 1 o'clock, and here the last match of the day will be the Deaf Final. It's Farsley Celtic against St John's. A lot of people looking forward to that one today. And we've got Major League Baseball at 2 o'clock on 1. It's the Cubs against the Cardinals. But analysis on the way. North East and Yorkshire, the winners of the Cerebral Palsy Final. A man of the match display from Jack Fox Hockney, and some stunning goals, which we'll look back on next. Goals fit for a final in the CP final. A lovely back heel there from Edward Dyson. Anything you can do, I can do better, said William Elliott Hobson, with another back heel in that 4-0 win for North Eastern Yorkshire. And we can hear from Dan Darby and Jack Fox-Hockney with Hannah.
Jack, you've been here a few times before. Do you think that experience helped you in today's match?
Yeah, I think we had the confidence. Nerves didn't settle us. We was quietly confident, I feel, coming into it, and it showed on the match.
Absolutely. I've heard you've got a nickname. Is it like TV to share with us?
I'm not sure, to be fair. What's my nickname?
I've heard it's the Pirate.
The Pirate? Oh, yeah, to be fair. I ain't got my earring in today, so I thought Matty Crossan wouldn't give me that stick, but here we are.
You've had it all, mate, honestly. I'm modest too, once again. Dan, captain of the team, you must be absolutely thrilled with that performance.
Yeah, really proud of the boys. You could tell that we had a lot more confidence than them going into it. They were quite nervous. We've been here before. We've been here 4 or 5 times now. We were all composed, secured, and it shows in the scoreline.
And it was Edward's first time here at the FA Disability Cup, and he scored an absolute blinder of a back heel goal there. I mean, that's some skill.
Well, if you've got purple hair, you've got to flick it in somehow. You know, you've got to be flamboyant, so he knows what he's doing.
Is the coverage of the FA Disability Cup really bringing through those new players who are making a difference?
Yeah, Foxy will speak to this as well. When we were younger, there were nothing like this to push us into it. I hope there's a lot of young lads there today with CP that look at this and aim to push themselves through the pathway. We've got Yorkshire, and you've got the England level. You know, you can get paid for playing cerebral palsy football now. There's a lot of chances.
And do you feel the same about that, Jack?
Yeah, I feel the same. It's getting the platform's getting great. The CP seniors did unreal this summer. Matty Cross and the boys put on a right performance, so it's growing. We're getting there. It's going good.
What are you going to do tonight to celebrate?
A few beers, I reckon.
Not McDonald's. A few people on about McDonald's yesterday.
More of a KFC man myself, but I might have to have Macca's, yeah.
Other fast foods are available, you know. We're not naming them up.
I'm a Pirate, so it'll be a rum and coke, I reckon.
Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to your team and enjoy your celebrations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well done.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, Hannah. Yeah, be celebrating like a true pirate tonight with a rum and coke. But they deserve that, Matt, after that performance. Was that really the difference then? They talked about the experience they've got in these finals and the confidence that's given them.
Yeah, exactly. It's confidence in these sort of games and the experience. Obviously, pressure is a privilege at times, and I think they dealt with the pressure here quite easily. And you can see that they've obviously consecutive finalists over the years, because look how good they were here. And obviously you've got the likes of Norwich. It was their first tournament, so you could see it showed dividends there, especially in the game. They were worried about going forward, so yeah.
And Jack must be scared of your banter, because he weren't wearing his trainers, was he?
No. Oh yeah, he's a funny boy. He's done well today. I'll give him that.
We never asked what his nickname for you is, though.
No, I'm sure he'll have a few.
Well, he put in some performance today, the player of the match in that 4-0 victory for North Eastern Yorkshire. As you can see, they're getting ready to present the trophy, and we're going to hand you over to our commentary team for the presentation. It's back to Ewan, and first it's back to you, Dan.
Well, we're now preparing for the medal presentation at the end of that Cerebral Palsy final. There is a large black and green arch on the halfway line at the moment. It's about 8 foot high, and that will be the backdrop to the money shot, if you like, the photo of the winning team lifting the trophy all together in a few moments' time on that green and black arch banner. It says it has the FA Disability Cup logo and also has the official tagline, "Here for Glory." There are 4 members of the RAF smartly dressed in blue shirts, black tie and navy blue trousers with smart hats on as well. They're holding silver trays that have the runners-up medals, the officials' medals and the winners' medals inside them. But first and foremost, the small diminutive number 6, Jack Fox-Hockney, with the hair screwed up into a bun on the back of his head. He receives the player of the match trophy, which he's holding in his left hand, and he walks back towards his teammates, where he'll soon be winning his winning his winner's medal. Next up, the 4 officials, all dressed in black, walk up one after the other to shake the hands of the 3 dignitaries and then receive their medals for being the officials for this final. The medals are in a small square case, which is opened for the officials so they can see the medal inside. Very proud moment for them. Norwich City next to take the plaudits. Runners up in their yellow shirts, green shorts and yellow socks, shaking hands with the dignitary and handing over the medals to each and every one of them. 1 or 2 dejected faces, but not too many. Lots of smiles as well from the Norwich team. They gave everything they got. They didn't give up at all towards the end. They've had a very good season indeed. Just wasn't their day today. So the last of them and their coaching staff and the black training tops, black shorts and white socks, they're just getting the last of the medals now as that silver tray for the runners-up is emptied of medals. And then now to be called forward will be the North East and Yorkshire team. So they're led by number 50, McKechnie, who didn't play today, but he's very much a big part of the North East and Yorkshire setup. Each of the players in royal blue take the plaudits, take their medals and make their way in front of the arch banner. And in front of them is the winner's plate. As each of them collect their medals, they walk past the trophy, which is also stood about 2 feet high. They look forward to lifting that very shortly. The last player to collect his medal will be the big broad captain, number 9, Daniel Dalby. He gets a hug from the dignitary as he receives his medal, and then now will be presented the trophy by the member of the Royal Navy. He stands behind the winner's plinth, he crouches down and he thrusts that trophy forwards, and he's absolutely delighted with it. Daniel Dalby does the number 3 with his fingers, signifying the dominance that North East and Yorkshire have with the Cerebral Palsy Trophy at the FA Disability Cup. Each of them pass the trophy between themselves, jubilant scenes, and very much deserved winners for 2023, North East and Yorkshire.
Congratulations to North East and Yorkshire lifting that trophy again. What a performance. The captain, Dan Dalby, lifting that cup first. You can see what that meant. In fact, it was a close call, wasn't it, between him and Jack Fox-Hockney for the player of the match, wasn't it, Matt? Yeah, it was, yeah. I think Dan was fantastic. Obviously, people look at the goals and what Jack done in the game. He was fantastic, but obviously Dan kept them out as well, and it's just as important. But yeah, they were both fantastic.
You know what's really nice is, the North East and Yorkshire have won this 3 times, but they're still celebrating like it was 3 times in a row, but they're still celebrating like it's their first win. Yeah. And you love to see that passion. And yeah, we're talking about Jack Fox-Hockney and how well he played, and he started things off really. He got the ball rolling with this fantastic goal as well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, obviously they've lost it on the edge of the box there, Bailey, and he's just cut inside. It's a lovely little finish. I think it's with his weaker foot, to be honest. So yeah, he's done really well. But the pressure from Dan Dolby gives him the opportunity there, because he puts the pressure on him, and it's a lovely little finish.
And it shows the experience that they have. You know, Dan Dolby with a little bit of a nudge there, and then Jack Fox Hockney with the clinical finish as well.
Yeah.
And that's the experience that they have of being there, and they've been here many times before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've been in the England development side for a long time as well, so they've got experience, and the pressure of it won't get to them much, I don't think. But yeah, they were. I thought they were brilliant.
Dan got his goal, didn't he, after putting in that captain's performance? But it was Fox Hockney who got the assist for this one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he's done really well. He's got loads of time, and obviously he's used it well there. And it's a lovely little ball into him, and it's just nicely weighted. And he's just used the weight of the ball to bend it round. And fortunately, it's gone through the lad's legs and took the keeper's eyesight with it. But yeah, it's.
We can't blame the keeper there, do you think?
No, I don't think we can. No.
No, it would have been a bit harsh.
Yeah, it would have been a bit harsh.
It's just gone through his legs. He's expecting the defender to get hold of it there. But
yeah.
And it's the constant pressure that North Eastern Yorkshire were able to put on Norwich that just paid off, because they were relentless throughout this game, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, attacking-wise, it looked like they had a little bit more, but I think it was their tactics and their formation that they played. Usually, obviously, if you want to attack, you might go for a 1-2-3 formation, or one at the back, and it looks like that's what they sort of did. Maybe a 1-3-2, and it worked by the looks of it. Yeah, they've dominated it from start to finish.
And then they thought, we'll put on a show. We got the showboating out with the back heels, didn't we?
Lovely, them goals, really nice. Listen, you can try them in training and they'll come off, but in games, to have the guts to do it, in a final especially, it's the pressure there. Yeah,
it seems like back heels were the order of the weekend. Actually, there's been back heels all left, right, and centre.
It was. You know what? If anyone else tries them if I try them flicks, they go over or it goes nowhere. But they're so hard to pull off, and obviously they've made it look like it's quite easy to do. Because they're going to get, if they don't score there from the back heel, they're going to get moaned at by their teammates. So the pressure that they've got as well, and that's a lovely little weighted ball into him, and it's a great little finish. I was hoping he'd take the shot on, to be honest. I was thinking, go on, Harry, have a strike. So
very unselfish.
Yeah, very very un-Haaland-esque, I would have said.
Yeah, absolutely.
and we heard from Dan and Jack about how important this is as an advert for other CP players or people who potentially want to get into the sport. You know, talk to us a little bit more about that. People who'd be watching who want to have a go but never tried before.
Yeah, I mean, the FA have done wonders. Obviously, they've got the talent pathway and the emerging talent pathway. Now, if anyone wants to get in touch, go onto the England website and it'll direct you to the para teams, and you can get involved that way, or just get in touch with your local side and they'll direct you. That's what happened with some of the lads who came into the England fold, and it's there now. We just need to start progressing and bringing youth through, because it's happened on the world stage with us in the European Euros, and it's happening here as well, and you can see young lads coming through. People are getting in touch with myself and other lads in the squad that just want to get involved with CP football, and it's something that we want to aspire to be where the Lionesses are now. That's what we want to get to. Obviously, it'll probably come after I've retired, but it'll be lovely to start it off and get it going.
But absolutely, and you take that role as England captain very seriously, and help promoting the sport and getting that word out there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's imperative to get it out. Really, it's the main thing to do. Regardless.
Matt, it's been lovely to have you with us today. Best of luck when you're back training with England as well in the autumn. But thank you very much for joining us for the CP finals today.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks,
Matt.
And we're going to take a quick break now. But the action keeps on coming at St George's Park. We've got the Powerchair final next. But North Eastern Yorkshire lifting the CP trophy with a 4-0 win here. Look at those scenes. More of those on the way. And we've got a very special guest joining us as well.
So my name's Philip Heap, I work for the FA, I'm the National Development Manager for the Disability Football Pathway, and we're here in the experience area, FA Disability Cup Finals weekend. It's a new edition for this year because we're really keen for people to be able to learn more about the different formats that are being played over the course of the weekend, but also to experience them for themselves, so to be able to actually have a go at playing amputee, blind, deaf, partially sighted and powerchair football. And we've also got our new female cerebral palsy development squad who are going to be coming over the weekend to do an exhibition of cerebral palsy football, because the only way that you're able to really appreciate how talented the players are that have reached the cup finals is to actually have a go at the different formats themselves, because it's incredibly difficult to play some of the formats. So the skill levels and the ability that the players who have reached the finals have is immense.
That experience area, such a great addition to the Disability Cup, and what a great addition to our lineup now, because ahead of the Powerchair final we've got two very special guests, Michael Owen and his son James, join us now. It's great to see you both here, and James, you've actually been along trying out the experience area.
I have, yeah. We've been watching a few of the games and it's been great, high quality. It's like it's people underestimate how much time and effort they put into it, and it's to be honest, it was more of it was an eye-opener for me as well. I didn't know they'll be such high quality. They were really good. I've heard there was quite a lot of goals in it, so
yeah, there was goals in the CP final. It was amazing. But tell us about the experience area. You tried Powerchair football, did you? What was that like?
Yeah, we did.
I was going to answer that. He's jumping in just because he was better than me. He's jumping in. Go on, then. Tell
he said
how
you should have been sent off.
Powerchair, Jesus, they are very powerful. You would underestimate how fast they are. We were only on 4.3 out of 5
in terms of the power rating on them.
Speed,
the speed, yeah.
And I was doing wheelies and wheel spins. I was going all over the place and ramming him into the grass. But it was great fun. It was definitely an experience. It's another eye opener. It's just how it was so difficult. It's when I've watched a few of the Powerchair games, and they're so precise and they pass and it goes so accurate.
They make it look easy.
It looks so easy, but tell you what, when you're doing it, it's hard to even it's hard to pass at all. I miss a ball 90% of the time, let alone be accurate. So
I was worse than him.
Yeah.
I can believe that, Mike. I can believe that. Michael, tell us a bit more about the film that you're making with James for BT Sport.
Yeah, so James is partially sighted himself. James has got Stargardt's disease. So we've been following the partially sighted England team, men's team, for some time now. And it's going to culminate at the World Cup in this country, amazingly. We are one of the better teams in the world. But it's just been an amazing journey. It's been a real... confidence booster, I guess, for James as well, being in and around the team and training with them a bit and speaking to people that are also visually impaired. And this is almost a bit of an extension of that, to come and see some of our other England teams. And as James rightly says, the skill levels is quite incredible. And I don't care what sport you like. I can watch any sport if it's done really well. And that's what this is. Any sport that we've gone and watched, I mean, the quality of it is quite incredible. And then you try it yourself, and it's practically impossible. So hats off to them.
I mean, talk to us what it's like as a parent to have an event like this, where you've got an avenue for your kids to come and express themselves.
Well, it is, because you can imagine when we first got to hear that James had a visual impairment, and trying to get over that and trying to understand it and trying to make his life a bit better. Is all you want is for the best for your children, isn't it? I've got 4 children, and James is perfect in absolutely every way apart from his vision, and to have options there for him. Of course, he wants to do everything that I do. I've been lugging him around Ascot all week, and I can't watch the racing because he's saying, right, which one of mine's winning, and I'm giving him a commentary. But we muddle through and we can do absolutely anything. But sometimes there's some, they want to be involved in it, and they want to actively take part. And the participants here and their families, because it's not easy on them as well. And everybody that makes it, and BT for showing it. It's absolutely brilliant. It gives visibility to everything as well.
James, just tell us what it was like for you taking part in the film, but also getting that diagnosis and how you've had to adapt.
I mean, I've had it since I was born, which I would probably say would be lucky. I've had more time to learn how to adapt to it, and it's not like I've had anything taken away from me. But I don't know the ins and outs. I'm definitely not the right person to ask. But all I know is it doesn't affect day to day as much. I find ways around it. I can still be with my mates. I can still go to Ascot and have a good time. But it just means might not be able to watch the game. So I'd have to get an app to commentate, or I might have to peg my dad's head to commentate for me, tell me what's going on. It's little things like that. But I mean, you definitely should be grateful. I've been brought up in a supporting family and environment, so you definitely can't complain, really. I mean, we're out here spreading awareness to it, so
there we go.
You can hear the cheers there, because the mighty Newcastle United coming out for the Powerchair final. They're taking on Aspire, and Michael actually talking about that supportive family environment. It's your wedding anniversary today, and you've got a meal booked for 2 o'clock.
Congratulations, mate.
We better let you go, because we don't want you getting in trouble for that. Thank you both very much for supporting the Disability Cup this weekend, and for coming on the show to chat to us as well. Thank you, James and Michael. Thank you. We'll take a quick break now, and we'll build up to that Powerchair final as the players start their warm-up here at St George's Park. Welcome back. It was 3 in a row for North Eastern Yorkshire in the Cerebral Palsy Final here at St George's Park a little earlier. They beat Norwich 4-0 in a quality final with 4 brilliant goals to lift that trophy yet again.
And coming up, as we see today, we've got Aspire PFC in the Powerchair Football Final against Newcastle United Foundation PFC at 12:40 kicking off. And then after that, we've got that Deaf Final between Farsley Celtic Deaf FC and St John's Deaf FC. That's going to be a great match at 2:40 p.m.
It really is, as is, I'm sure, the Powerchair Final. And here's what we can expect. Powerchair football is played by anyone who uses a powered or manual wheelchair. The game is played using a specially designed sports powerchair. Each team is made up of 4 players with 2 halves of 20 minutes. Games are played on an indoor court with a larger ball and upright goalposts placed 6 metres apart. A push-in replaces throw-ins and tackling is only permitted using the playing attachment at the front of the player's chair. Yes, 3-time winners at the FA Disability Cup. Aspire PFC and relative newcomers Newcastle United Foundation PFC are your finalists here in the Futsal Arena. And we're delighted to introduce our next guest. It's coach of Sevenoaks Powerchair team, Adam McAvoy, is with us. Also your Football Association National Development Manager as well. Tell us a bit more about what that involves, Adam.
So my role is based around a lot of grassroots development, so introducing new people to the game, trying to create new clubs, provide opportunities for competitive outlets at regional and national league, coach education as well, and try and be as well-rounded as possible to introduce people to the Powerchair format.
Adam, give us a little idea of who can play Powerchair football and a little bit more in depth into the rules as well.
So Powerchair football is open for anyone with a physical impairment. So we can have players playing at any level, and then as we progress through regional and national level, at national league level, we have classification.
So would I be able to play Powerchair football?
Yeah, certainly you would at regional level, and then as we move through to national level, there's classification, which obviously takes impairment into account, and we try and accommodate for the players that are more highly impaired than others.
So how did you first get involved in Powerchair?
So I started over a decade ago, worked in special needs education. Powerchair football was the most popular after-school club there, and that then progressed to becoming from a school team to a community team, which became Sevenoaks, and then from there moving and working forward for the association at both regional level, and my role now is as national manager.
And what's the state of the game at the moment in terms of numbers of teams and participation?
Yeah, certainly coming off the back of COVID, it's getting healthier. So we now have 40 clubs nationally.
Wow.
Yeah, and of those clubs, some of them have multiple teams. So we have over 100 teams. We've got over 500 players, the length and breadth of the country. 6 regional competitions, a 2-tiered national league. And obviously we're here today for the Cup as well.
We certainly are. And we've got relative newcomers in the final today with Newcastle United Foundation. And we can hear from their coach now, who's been talking to Hannah Cockcroft.
It's Newcastle's first time here at the FA Disability Cup. Just how much does it mean to be here for the team?
Oh, it's massive. I mean, we've only been a team for 3 years. We entered the Cup this year thinking if we get through a couple of rounds, it'll be good. But then to get to the final and beat local rivals Northern Thunder in the first round, massive achievement.
It's going to be a tough game today, though, isn't it?
We're under no illusions what we're facing today. I mean, these are probably the most decorated team in the country. So, but we've got a game plan. Hopefully, if it works, we could cause an upset.
A game plan is always a good idea. They've got some very established players over on Aspire, but you've got a few wins under your belt as well. You were the coach for Northern Thunder, who were previous winners. Are you bringing that winning mentality today?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I've got some very exciting players. I mean, the 3 young lads, Ethan, Ollie and Albie, I don't think there's 3 better players at their age, probably in world football, never mind this country. So if they hit form, I think they could surprise a few people.
Newcastle like to hand out a bit of banter online, I've heard. Have you been handing it out pre this match?
Nah, not after the past 2 results. We've sort of kept it a bit under guard, but if the result goes our way, we've got something in surprise for them.
Well, I'm kind of excited to see that, so very best of luck. I'll let you get back to the team.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers, thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Oh, look at that. You've got to love the Geordie lads and lasses on tour here to support the team. As always, I'm sure the Magpies are going to bring brilliant support for this final. How good is it to see the new kids on the block in this final?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic to have a new team in the final. As Jamie was rightly saying, they've only been around a couple of years. But you know what it's like with Newcastle, they're always going to bring the noise regardless of the format, so they're going to make a hell of a racket and I think really cheer the team on today.
Yeah, I think it was them that were making the noise when all the players came in, the Geordie side. It was so loud. Tell us about the Newcastle team, you know. Who are the standout players?
I think, as Jamie said, it'll be the young players that we'll need to look at. So young Albie Morris, Ollie Crawshaw, Ethan Fisher, all involved within the talent programme at different levels, and all really exciting prospects. And ones to look out for, and hopefully future England internationals.
And they've got Sam Smith as well, who we watched last year playing for Northern Thunder, now on the Newcastle team today, and actually put in a really good performance last year. Let's hear now, though, from the opposition, because Hannah is with Aspire's coach.
Aspire have been here a few times before, John. How are they feeling ahead of today's game?
Oh, we're very excited. We've had a great season. Won the league last weekend, so coming off a great high and hopefully another trophy tag to cabinet today.
And I mean, aside from yourself, you are probably the star player. Who else are we looking at today?
Two of my guys have just got into the England team. So Dan McClellan, who's only 14 years old, he's a great guy. He's going to be one for the future, definitely. And Brad Bates has also been part of the England squad, so now he's back in it for the World Cup. So yeah.
2019 was the last time you were champions here. You've got a lot of support here with you today. We've heard it as you were coming in. How much would it mean to take that title home with you today?
Massively. Like when we came in 2019, we lost, so we're coming to bounce back from that. And like I say, with all the support that we've got, we want to make them proud and bring the trophy home.
Is it going to be a tough match?
Hopefully not, but we'll do our best not to make it.
Just go in there confident, and I'm sure you've got this. Good luck, and I'll let you get back to your warm up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. Aspire, one of the oldest power chair teams in the league, in the country, aren't they? Just how good are they at developing players?
It's been something that they've done for a long time now, and obviously led very ably by John Bolden, England captain, and possibly, in my view, the best player in the world.
Wow, that is big praise there. And we saw in the CP final earlier between North East and Yorkshire and Norwich, that experience really played through. How much do you think experience is going to play a part in this final?
Hugely, I think. Obviously, John's been here before. Brad Bates is one of his teammates who was here, previous winner with West Bromwich Albion. They've been here and done it. So in contrast to Newcastle, it'll be their first time. So there may be some nerves, certainly from some of the younger players, but that'll be the challenge for them and the test to see how they cope.
Talk to us more about what we can expect in the game and the technical side of it.
Yeah, so obviously it's a four-side game, and it looks very different from other formats of football. It's a two-dimensional version of the game, so the ball stays on the floor. You'll have your goalkeeper and a player that plays in the centre, and two wide players that are higher up. So you'll see lots of triangles and hopefully lots of passing on a big pitch today. And they'll look to just try and you'll see the chairs, the way that they position them and the angles that they use to try and manipulate the direction of the ball.
And is there a 2-on-1 rule as well?
Yeah, that's correct.
Tell us about that.
So tackling in itself is 1 against 1. So a second party from the team can't come in within more than 3 metres of the ball. So it's to ensure that the game can flow and the ball can be passed around rather than it all becoming all ugly and like a scrum.
And it's incredible how responsive those power chairs are. Are they specially made for power chair football?
Yeah, so they're specifically designed for the game, built just to play football. You wouldn't want to sit in it all day because it wouldn't be the most comfortable.
Yeah.
But to be able to sit in it for a couple of hours with the enhanced speed and acceleration, it just acts as whatever the player wants to do in their mind, that's the chair, and it enables them to deliver and perform that skill.
Well, you mentioned the speed. Sorry, Adi, I was going to say, but there's a lot of testing that goes on, isn't there, before the match and after the match?
Yeah, so pre and post match, there's a speed test process where they need to be under a certain speed. As you can see, they're making a lot of noise. We knew it was going to happen.
Do you know what? Out of all the matches this weekend, this has had the most raucous crowd.
That's because Newcastle are involved, Adi. we don't do anything quietly.
I wear the Geordies.
What were you saying, Adam?
So pre-match they need to be 10 kilometres or under, and then post-match for a retest they get a little bit of an allowance, 10% to be 11 kilometres, and that's the process that we pre and post-match for the chairs.
And the physicality, you talked about not being able to come into contact with each other when they tackle. You know, how big a part does that play in the game?
So in theory the game's meant to be non-contact, but in theory there's always going to be a little bit of contact, but that's managed and policed by the officials, so there is a little bit and it is allowed, but nothing excessive or dangerous, obviously, to protect the players and to make sure that they're safe.
And what's the top speed of the chairs?
So they can get up to 10 kilometres and then maybe a little bit faster when they get warm, certainly in an environment like this today.
What does this competition do for the sport? You can see the amazing support that we've got here for this final, and this sort of coverage live on TV as well.
It's huge because it puts these players on a platform to show that they are elite athletes. They're fantastic players, hugely skillful, hugely technical, and it just means that they can obviously showcase their abilities on a wider scale, but it also means that people watching at home, if they're having to come to terms with disability, physical impairment, actually they can access football and they can become elite players too. So it's fantastic to be able to showcase our game at the highest level at an event like this.
Now Adam, we can't let you off the hook on this one. We've asked every pundit to give us a prediction on a score. No one's got it right yet so far, so what's your score predictions?
I think both teams will go for it in an attacking context, but I think based on the recent results between them, I think Aspire will come out on top 3-1.
Well, there's been a lot of talk on social media between the two as well, hasn't there? So a nice little rivalry building, so it should make for a competitive final, do you think?
I think it's going to be fantastic, and hopefully it'll be a great example of the game at the highest level for everyone to appreciate.
And I will be staying completely impartial, of course. It is Aspire against Newcastle United in the Powerchair final. We're going to hand you over to our commentary team here at the Futsal Hall. It is Ewan and Dan.
Well, welcome to the Futsal Hall here at St George's Park, where certainly the spectators on the far side have brought the noise in this indoor arena for the Powerchair final between Aspire, whose traditional colours are white and red, and the Newcastle United Foundation, whose colours are black and white. The Newcastle team left of halfway at the moment in the power chair. The power chair, quite a low chair that's down, specially modified for this sport. It has a bit of a ramp at the front, which is what the players use to hit the ball, a larger ball than what you would be used to in your regular 11-a-side football. It's a size 9 ball, so nearly double that of standing football standard size, and the players in the power chairs really quite nifty the way they do it. They're able to spin and manoeuvre, get the momentum to hit the ball towards either goal. There's a smaller court within the main futsal court here at St George's Park. It's a maximum of 30 metres long by 18 metres wide, but there is still a goal area at each end, and the goals themselves aren't netted goals. They are made up of a pole either side that is around 5 foot or so in height. So the starting four for both teams, we'll start with Aspire, who are wearing white t-shirts with red sleeves. It's Tom Kelly in goal, and then the other 3 players, the outfield players if you like, number 7 Dan McClellan, number 8 the captain John Boulding, and number 19 Brad Bates. The Newcastle United team, who have got black and white on the back of their chairs with red names and numbers. Aaron Guthrie is in goal. And then the other 3 players, the captain Ollie Crawshaw, number 9 Sam Smith, and number 10 Ethan Fisher. Plenty of spectators on the far side, plenty of flags as well. There's one flag from Aspire that's black and white and says "Come on Aspire," and that is behind a row of 4 or 5 rows of Aspire supporters, all in red and white t-shirts, and then the Newcastle United flags plenty in number on the far side, black and white flags. One saying Geordie's on tour, another saying away the lads. And away we go in this game. Aspire going from right to left from halfway, and immediately dribbling the ball down the centre was John Balding, the captain. An infringement, though, made by Aspire, meaning that it will be a Newcastle ball from the edge of their goal area. It's the first half. 2 lots of 20 minutes in this game as the 3 Newcastle players pass it between them in their own half. Try and break down the centre in halfway. The ball gets wedged between the 2 chairs. The chair of Sam Smith, the number 9, and the Aspire captain, number 8. John Balding was able to steer it towards the far side, and then a bit more movement to spin and hit in towards centre field. It's deflected initially off Sam Smith for Newcastle, but then breaks back for Aspire once again, who come through the centre circle. The captain driving them again. John Balding gets towards the goal area, 2 to be in front, tries to square it for McClellan, goes slightly behind, he's able to get the chair round, and from the corner whiz it back in towards the centre. Good pace to the start from Aspire as Newcastle try to break over halfway. Again, the ball just becoming wedged between 2 chairs, both side onto one another in the centre circle, but Balding comes out the stronger out of the 2, but it's a loose play from him. He's able to then read the next one, though, but feels contact in his back, which means it will be a Newcastle ball, in fact. As Balding is adjudged to have been the guilty party blocking off an opponent. So Ethan Fisher, the number 10, he's in a green top. The rest of the Newcastle players all in black and white shirts in their power chairs. But Fisher looking to ultimately go left, gets the 1-2, and then immediately swings it out towards the near side, but it's in front of the intended target and astray, and out for an Aspire ball played through from halfway. Maybe an opportunity for number 19 Bates now. Comes laterally and diagonally with it towards the far touch line. Still wedged between him and Crawshaw, the Newcastle captain. Came last off Bates, so the decision going Crawshaw's way, and it will be a Newcastle ball, which Fisher will swing diagonally towards the centre circle, repelled immediately by Balding. It was going towards goal, which meant that Aaron Guthrie, the goalkeeper, had to just come out and poke it away out towards the near side. He does so efficiently. Then played from halfway by Aspire. It's a loose play. Crawshaw initially is able to get his chair on the ball, but then it moves out towards the far side and difficult for them to keep in play. Breaks now for Balding, midway point of the Newcastle half. Most of the play so far has been in Newcastle territory. The last touch coming off Crawshaw, so it will be an Aspire ball. Quickly taken down the line, moved back towards halfway. Balding swung slightly early for that one, so didn't catch great contact with it. And it's ricocheted out towards the near side. It will be a Newcastle ball just short of halfway. And it will be left again for Ethan Fisher to come across and take from halfway. Square ball across the halfway line, then the next pass forward towards the Aspire half, initially intercepted by Balding, who closes down that clearance, and then again the ball trapped between he and Fisher's chair as they both work out towards the far side and almost in the corner now. Last touch came off Balding, unable to make anything of it, and it will be a Newcastle ball level with their own penalty area. And it will be taken by Sam Smith, who's dropped in on that far side, the Newcastle left, to take a big swing at it. Able to get it as far as halfway, repelled by Balding, who's cleared it away. It's a good pass out towards the near side. They try and turn it in towards the box there, do Aspire. They're able to do so. Keeper's come a long way out to keep the move going, though. It's straight back into the Newcastle half. Bates up to play it across, saved by the keeper, but then ricocheted back towards him off his own defender there. Keeper still has it left side of the area, unsure really where to go with it. Balding closes down, it's on the far side now. Balding has been able to get it, tries to play it in towards the centre where the goal was momentarily vacant, but no chairs there from an Aspire persuasion. Now maybe a Newcastle break over halfway. Chance here As the effort comes in, it will be a goal kick rather than a corner. Last touch coming off the Newcastle player who tried to find a teammate but didn't really have anyone up there with him. Referee, all in black, she plants the ball down for the goalkeeper Tom Kelly to back to the ball there. That was going to get a good swing round and try and get it up towards halfway. Just about manages to do so. Now going down the right hand side of Aspire, just about kept in, breaking over halfway. Now it's gone out. It will be a Newcastle ball. That gets plenty of support from those very black and white on the far side in the spectator stand. Ethan Fisher swings and plays it square towards the centre circle. Back towards him now on the far side of the left. He's moved back into the midway point of the Newcastle half at slow pace, but that speeds up now past one player. Can't get it past Boulding though, who is just anchoring in the centre of the Aspire half and commanding things at the moment. He's then under pressure from Crawshaw, but an infringement from Crawshaw means it will be an Aspire ball on halfway in the centre circle. Boulding's in a central position, swings from his left to right and goes midway into the Newcastle half, but there's an infringement off the ball by, I think it was Crawshaw, and so it will be an Aspire ball, very central now in the Newcastle half, slightly right of centre. Boulding swings and plays it diagonally across from McClellan. There was a player on the line able to divert away for Newcastle. McClellan again though, square across into the chance. Squared once again, they're not shooting at the moment. McClellan then spins and drew the interception there from Fisher at the expense of an Aspire corner on the near side there left to be taken by McClellan. 2 to aim at in the box. Just the goalkeeper back for Aspire. McClellan comes round to move it towards the left corner of the area, gets it back from Boulding, keeps it on the byline. Boulding again, spins it this time towards the far side. Ricochets out off a Newcastle chair, but still alive here. If McClellan can get the shot away, left corner of the area, well blocked by Ethan Fisher, who's just currently patrolling the middle of his own penalty area and doing so with great effect. Boulding there trying to nudge it down the right, knows he can't get a pathway, so squares it across from McClellan instead, takes a touch, steadies himself left corner of the area. Now allows the ball to go in towards the corner to allow the referee to make sure the posts are in the right position. The keeper just caught them there, which is why there was a loud bang. And eventually coming off a Newcastle player, defending well. Aspire ball restarting on the left-hand side touchline, near side as we look. Down the near side it goes. Another restart in favour of Aspire as McClellan cannoned it off. Smith back in towards the corner it goes. McClellan spinning it back towards the edge of the area. Boulding then trying to keep her alive. There's an infringement off the ball, but this time in favour of Newcastle, so a bit of respite for them. We've played 9 minutes or so midway through this first half of the Powerchair Final at the FA Disability Cup in the Futsal Hall, the indoor arena with the blue court and the white lines on this slightly smaller court to the standard futsal pitch. 30 metres by 18 metres, the maximum size of a Powerchair court. Newcastle restarting things with a dead ball on the edge of the centre circle in their own half. It's number 10, Ethan Fisher, the green t-shirt on, nudging it out towards the near side and getting it back. He then spins it out towards the far side. And once again, it's going through him. He goes long downfield. Keeper was able to stop it going through the post behind him. And then Aspire just clear out into touch. It will now be Newcastle's ball on the edge of their own penalty area. Fisher surveying his options. He's got an option near side the right, uses it as well, gets it back off Smith, number 9, back towards halfway. Newcastle is playing it between the three of them, but then Smith is unable to make contact on it, and he goes through the gate of him and Bowling and out of play on the near side for an Aspire ball on halfway, their left. It goes towards the edge of the centre circle. Deflected back towards Bowling, the take-up. Trying to block off the progress of Sam Smith, who gets lodged in between the ball and Boulding. Boulding gets away from him via the outside and is now on the edge of the centre circle. Finds McClellan wide left, tries to steer into the middle. Again, well placed is Fisher. Deflects off him. Out of play on the near side for an Aspire ball on halfway. Boulding gets it back, quickly steers onto it, and then the acceleration and the brake speed quite quick with these chairs. They quickly speed up and then are able to slow down to bring the ball under their control. Holding edge of the centre circle, moves it down the left-hand side. McClellan first time across. Can he find his teammate? He can, but it's just wide of the near post on that right-hand side, the far side of the area. Slightly stretching onto it, couldn't quite wrap the end of the chair around the ball to steer it on target. But Aspire certainly the ones knocking on the door. Fisher will take from into the penalty area towards the near side. Smith trying to look forward. Boulding gets something on it. Yeah, obviously lots of squeaking with the wheels on the hard futsal surface in this indoor court. Goes out eventually for an Aspire ball in the Newcastle half. Just short of halfway. Down the line it goes. McClellan again trying to play it across square. Breaks for Boulding on the edge of the area. Trying to find a pass either side here, Boulding. Can't quite move it out towards the left, but McClellan will get the balls. It slowly rolls towards him. Maybe an option to cross it for McClellan now, thinking about his options. Tries to spin it back for Boulding, who goes in toe-to-toe really there with Smith. Breaks back out on the near side for Boulding. He can't quite bring it under his spell with that first touch. It ricochets out for a Newcastle ball on the near side. It's midway inside their own half on their right. And Smith again will leave it for Ethan Fisher, the number 10, to take command. Swings at it, moves it towards halfway. Crusher on the turn, tries to move it to Smith. It's a bit of a loose one though in the centre circle, and Boulding comes away with it. Boulding, the ball just rolling down the left side of his chair, tries to move it across towards the near side, his left. Gets it back at the second attempt after it came off a Newcastle chair, and he's now locked into battle with Sam Smith. Boulding tries to turn him and goes inside, just about manages the ball, not with a great deal of pace on it at the moment. McClellan then steers it back in towards the centre. McClellan again wide left, level of the box, tries to nudge it back towards the edge of the area, but again an interception there from Sam Smith. And Smith slowly inching towards halfway, but doesn't go beyond it. Boulding again keen, winning it back, and out played across the area. Chance for McClellan, saved by the goalkeeper, back out for Boulding. And it wasn't a powerful effort, but it was blocked, and then a third effort comes in. Boulding again on the rebound, saved by a combination of the goalkeeper and Fisher, and eventually it goes out for a corner on the far side, the right, for Aspire, who are knocking on the door strongly now. Second by Bates, towards the edge of the area it goes, touched off for McClellan, back for Boulding again, who moves it far side the right. So not a great angle for a shot. Can they get it back in towards the middle once again? Bates tries to nudge it towards the edge of the area. Newcastle in decent shape, but the ball was dead, and it was an Aspire player reacting quickest. However, it was loose as it was played backwards, and now Newcastle break towards the halfway point. Boulding again, very difficult to get past, and he's turned defence into attack. McClellan finding Bates. Bates gets towards the right corner, spins it back towards the edge. Boulding got the contact on it, blocked pretty much on the line. Now McClellan again left-hand side, spinning and twisting and just moving the ball into the direction of the defender Ethan Fisher, who got the last touch, and it will be an Aspire ball near side the left midway point of the Newcastle half. McClellan steers it in towards the middle. Fisher beats Boulding to it and beats it long and away into the Aspire half, so Aspire will start with a dead ball on the near side there left, but it will be from deep. All the Newcastle players, they're happy to be inside their own half and just defend any balls that go forward into their territory. So another restart, this time just short of halfway. McClellan on his left side, moves it down towards Boulding, gets it back again. McClellan just over the halfway line now. Newcastle in a good defensive shape. Boulding coming from the centre circle, goes on the outside of one player and maybe has a square option here if he can squeeze it through. Just about does. Fisher spun around with great speed and clattered into the opponent to get that ball long and away, but the goalkeeper recycles it and it's back down the Aspire right. This time Fisher with a bit too much zest as he made that challenge, and so it will be a restart, and it will be an Aspire ball far side their right, just in front of the spectator area. Boulding will take this one, nudges it down that far side, the right of the area. Jen tries to put it back towards the edge of the box, but no could do that. Out of play, it goes on the near side, and it will be a Newcastle ball just inside their own half on their right hand side. It is opposite the spectator side of the futsal hall. It gets towards halfway. Newcastle trying to break into the Aspire half, but ultimately it came off a Aspire player last. So the referee, they're disagreeing with the assistant who had flagged the other way. And so the assistant plants that large size 9 ball down, and it's Fisher nudging it down this near corner, then gets it back towards the edge, tries to swivel for a shot on his left side. It's blocked, but then rolled out in front of the spectators for another Newcastle ball on halfway. Assistant referee with his flag in his right hand plants the ball down, and now Ethan Fisher in that green top. The rest of the Newcastle players all in black and white, but Fisher swings it from his left side square into the centre circle. Fisher gets it back, first time looks forward, but blocked by Aspire, who are away on the break, left side of the area. McClellan, heavy first touch though, runs in towards the goalkeeper. McClellan falls wide here, but in fact will happily take the corner. That's why he was leaving it. So near side opposite the spectators, McClellan will have a corner on the Aspire left. Number 7 on the back of his chair. He just nudges it back to the left corner of the box. Boulding closed down by the goalkeeper there, who came out quickly, did Guthrie. Guthrie still out to challenge the spinning ball that's loose on the edge of the area on the Aspire left-hand side. And eventually Guthrie just got the last touch on it and immediately accelerates back towards his own goal. And thanks Fisher for covering him while he was absent. And the square ball inside from Aspire breaks on the edge of the centre circle for Boulding for Aspire. He's the key man in the middle of the pitch, and the ball is rammed in between 2 chairs. He looks to continue with the break in towards the area. It's blocked by the defender, then a clatter between Boulding and Guthrie, and then eventually a decision has gone in favour of Newcastle. Boulding with that infringement there. And then on the edge of the area, Fisher will takes a moment, squares it out towards the near side, then gets it back again, does Guthrie. Tries to use every effort he can to move the ball towards the far direction, but interception comes in from Aspire, who have it now on the left corner of the area. Opportunity perhaps for him to knock it back as the ball just sits still on the touchline. Bates spins and tries to play it across the box, but it's blocked by Fisher again, who is the man who won't be moved at the moment back there for Newcastle. He's been a very tough nut to crack indeed. As Aspire still look for the opening goal of the game. We're into the final minute of this first period. It's on the edge of the centre circle. Boulding closed down. Maybe a chance for Newcastle to break here. The keeper's had to come a long way to meet it. Does so as well, but there was an infringement that was made by Aspire. That means Newcastle have the free hit just beyond the centre circle in the Aspire half. There is a shooting opportunity perhaps here for Ethan Fisher, and in fact will leave the ball and wants to take up a more attacking option. He's let someone else take this instead. It will be the captain, Ollie Crawshaw. Crawshaw spins and hits it towards the edge of the area. Will it break loose for him again? It does. But then there was a foul this time by the Newcastle player in the box. So Now Aspire quickly take bit too overzealous though, as it goes beyond the intended target and out of play on the near side for a Newcastle ball. Just on the near touchline, midway inside their own half. On the right as far as they're concerned. Fisher nudging it towards halfway. Then moved towards the edge of the box. Robustly cleared away by Aspire, and there was a clearance that was going on target. It was saved by the keeper, broke to halfway. That is the end of the first half. Both sets of players speed off towards their respective dugouts. Newcastle players very quickly getting in a huddle around their coaching staff on the near side, left of halfway as we look. The Aspire team a bit slower across, but they're all in the huddles now.
Welcome back. Next Saturday, WWE heads to London for the first time in over 2 decades as the biggest superstars go head-to-head in WWE Money in the Bank. That's at the O2 Arena. The event is live at 8 o'clock on BT Sport Box Office. Here in the Powerchair final, it is goalless at half-time between Newcastle United Foundation and Aspire. Sevenoaks Powerchair manager Adam McAvoy is alongside us. And just how pleased do you think Newcastle will be, Adam, at half-time, given recent results between these two?
Yeah, I certainly think they'll be delighted with that. As you say, based on recent results, been very one-sided. And you can see that they've set up to try and frustrate and deny the space in and around the top of the penalty area there. So far, so good. And I think it'll just be a case of maintaining that, and the concentration will be key for the next 20 minutes.
I mean, they've literally parked the power chair, haven't they? Or the power chairs in front of the goal line. I mean, talk to me about Aspire. Will they be frustrated? I mean, they have created chances. We saw Brad Bates' chance. But will they be frustrated not to have broken through?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would think with the chances that they've created, and certainly how they've tried to pass the ball. But they won't be surprised that that's the way that Newcastle would have tried to have set up to try and frustrate them. So it'll probably just be not happy, but we've got to keep working along the same lines and trying to hit the gaps.
And this was a great move, though, isn't it? It's a shame it didn't end in a goal. But that's one of the things with power football is the control and skill to pass the ball around and generate that power off free passes.
Yeah, it's a great example of the ball. Actually, each pass was from the ball going behind the chair, and each player has spun and rotated round. And it was just a case of maybe not being quite in the right position or the timing of the spin. But a great example of utilising the ball and making the pitch as big as possible and to get those triangles going.
And then they had that triple chance, didn't they? John Boulding had a couple of attempts in that. It was like pinball at that point.
Yeah, it was one of those where sometimes you have that where it might bounce off an opponent's chair for the first time to set yourself up purposely for a second or a third chance.
Talk to us about the aura of John as well, because there just seems to be that respect out there from every single player towards him.
I think that's something that's across the National League with the players that play against John. Everyone knows how skilled and talented he is, and it's always a battle. You're always trying to prove yourself against, as I say, the best player in the world, but he does seem to have that aura, as you say, and it's just how can you manage to beat him, and it's a very hard challenge.
Now, Newcastle, plan A is working. They've stopped a goal, but in order to win this, they're going to have to score a goal themselves. How are they going to change things in order to score for themselves?
I don't know. I think it might be at the moment they're happy with things as they are, and it will be a case of just can we try and catch them on the break. So with Ethan Fisher playing centrally, possesses great power and great accuracy. If he can play a ball wide to one of the wide players and try and catch them on a break in a 2v1 situation, that might be the situation, but I certainly think they'll still try to deny the space and frustrate Aspire for the next 5 to 10 minutes at least before trying to catch them.
The last two finals have gone to penalties, which would be a great spectacle for the great crowd we have here in the Futsal Hall. Can you see that happening again, Adam?
Potentially. I mean, I hope not, because it'd be great for the audience, for everyone at home watching, to see goals and to see the quality of the play. So I'm optimistic there'll be a goal. I've got to be positive, but it could well do.
And technically, what is it about John Boulding's play that makes him so good?
His understanding and his anticipation. He's like a chess player. He always seems to be 2 or 3 moves ahead of opponents. So you can see that the way he positions himself, and he's waiting and anticipating what the opponent's going to do even before that they've actually executed what it is. So then he's trying to act on that and go from there and launch a counter-attack.
He's always in the right place at the right time. You can see as well his leadership skills there, trying to drive his team on. Whatever the Newcastle game plan is, though, it is working at half-time. It is goalless, and so far they've kept Aspire at bay. Can they keep it up in the second half? Welcome back. There is women's international cricket tomorrow as West Indies and Ireland take on each other in the first one-day international. That's at 2:45 on BT Sport 1. Here at St George's Park, it is half-time in the Powerchair final between Newcastle United Foundation and Aspire. It is goalless after a real game of chess in that first half. Let's see who comes out on top in the second. It's back to your commentary team, Ewan Dunlop and first Dan O'Hagan.
Welcome back to St George's Park. This the Futsal Hall for the Powerchair final between Aspire and Newcastle United. Newcastle United with the black and white on the back of their power chairs going from right to left in this second half. And they take the kick-off and immediately are forced back into their own corner by that pressure from the Aspire captain John Boulding, who's been a really strong anchor in the middle of their team. And it will be an Aspire restart from the near side, the right, spun back towards the edge of the area. It's Boulding who gets the next touch on it. He was slightly behind his intended target, Bates. Rolls the wrong side of the dead ball line, so will be a Newcastle ball, which Ethan Fisher will take. Ball on his left side. He cuts the ball through the centre circle. Boulding is able to come across unchallenged initially. Crawshaw then left something in on him, but Boulding still has possession. Then Crawshaw back in again, snapping in, and this time it will be a foul in favour of Aspire. From the centre circle on this blue court, the indoor arena here at the Futsal Hall at St George's Park, as it's played in towards the edge of the box. Return ball is there. Bates tried to spin to shoot. Fisher had already got himself in the way again back there for Newcastle. Ball now loose and moved out towards the near side. Moves back centre field once again, and Fisher, that deep line defender, sat almost in front of his goalkeeper, able to pick the ball up and try and come forward with it. Boulding has wedged his chair next to that of Fisher as the two of them move their way closer to the spectators, and right in front of the assistant referee, who waves his flag in favour of an Aspire restart. Boulding taking it in towards the edge of the area. Fisher is able to get contact on it, which means that Newcastle could maybe break on a 2-on-1. It's on the far side of the right, just beyond the halfway line. Boulding is able to again get his chair right up to his opponent and nip the ball away. And then it's McClellan trying to steer it back in from the left-hand side. Doesn't quite manage it on that occasion. Comes back out to him, but he's a bit deeper towards the halfway line. He got the last touch on the ball as well after the challenge from Sam Smith for Newcastle. So it's a Newcastle ball inside their own half. Crawshaw receives it in the centre circle. Boulding tries to dispossess him. Looks like he succeeded as well. Gets towards the right side of the area. There does Boulding. And he's moving towards the byline here. Can he cut it back from wide? He tries to. Shot on the turn. He's well blocked. McClellan from a central position hits it with a couple of Newcastle chairs and fizzes out towards the near side, where it will be an Aspire ball. 19 cuts it back towards the edge of the area. Sam Smith getting the contact on it for Newcastle to divert it from the penalty box, and out to play on the near side for an Aspire ball just in their own half. On their right, Boulding. McClellan was free and poked it forward to the right corner. Play back for McClellan. Left side shot straight down the middle of the goal. So easy for the goalkeeper to get his chair behind it. And it's not out of the Newcastle half yet, though, as they battle for it near the halfway line on the near side. Holding up against Smith. Boulding still going for it and getting the breakaway on the edge of the centre circle as well. Immediately closed down by Crawshaw, but it comes out wide and maybe a chance for the spare men to be found on the other side. McClellan shot on the spin. Another strong block by Ethan Fisher, who has been there throughout so far to deny every Aspire opportunity on goal. The referee just taking a moment to disentangle Boulding and Fisher, who were jostling together in the box ahead of this restart, and then the ball was aimed towards Boulding, who throws his head back and looks up to the roof of the Futsal Hall, and after realising he probably should have controlled that, he bypassed him and goes out for a Newcastle restart. To be taken from the edge of the area by Ethan Fisher in that green t-shirt. The rest of the Newcastle players all in black and white. Opts to play a low-angle ball out towards the far touchline before the return ball is played to him. Then he tries to slip it down the right-hand side. Just a bit too far in front of Ollie Crawshaw. Wasn't quick enough to speed down that far touchline and get towards the corner to meet the ball. But encouragement from the Newcastle coaching bench and the spectators on the far side for the idea, if nothing else. As now Newcastle are battling for it on the edge of the penalty area. Boulding trying to come away with it against Crawshaw, not letting it up. Crawshaw still battling away here. Boulding to his left and Crawshaw to the right of the ball. They're both moving it out towards the far side and their wheels screeching on this futsal court. Boulding now coming in from the left, midway point of the Newcastle half. Not much room to work with at all. And Crawshaw keeping him for company and not allowing him any movement at all from half wide. Crawshaw trying to come down the left of the centre circle, and he might have won that battle, you know. Boulding now is the one back, happy to do defensive work. Both of them very composed in their faces, lots of concentration as Newcastle got into the Aspire half there, but now it breaks away, and Boulding on halfway tries to move it towards the near side. An infringement was made in favour of Newcastle, and well, for the first time in the second half, it feels as though things are going the way of Newcastle somewhat. They will restart things on halfway left of the centre circle. Square ball into the centre circle. Crawshaw got the contact on it. Bates comes across and wins it for his team. And again, Newcastle doing the closing down. Aspire putting it out of play via a Newcastle chair. Boulding down that far touchline. This time it's Crawshaw coming across to cut off the pass. And it will be another restart for Aspire on this near side there, right. About midway between the halfway line and the Newcastle goal. Boulding now trying to win it back again. It's him against Crawshaw once more. Might break on the edge of the area here. Could be a chance for a shot. Fisher comes across. Boulding in there. Moves out towards the left of McClellan. Low effort towards the front post. Saved by the keeper. Comes out towards the edge of the area again. Crawshaw blocking off Boulding as the two of them manoeuvre towards the near side. Boulding wants to get the ball more central, but Crawshaw has got it back off him, and now the two speed away inside the Aspire half. Boulding tries to cover the track that Crawshaw's trying to go down, and Boulding wins it as well. Now he's got a couple of options ahead of him. Boulding decides to take it himself over halfway. Fisher across to stop the pass to McClellan. Does so successfully. An Aspire ball it will be now on the far side in front of the spectators. There's Boulding down the line. McClellan steering it across towards the edge of the area. Smith then getting his chair there ahead of Boulding, but Boulding no rest from him as ever. Now locking horns with Sam Smith. The two of them have the ball trapped between their wheels out towards the far side. Boulding trying to get on the outside of Smith, who's not giving an inch away at all. Ball still dead between the two chairs. They're just working out their next move, still rocking back and forth. Smith trying to make sure the ball doesn't squirm behind him, and it does now as Boulding gets away towards the edge of the area. Maybe a chance for Boulding. Moved it out wide left. Couldn't find McClellan, who had decent pace on that ball to maybe fire a shot in there. It wasn't quite happening for him though, and now McClellan will take the restart wide left. Midway point of the Newcastle half. Down the line it goes. Boulding gets a touch on it. May have hit the upright there. The keeper certainly had it covered anyway. It was a tame effort. As now the ball rolls towards halfway. Fisher can't advance any further than that because McClellan's on his case and forces the ball near side. But Fisher's got beyond him. And he's got an option either side to aim at. Crawshaw's first touch wasn't the best, and Boulding was able to read it inside the Aspire half, near side the Newcastle left. Boulding still working to try and find a way out. Doesn't quite. Might break for Fisher. Shot saved by the keeper. Broke for him well. Just a metre or so outside the area. Central position. And a rare effort on goal there from Newcastle. Certainly had their supporters purring on the far side. But the loose ball after that block came out towards the near side. Newcastle ball it will be from a dead start position. 1-2 between Fisher and Crawshaw. Fisher now facing off with Boulding. Boulding may have the better of him here as they wriggle down the near side. It last came off of Boulding, so it will be a Newcastle ball just over halfway near side there left. Fisher to take, just eyeing up his options ahead of him. Cannons it forward. Bates got the block in, might break through McClellan, through one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Gets the contact on it, meets the keeper in the area. Keeper comes out on top. Aaron Guthrie for Newcastle. Fans come almost towards halfway. He's got covered from Fisher as Boulding tackles the keeper now. It's another one-on-one, but enough Newcastle defenders have got back to meet that. And now the referee deciding there was an off the ball infringement in favour of Aspire, but Newcastle perhaps breathing a collective sigh of relief there that it wasn't anything more serious. So it'll be a shot dead central on the edge of the area, and the line that the referee is marking out in terms of the distance between the ball and the defenders is almost as far back as the goal line. So almost feels like a penalty situation this, as Bates will spin and try and find a teammate, which was able to hit the ramp of the chair. Didn't really go goalwards though, and Newcastle now try and bring it towards halfway. Smith battling away with Bates on the far side. They go over halfway. Smith gets past the first challenge, but then Boulding reads the second pass back towards Fisher, who was waiting on halfway. Fisher did get a touch on it, but it will be ball for Aspire as it goes out on that far side in front of the spectators. Down the line it goes. Bates' effort. That was a good effort on the turn, despite the fact the angle wasn't the best, but the keeper saves it. And then it looks like a penalty has been awarded for Aspire there on that rebound. The referee did not like what she saw from Ethan Fisher, who will go in goal to try and save this, but what a chance for Aspire to go ahead. It will be the number 8, the Aspire captain, John Boulding, who will take. He's going to approach the ball with the ball to his left. He now reverses backwards and will try and spin around, sends Fisher the wrong way, and Aspire have got the opening goal of this final. John Boulding, no mistake. Fisher moved his chair to the left, but Boulding went the other way. And they're dancing away on the far side, the Aspire supporters, most of them in their red tops. It is 1-0 to them. And Newcastle make the restart. And they get the decision. There'll be a substitution now as well. The assistant referee raises his flag above his head to signify it's a substitution coming now. Just waiting to see which numbers will be replaced here. Number 8 comes on, so number 8 is Lee Armstrong. He's on for the goalkeeper, Aaron Guthrie. And number 9, Sam Smith, also replaced by number 5, Albie Morris. So on they go, and Albie Morris, everyone mostly with black and white chairs, even the Aspire players, but Albie Morris a bit more distinguishable with the orange frame to his ramp near his wheel arch. So let's see what Newcastle can do. They've got a decision now on halfway on their right hand side, and it might be an opportunity to create a chance that gets them back into the game. Not long left at all for Newcastle to try and level things up. It's an astray pass from Ollie Crawshaw, goes out on the far side, and it's an Aspire ball on halfway, far side there left. Down the line it goes from Boulding, the goal scorer, then played back ball centrally behind the intended target Bates though, and he has to concede that will go out for a Newcastle ball. Near side there left on halfway. Fisher squaring it for Crawshaw, the captain, in the centre circle. Weak contact on it from him. Offers it to Albie Morris, but Morris is dispossessed by Bates, who reacted quicker. But now Fisher again. Can't quite manoeuvre the ball out wide left though. His coaches were telling him to play a different pass, which you could tell by his face reaction. He acknowledges probably would have been a better option, but he's back on defensive duty now near his penalty area because Aspire have it on halfway. They move it down this near right touchline, fired across. Fisher's in the right place again to deflect the ball away. Boulding reacting next to it, gets the contact on the ball, and it then ricochets off a Newcastle chair. So it will be an Aspire ball near side the right. Boulding moves it down the line, gets it back from Bates again. Boulding trying to encroach closer and closer. Crawshaw got a slice of the ball on it. And then again the ball becomes wedged between the two chairs as they move back and forth on the near side. The last touch coming off an Aspire player this time around. So a bit of respite for Newcastle and maybe a chance to have some more possession. Fisher take midway inside his own half, near side the left. Aims it towards halfway. Cannon's back inside in the middle of the Newcastle half. Fisher reacting quicker than McLennan. McLennan on retreat here as Fisher looks to drive past him. Boulding then gets a touch on the ball, but the referee had already blown a whistle, and it's a decision that goes in favour of Aspire. Ball moves forward all the way through, and it's gone in. Well, how on earth did that happen? It was from some distance out, direct from the dead ball. Some frustrated Newcastle players talking to the referee, but through it went. It took a deflection off a Newcastle chair, and it really unsighted the substitute goalkeeper, Lee Armstrong. It goes far into the corner. The referee now having a conversation with the assistant referee. That's in the penalty area, and she's nodding and seems happy to give the goal, so the Aspire supporters are able to resume their celebration. Boulding credited with it. He's the one that fired it into the mixer. It did take a nick on the way through, and well, really wrong side of the goalkeeper. Newcastle passing the ball with a lot more pace and zest now, but maybe a bit too much as it cannons off one of the teammates and ricochets back towards the centre circle. Locked in battle now, Boulding and Crawshaw, the two captains giving everything for the cause. Boulding spinning in centre field and moving it forward. The keeper for Aspire was well placed to stop the ball going through any further. The ball now won near the halfway line. It's a good one-touch play by Newcastle, but it's back into their own half, and then Fisher was closed down and panicked. He got a touch on the ball that was unintentional, which takes it out for a corner on the near side for Aspire. I think they're soon going to make a change, but not just yet. And it's swung in. Goes all the way through towards the far side of the area. McClellan's effort blocked well by the substitute keeper Armstrong. And now another substitution being signalled by the officials, and this time it's Aspire making the changes. Just waiting to see who will come on. Two players getting ready, and it looks like the player's been replaced by number 7, Dan McClellan, with spectacles on, and Brad Bates, number 19, he's off as well. Number 2, Sally McNeil, she's got spectacles on, and she's on to the court, and as is Jordan Williams, the number 10. McNeil from the left-hand side. Down the line it goes, but all the way through and out, and it will be a Newcastle ball. Newcastle need to try and find a goal sometime soon. They bring the ball towards halfway. Struggling to go any further than that though. Williams gets the next touch on it, and Boulding's wide left. He cannons it down the line. Interception should I say, coming from Ollie Crawshaw, takes it out. And it's now a Aspire ball. Boulding spins and squares it in field. It breaks loose. Crawshaw for Newcastle trying to bring it forwards. Just clatters into Boulding there. They're locked on halfway with one another. Fisher then steers out towards the near side. Right, keeper for Aspire put into a bit of panic and just nudges it out on the near side for what will be a Newcastle ball in a promising attacking position near side there left. Probably closer to the goal than it is the halfway line. Nudged down the line towards the byline. Fisher then gets it back, tries to cannon it in. It's a Newcastle player and ricochets out towards the near side. Bad luck really, because it will be an Aspire ball midway in their own half. Williams squares it inside for Balding. Deft tips to take it away from Crawshaw. Fisher now goes to meet him in the centre circle. Balding just eyeing him up at the moment and then trying to drive it around him, but Fisher well placed. It's been a good match between those two. McNeil now tries to get past Fisher, who comes away with it. Fisher though stops as the ball breaks on halfway. He knows there's no defenders around him. He's able to reverse and guard that ball down to the left side of his chair. Midway inside his own half, gets past the first opponent and tries to knock it out of the centre circle. Gets it back off Crawshaw. Crawshaw again. Crawshaw once more. Countdown on the far side as the shot came in. Blocked by the goalkeeper. Newcastle there with another chance. As the referee blows her whistle. And Aspire have won this final by 2-0. A brace from John Balding, the captain. One from the penalty spot. The other was another dead ball goal from much further out. It took a deflection on the way through, deceived Aaron Guthrie and went to the back of the net. Great victory for them. The Newcastle United supporters on the far side, they stand up in their black and white top to their team. The Aspire supporters all in red, they're on their feet as well. Both sets of players trading handshakes after a magnificent final, which finishes Aspire 2.
Congratulations to Aspire. They are the Powerchair champions here at the Disability Cup 2023, beating Newcastle United Foundation 2-0. It was a great game, closely fought as well. It was still goalless at half-time, but John Balding showing all his quality and experience at the double. Addy alongside me, and also Adam McAvoy watching with me. Sum up that second half performance, particularly from John Balding.
He's the man, isn't he? So again, Newcastle tried to implement that pressure, but just as I said at half-time, it would be concentration that would be the difference, and just 2 mistakes were key to the result of the game.
I mean, talk to us about those mistakes. The first one was Ethan Fisher. What happened there to give away the penalty?
It was just unfortunate. Obviously, he's defending the box with his teammate, and he looks to reverse and move backwards, unaware that Brad Bates was behind him, and he catches him in the middle of the chair, and it's a contact foul, and it's a direct result. It's a penalty. I mean,
there was no malice in it. It was just a mistake, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Nothing at all. Just switched off for a second. Very much so. But as we say, at this level, it's those fine margins that make the difference.
And then, of course, John doesn't miss from there. Look at that for you, Dad. That's a lovely moment.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's fantastic. You know, John Senior was John's rock, and to have lost him a few months ago, it's been really tough for John, but he seems to have found a fire in recent months that's obviously now drove him onto league and cup success. And I know his dad will be really proud.
I'm sure he would be. That's wonderful. He has that lovely picture on his shirt there today, and has done it for his dad today. And of course, when he got that penalty, it just felt it was only going one way, because he doesn't miss from there. Over 440 goals in 13 seasons. He's prolific.
It's just someone who's been around for such a long time, like they said on commentary, been playing for longer than some of the opposition players have been alive. So that's just an example of the man and his experience and his abilities.
But he also had a great battle against Ollie Crawshaw. He's 14 years old for Newcastle. And those two in the midfield, it's a great tussle to watch, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Ollie is a super young prospect in the England development squad and making great strides, and almost a healthy disrespect when he comes up against John of, yes, I know who you are, but no fear whatsoever. And that was a great example of that in the second half.
What a personality from him to captain that team, age just 13, and he put in a great performance. We'll look back on both teams' performances after the break. We'll have more analysis as well with Adam, and the trophy presentation on the way next. We've also got lots coming up on BT Sport. Major League Baseball, it's the Cubs against the Cardinals. That's today over on 1. World Senior Darts Masters is over on 4 as well. It's day 2 there in MotoGP. It's live from Assen with Checkered Flag. That's up next on 2, and we will be bringing you the final here at the Disability Cup, and it is the Deaf final between Farsley Celtic and St John's Deaf FC. Much anticipated, that one. We kick that off a bit later on the 3G pitch, but after the break we'll have more reaction to that win for Aspire. There is the match winner, John Boulding. He was at the double today, 2 goals for him, and we'll see Aspire awarded the trophy when we come back. Newcastle's Ethan Fisher reversing into Brad Bates there to concede a penalty in the Powerchair final, and John Boulding not missing with that pen. He then got his second goal of the match in a 2-0 victory for Aspire. And now, who is with Hannah?
John, you kept us waiting a little bit there, didn't you? Did that penalty just give you a little bit of, I guess, confidence? Because we were in the final minutes.
I know, we did make it hard work for ourselves, definitely. And obviously the final, once we scored, it took a bit of pressure off and allowed us to open up a little bit. And obviously they came out a lot more than what they did in the first half. So, yeah, we got there in the end. But, yeah, we made it hard work.
Did you expect the final to be that difficult?
Nah, not on previous results against them. But they've done well, you know. They changed their way of playing to obviously restrict us from creating many chances. I think we maybe had 1 or 2 in the first half, but we didn't take them away. And so, yeah, we knew in the second half they'd come out a little bit more. And to be fair, we actually spoke about the goalkeeper being a bit reckless in the middle, and so if we can get a penalty, it would work out all right. So, yeah, it happened.
All worked out well in the end. And now you qualify for the Champions League, you're off to the World Cup. There's plenty more to look forward to. Yeah, we're looking forward to the World Cup next. Obviously, that's in October, so club stuff finishes for a little while, and we'll focus on England. Can't wait. Obviously, the lads, the squad got announced a couple of weeks ago, and so we're buzzing for that. And yeah, hopefully put on a good show and come back with the World Cup. And I have to mention the family and friend support you had there, and of course your T-shirt. You must be so proud that you just managed to pull that win off.
It was, and it's like I lost my dad last year, and he followed me everywhere, you know. And so this is for him. This whole season's for him. But obviously the fans behind us, family, friends, we couldn't be here without them. So massive thanks to them, and obviously they continue to support us wherever we go.
We've got some big plans to go out and celebrate with them all now.
Going out for a team meal, I think, but maybe not a Jack Grealish though.
So, I guess. Genuinely, I'm all emotional now looking at you. Congratulations, that was absolutely fantastic. I'm going to let you get back to your family, your friends, your team. You've literally brought the whole Team Aspire here. And I mean, what does it feel like for you to have a crowd of this size? Because this is the biggest one we've seen at the Powerchair Football Final, and it seems to be getting bigger every year.
Yeah, exactly that. It gets bigger every year because more people buy into the sport, more people buy into the teams. We've got so much fans, and there's many parents and carers and stuff from other teams here supporting us, and that means a lot, you know. Like, obviously they enjoy the way that we play. Hopefully we put on a bit of a show for them today, but yeah, we couldn't, like I said earlier, we couldn't be here without them, and we do this for them.
I know that they are so proud of you. Congratulations, and I'll let you go and be with them. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're all feeling quite emotional here as well, because John, a lot of people thought he may step back from Powerchair after losing his dad, because his dad was with him at every single match there, every step of the way. But actually, he's taken his game to another level in tribute to his father.
Absolutely. The bond that they had as father and son was so tight, and John Senior was everywhere and a real pillar of the Powerchair community. So the fact that John's now used that as fuel and fire for him is a credit to them both, the Bolden family and to the team, and congratulations to them.
And talking about the team tactics, it was fascinating to hear how Bolden talked about how they targeted the Newcastle goalkeeper, saying that he was reckless and there was potential that they could get something off of him.
I think that's probably from previous battles in the National League, so they've come up together 1v1 in there, a lot of scrapping, and I think Fisher was probably, I think he received a yellow card, so I think that was probably at the forefront of their minds. And it was, as we say, just that lapse of concentration which gave Aspire the kickstart that they needed.
And he also talked about Newcastle changing their tactics as well, and they put in a much better performance against Aspire than they have done in recent games, so there's lots of positives for them to take out of this.
Massively. I'm sure Jamie will be happy with a lot of the defensive traits that they put into practice, and they've got a young team. They're only going to get better, more experience, and they will be a team that competes at this level in the National League for many years to come.
And what's your thoughts on other teams? Do you think, could you see your team, for instance, getting to an FA Cup final one day?
That would be fantastic. As much as I love speaking to you both, I would love to be in the dugout in future years, hopefully working with my team at a final. It would be an honour.
And that means that Aspire qualify for the Champions League. Tell us about that, Adam.
Absolutely. So as John said, they've got the World Cup next year in Sydney, but the following year it'll be there for the Champions League up against the best teams from across Europe, and something that they've never won, so that they will be really desperate to want to do well in.
What an achievement that is, and what an achievement it is here to win the Disability Cup. They're starting the presentations here, so let's rejoin our commentators. It's back to Ewan and Dan.
The medal presentation taking place now. Just away to our right-hand side, there's a large arched plinth with the FA Disability Cup logo and the tagline "Here for Glory," all green and black branding with the winner's banner just in front of them, so that all the players can get in front of it, the winning players of course, and lift the trophy. For now it's the officials who are getting their medal for their participation in this final. All the officials in black, all four of them, and they're walking off towards the near side after taking the small black case with the medal inside. Now the Newcastle players in their power chairs come up towards the ceremony spot where they will take their runners-up medals, each getting a handshake, and their medals in the small case which is open for them to look at. It's a proud achievement, despite the fact that they came to the final, couldn't quite get over the last hurdle, but a very gutsy performance nevertheless, and a big achievement for them to get this far. And on the far side, the spectators, some with their phones out filming the proceedings, lots of them in their black and white Newcastle tops, cheering on the lads for their efforts. And next up, in their white t-shirts with the red sleeves, come Aspire, led by number 7, Dan McClellan, with plenty of pride etched on his face and each of his teammates as well, as he takes his winner's medal and makes his way in front of the winner's banner. That'll be the money shot for the players when they get their hands on the trophy. The trophy currently just stood on top of around 3-foot plinth, with the member of the Royal Navy behind it, waiting to hand out the trophy to the captain, the player of the match, John Boulding, who has put his Aspire top back on, but before that, who had taken it off and unveiled a vest saying, "For you, Dad," with a picture of him and his father, both in England tops. You'll have maybe heard that interview just now with John Boulding, very emotional indeed, with Hannah Cockcroft. The trophy now being handed over to John Boulding, who's in the middle of his teammates, beaming with pride as he has the trophy in his hand and lifts it above his head aloft in victory and delight. Aspire are winners of the Powerchair final, and Tom,
huge congratulations to Aspire, victorious once again in the Powerchair final with an impressive performance over Newcastle, but it was a closely fought affair here in the Futsal Hall. A great spectacle for the sport, Adam.
I think so. That's what us and all the other finals, that's what we want to put on. We want to show exactly what disability football is about, the different formats, just how talented the athletes are.
And how can you build on this in Powerchair football to increase the sport and increase the profile?
I think for us, it's just events and opportunities like this around trying to get more people involved. We've got good numbers, but we still want to continue to grow. With 40 clubs, can we get to 50?
How can you do that, Adam? How do you get more youngsters involved?
I think it's people getting in touch with us, whether it's going to their county FA and speaking to the disability football staff there, or getting in touch directly through the Wheelchair Football Association, finding all the information there. And then we can direct and signpost players and families to clubs, or if there's no activity, we'll explore creating new provision as well.
And I guess one of the ways to really put Powerchair football up there on a massive platform is to get it into the Paralympics. Is there any sort of possibility to do that?
Yeah, so our international federation work and have a relationship with the IPC. Mm-hmm. There are some challenges around developing the game in nations across the world.
Of course, developing countries trying to get hold of the equipment
very much
is going to be really difficult, isn't it?
Very much so. Other issues around anti-doping and the challenges like that, but I know they're trying to make steps to hopefully one day be at that level.
What a photograph that is. I think we can call that a flex. That is 3 trophies in a row.
It's fantastic. I saw them turn up today and they brought both trophies to go, we're looking to make it 3.
I would have struggled just to park my chair in those positions. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, double parking and all of that. They made it look so easy.
That's the skill and the ability of the players, and as you say, the flag of the team and the club at the moment. The morale is very high, and I'm sure they'll be looking to come back again here next year and obviously retain the National League as well.
I'm sure, and Newcastle will be hoping to be a little bit closer again next year, I'm sure. Let's look back at the goals then, Adam. The first one came from a penalty. Just talk us through how and why this was awarded.
So as the ball comes into the box, obviously the focus is on the defending and trying not to let anyone through. But Ethan Fisher, in trying to allow the ball to get in front of him, just backs up and doesn't see that, and maybe a loss of concentration, doesn't see that Brad's there. Brad Bates is looking at the referee to say...
Did Brad Bates put himself in that position to be hit?
Absolutely. He had to come in to see if any ricochet or the ball might spill out, to see if he could profit from that. And that's just good understanding of the game and seeing if he could sneak in. And a little bit of luck and loss of concentration from Ethan and get that reward.
And then the second goal, you said at the time that you felt it was a little bit of a mistake by Newcastle player.
Absolutely. So the free kick's an indirect free kick. So as John strikes the ball, I don't think there's a touch from Brad Bates there. So if the Newcastle defender Lee Armstrong had allowed it to go in, it would have been a goal kick. But as you can see, there's just ever so slight touch.
Oh,
so,
it's agonising.
Absolutely,
isn't it?
and that counts as the goal.
So if that goes straight in, it wouldn't be allowed.
Absolutely, it would still be 1-0.
Wow. And that's, I guess that's a culmination of the pressure, isn't it? You know, constant pressure starts to force mistakes. And it was just a mental mistake, isn't it? A mental error.
Absolutely. And being right on the goal line, that maybe that thought of, I've got to stop the ball, that maybe a little bit of panic just wasn't quick enough.
It's just your instincts, I guess, isn't it, when you're in that position to try and block it?
Absolutely. And he just wasn't quick enough. That slight touch, it goes over the line, and that counts.
So, chances in the World Cup then, because John, of course, was talking about his excitement, looking forward to that. What do you think? What are you looking forward to the most?
We've got a fantastic squad, possibly quite our strongest squad that we've ever had. And under Colin Gordon's leadership, the team with John and Chris as the two senior players there, I think they've got a great chance. Certainly with the style of play, with the advanced attacking play and bringing the goalkeeper into the play as well when they're in possession. It will be that risk versus reward, but if they can execute and they can keep concentration up throughout the entire competition against strong teams such as France and the United States, they have a fantastic chance of coming home with the trophy.
Adam, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge today and your insight. It really has been great to have your company today.
Pleasure, thank you.
Awesome.
Well, it's been a great day two so far, hasn't it, at the FA Disability Cup. Some of the highlights from today, earlier in the CP final, North East and Yorkshire had a brilliant 4-0 victory over Norwich. Some great goals from Fox Hockney and Dan Dolby, and a couple of lovely little back heels in that one as well. And we've also seen Aspire win for the third time in a row in the Disability Cup, beating Newcastle by 2-0. John Boulding, the star man in that one.
And today's schedule, after an awesome day of football, we've got one final left, and it's Farsley Celtic Deaf FC at 2:40 against St John's Deaf FC. That is going to be a cracker of a match. So the Deaf final provides the climax to a fantastic 48 hours of football, and all weekend we've been following the story of BT Sport's new signing initiative.
Absolutely, and that stars Damaris Cook as well and Rolf Schutan, and they're going to be joining us ahead of the Deaf final after the break. And this is a little look at their journey so far.
You want a job that you are excited about every day, don't you?
And a warm welcome to Wembley.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I think Rolf and Damaris. Though the two teams play it, maybe a little nervous for different reasons.
So
So I will try and give you some ideas about what works for me, and then you'll take away the parts of it that you think are the best fit for you. The first thing you've got to think about, really, I think, is what's the story?
The 2021 Champions League final is underway. Chilwell to Mount. It's in a pocket of space. Edison came and didn't get there. Chance for Chelsea. Goal for Chelsea.
The conversation you're really having is with the camera. Each other are there to help, but actually the conversation is with the viewer, if that helps.
The full-time whistle.
Wow. Well, what a game that was this afternoon, and I'm really pleased to say that Farrah Williams is with us today, England's most capped ever player. Thank you for joining us. What did you make of the game, Farrah?
Sounds very cliche, but a game of two halves for sure. I think Harry Kane's opening goal certainly set the tone for the game. It certainly give Spurs a bit of energy. I thought they were fantastic in their front line throughout the first half.
It was clear from the first half Tottenham had complete control of the match, but in the second half they were on the back foot. They didn't know how to respond to those changes that Thomas Frank had made.
Well, in some ways, it seemed like the opposite to how it started. You know, in the second half, Brentford found their foothold in the game and they got that momentum and Tottenham just couldn't react.
Yes, and well done to the Brentford manager today.
Yeah, I did. I had a great time with both of you. The new sign-up show, I think it's important. I think it's inclusive. I'm surprised it's not been done before. And it's an initiative I'm really looking forward to moving forward.
Welcome back to the 3G Arena at St George's Park, and we're delighted to say that Rolf and Damaris join us now. Also, British Sign Language interpreters Nadia and Liam are alongside us as well. It's great to have you all with us. Rolf, could you start by telling us how this process all started?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm still processing it myself, to be honest, so...
Still pinching ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so much has happened. We think back to around about Christmas time. That was when we were casted the first auditions. I think from then till now, the amount that we've learned, how to present as a skill, football analysis as a skill, it's been a privilege to just be involved in the first place. I couldn't ask for more.
And Damaris, you've talked about, I mean, Rolf talked about how much you've both learned. But what would you say is the biggest thing or the most important thing you've taken from this whole process?
Well, it's not just about us, obviously, just doing the programme. There's lots of other elements involved, the producers, the teams, the interpreters that are involved. There's so many elements that you need to think about. It's not just what happens on screen, it's about what happens behind the screen as well. So, like Rolf said, we didn't come to this with much media experience.
Yeah, I had no experience.
You know, we're kind of just learning on the go. We've established a lovely friendship.
Well,
he's a lovely bloke sometimes.
You say so.
Sometimes.
No, of course.
Said through gritted teeth, Damaris.
Yeah, had to say that.
And Rolf, I first met you both at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We saw a bit of that in the video there. What has it been like presenting Premier League football?
Oh, wow, I mean, very different. I'm used to watching football a lot as a fan, but I mean, when you're watching it knowing that you're presenting, you're going to be providing analysis, you've got a professional eye on it all of a sudden, so you really need to observe the game. You need to be conscious of tactics, key moments, key players. It's a different way of watching football, but that's helped me. And now when I watch a match, I go and see Palace, who I support, I've got a season ticket. I kind of struggle to put my fan hat on. I feel like I'm still working, but it's brilliant though. It's a different perspective.
Rolf, when you say you're used to watching football, I mean, it's quite loosely saying you're used to watching football when you're a Palace fan, you know, I mean...
Say no more.
Damaris,
well,
I mean,
she's Spurs, mate, so it's even worse.
Damaris, you captained England women's deaf team and GB women's deaf team. How does playing football or now presenting football compare to playing it?
Well, it's very different. I think when you're a captain, obviously you've got a different way of boosting the players and giving them that morale. You know, you have to think about tactics, have to think about the other team and your own skills. But obviously, as a presenter, you've got to think about the tactics. You have to be impartial. You're focusing more on the game. It's just a completely different perspective as being a player. I can empathise. I do understand how the players feel, the nerves that they have before the big games. But doing punditry, looking at it at a presenter level is so different. It's a new skill. You have to learn a lot. You know, you think you know football, but working on TV to talking about football is completely different.
I mean, to add to that, some people have said to me, how is it working with Damaris? I say, she's still a captain. The way she encourages, the way she leads, she's still got that armband on, if you like, in the studio. So yeah, it's incredible. You can't lose that captain.
That's true. And what works is that we both come at it with a different perspective. So I was a captain, previous player, whereas Rolf's an armchair fan. So we're both coming at it with a different perspective.
Rolf, would you like to come back on that?
Well, I mean, I know how when she's right, she's right. She's probably fair comment there. But yeah, great. That's going to be front pages tomorrow.
And of course, this has all been building up to the fact that you two were in the hot seat for one of the biggest games in the world, the Champions League final out in Istanbul. And we're going to have a look now at what happened when you were both in Istanbul just a couple of weeks ago.
I think Manchester City are going to win it, and I think it's going to be 3-1.
So the stage is set. The players of Manchester City and Internazionale walking out. Good play from Manchester City. Erling Haaland could save another. And there's half time.
Now let's watch the highlights from first half of UEFA Champions League Final 2020.
Bernardo Silva pulls it back, coming onto it now to shoot. Yeah! Score! Rodri! Manchester City lead in the Champions League final. Di Marco, oh, it's in the bar. How on earth did they not equalise Inter? Oh, what a save! That's an unbelievable save from Ederson. Di Marco delivers. Oh, what a save, Ederson! And they've done it! Champions of Europe, finally! History made in Istanbul!
Yes, finally got the trophy that they've been trying to get for many years now. I think Inter Milan, everybody wrote off, and I think in a final, one-off games, they've become very difficult, and I think Inter proved that for Manchester City yesterday. Unlikely source, right? It was a fantastic goal, though. I think Akanji, where he steps in with the ball and finds that Bernardo Silva pass just in between the lines, breaks this Inter Milan, back five that had done so well. But he just puts it into an area, and Rodri just comes, arrives to the box late. But it was actually the finish. If you see the finish where the two defenders were in front of him, and he just comes onto it and manages to just bend it around them into a small little gap between the post and the goal. So yeah, it was a fantastic finish.
Well, I was lucky enough to be out in Istanbul with you both. It was a great trip. Rolf, how did you find the whole experience?
Fantastic, absolutely incredible. We saw you at the boat party, didn't we? It was so good. Brilliant.
I was
few
working.
Days.
Oh, where was my invite?
It was purely for Festa Laddie, don't worry. It was the boring boat party, don't you worry. Yeah, I mean, honestly, after it, we kind of sat down and went through each day and just sort of pinched myself and reminded myself I was actually there. The amount of stuff we crammed into those few days, presenting, working, not getting that much sleep, it was crazy. But I think we had an interview with Hargreaves, Peter Crouch. That was probably a personal favourite moment of mine, because we just got a chance to sit down with some ex-players, get their take on some really interesting stuff. I just felt, wow, for the deaf audience at home, they would have been impressed by that, because it was just fully accessible. And, it was brilliant for us to see the bigger picture of really understand why we're there. It was just a powerful weekend.
And I mean, Damaris and Rolf, either of you can do this, but have you got a Peter Crouch celebration in sign?
We all know what he's famous for, that famous celebration that he did, the robot. We did give some footballers sign names. Not all footballers have a sign name, but Peter Crouch was well established from that special celebration. So it was nice to tell him that on the spot. He thought it would be Crouch because of his surname, Crouching Down, but we think the robot is a better sign name for him.
Could I just also, ask you, Damaris, as well, What's your presenting style? You know, I'm really fascinated when I watch you guys signing. And what would you say your style is?
To be honest, I don't think I have a style. I just let the conversation flow. Presenting is an important skill to have. I think you have to make sure you've got the right vibe, you've got the right structure. You don't want to ask questions and the answers that come back won't flow. So it's nice to have that flow. So I appreciate the questions you're coming with today, Ade.
You're learning.
You're helping me.
Yeah, and you know, the fashion choice, I think, more importantly, Ade, look at that for a shirt. Wow.
One's loving the shirt, yeah. I'll lend you my wardrobe sometime, mate.
If you take anything away from today, please don't let it be wardrobe tips from Ade.
Oh, come on.
We love the holiday shirt. We're all looking forward as well to our final of the day, and it's the deaf final here at the 3G pitch between Farsley Celtic and St John's. And last year, this match provided a thrilling climax to the weekend. Let's have a look at what we can expect. Deaf football is played with 2 teams of 11 players and 45-minute halves. Players must have a hearing loss of 55 decibels minimum in their best ear to qualify to play. No hearing aids or cochlear implants are allowed in deaf-specific competitions so that no one can gain an unfair advantage. Instead of a whistle, referees and linespeople use flags to signal a foul or a break in play to provide a visual cue for deaf footballers. Yes, our final match of the day sees Farsley Celtic take on St John's in a rematch of last year's final. We're all looking forward to this one. It kicks off at 2:40. And Rolf, did you see the game last year? It was so close and so competitive. What did you think?
I did. What a game, 3-2. Yeah, fantastic game, absolutely. I think Farsley Celtic showed why they deserve to be mentioned in the same category as St John's. St John's, we know, have the reputation when we're sat next to a St John's legend here, but I think Farsley Celtic showed that, you know, we have a strong deaf football and identity in the north as well. So let's see how St John's respond today. I mean, we know in the Deaf FA Cup as well recently, Farsley Celtic came another win, so St John's are out for revenge. Can they do it? I guess we'll see.
I mean, Damaris, how did St John's back? I mean, after last year, and how frustrated were they? You know, after that loss.
I spoke to the manager earlier, and I actually asked what happened last year, and he said he got the tactics wrong, made the wrong choices. So they were probably slightly complacent. You know, they'd beaten a lot of teams 7-0, 4-0 previously, so they weren't expecting to lose last year. I think the pressure is actually on Farsley Celtic today. I think they've got more pressure because they won last year, so they have to defend that title this year. And they also won recently the English Deaf Football Cup. Previously, St John were the favourites, but I think Farsley Celtic are now the favourites. So that's possibly good for St John. You know, they've got nothing to lose. They've also got the European Deaf Champions League coming up as well, so they'll possibly both be keeping an eye on that, saving some players possibly. Will they give it 100% effort today? I'm not really sure, but it will be an interesting start to see.
And now...
Yeah, I mean,
sorry
to interrupt. I think just to add to that, both teams are travelling on the same flight to the Deaf Champions League, guys. So imagine the awkwardness.
Yeah.
One trophy's got to be on that plane.
Who's getting business class?
We'll find out. That could be an interesting journey. Now, though, before the match, we can hear from the Farsley Celtic manager. Chris Burns is with Hannah.
Last year was a fantastic game for Farsley. How are you feeling coming into this year's final as reigning champions?
So from last year, we won. And then recently, over the other games that we've played against St John's, we've beat them 3-2. So we are confident. We're very positive. Yeah, we're really looking forward to today's game.
But you are expecting a tough match?
Oh, definitely. St John's are that, you know, they've been set up for years. They are number one in the UK. So they've developed very fast over the years. So, yeah, it's going to be a really good game today.
So we are seeing the absolute best of deaf football in this match today.
Yes, everything, every player. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be a wonderful game. I'm very excited to see what happens.
Well, we are too. The very best of luck. I'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you.
Yes, Farsley Celtic are aiming to win their third consecutive final against St John's in the deaf final here at St George's Park. We will have more build-up to this final match after the break with Damaris and Rolf. Welcome back to St George's Park for our final match of the 2023 Disability Cup, and this one is between St John's and Farsley Celtic in the deaf final, and it's a repeat of last year's clash, which was as dramatic as they come. There was a last-minute injury time winner for Farsley Celtic in that one. What a game it was.
And Damaris, as the players come out onto the pitch now, who do you see as the key individuals that can change this game?
Well, there seems to be rumours going around at the moment that Jamie Clark is possibly not playing with an ankle injury, so that will have a massive impact on the team today. He's usually attacking, he usually leads the team and takes them forward, so what kind of an impact will that have on the team? They've got Abdou Jobi, who's scored 27 goals in 28 games this season, so it's possibly his chance to step up and shine. St John's are well known for their possession, but in the final third, can they finish the game off? Who knows?
And also, you know, we've got a tradition of asking all our pundits for their predictions. So both of you, give us a prediction for the game.
Oh, I was a St John's player, an ex-St John's player, so my loyalties lie with St John's. I feel like they're ready today, they look ready, they're revenging the game from last year. I think they want to win, so I'm going to say 3-1 to St John's.
Wow! I mean, from my perspective, based on current form, Farsley Celtic, but I mean, the St John's aren't going to go down without fight. 2-1 Farsley Celtic, I think.
I like that opposing results you guys have got.
Well, we have to. We have
Make
to.
it interesting, doesn't it, Addy?
I had a feeling you would go for different teams. We can hear now, before the match then, from the St John's head coach, Memnos Kosti.
Last year here at the FA Disability Cup, how are the team feeling coming into this year's final?
Well, football is a funny game. You either win or lose, so we can get one win or one lose. So today, we have to start confidently. We can't think about last year. We can't think about that. That's an old story. We need to focus on today and this game. So the players are looking forward to it. There's a really good atmosphere. It's a lovely venue. I'm really hopeful. I'm hoping for the result today.
I really like the positive vibes here. Are the team feeling confident?
Yes. In the dressing room, the team look really good. They've arrived on time, finally. They've got their right uniform. The attitude is perfect. But on the pitch, it is a different story. We'll have to see what happens. But yes, they are confident.
Do you feel like this is going to be a tough match?
Oh, of course. We are both the best teams in the UK. We're both going to the Jeff Champions League tomorrow. So Farsley Celtic they've improved massively, and both teams have England players in them, so it's all together. They know each other well. And Farsley Celtic, we have to watch them. It's not a game we can just go in and just relax. No, we have to be alert. We have to follow the tactics and the strategy. So it's going to be a good game, hopefully.
Well, wishing you the very best of luck. We can't wait for a good game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Our last final is on the way after the break, and it's another North v South battle as Leeds-based Farsley Celtic take on London side St John's in the Deaf final. Kickoff is next. Welcome back to the indoor 3G pitch at St George's Park on the final day of the 2023 FA Disability Cup. In our last match of the day in the Deaf Final, St John's from London are taking on Leeds side Farsley Celtic in a repeat of last year's clash, which was about as dramatic as they come. St John's came back to 2-2 from being 2-0 down, but then Farsley Celtic took it in injury time. Who is going to come out on top on this one? I'm now going to hand you over to our commentary team here. It's Ewan Dunlop, and first it's back to Dan O'Hagan.
So here we are at the Sir Alf Ramsey Stadium for the Deaf Final here at St George's Park, the final match of the FA Disability Cup 2023 between St John's in their red and black striped shirts, black shorts and black socks, against a Farsley Celtic side in their green and white hoop shirts, the green shorts and the green socks. Both sets of players are on the field of play at the moment, just passing the ball between themselves, warming up ahead of this game. We've still got a few minutes to go until the game begins. The officials, all in black, have already had dialogue with the captains, and the toss has been decided as to who will be kicking off first and in which direction the two teams will be kicking in. So the St John's team in that red and black striped shirts, the oldest deaf team in the game, they are to the left of halfway, and the Farsley Celtic side to the right, and the referee all in black with his grey hair slick and tied up in a small bun at the back of his head. He's just walking into the centre of the field now with bright green gloves on his hands, and that will be so that the players are able to catch the attention of the referee when he makes a decision. Obviously the players can't clearly hear the whistle being blown, but they will see the referee at all times, and they will see him with those bright fluorescent green gloves, so he can direct and instruct what his decisions are as the game goes on. So plenty of spectators here on the near side at pitch level, and also up on the balcony as well, looking over this 11-a-side pitch, not too far from where I am situated. As I say, both sets of players still just going through some pre-match passing drills. They've come out onto the pitch a bit earlier than expected, and so they're making sure they keep warm. Not difficult in these conditions in this indoor Sir Alf Ramsey Arena. I can see on the far side, I mentioned that the lengthways of this arena is made solely of glass, just glass windows where we could see the rolling Staffordshire Hills beyond us and the trees of the forest in the foreground as well around St George's Park. But a couple of the emergency doors have just been opened as well, just to bring some air into this arena, because it is quite warm at this time of Sunday afternoon. But we are very much looking forward and anticipating the start of this one. So the referee is in the centre of the park. He is signalling now to both goalkeepers to get ready for the start of the game, and he's asking for all substitutes and balls that are frivolous to clear the field. The match ball is in place on the centre spot, and we are ready and awaiting the start of this Deaf Final. It is Farsley Celtic who will kick us off. It is 11v11 rules. The only difference being that the referee has those luminous green gloves instead of the whistle to signify when he's making a decision. So Farsley Celtic stood over the ball, and the referee signalling to both sets of players what he is expecting of them and what they should expect of him and his decision making as well, with the assistant referees with flags at either side. Both sets of players take a knee before the game begins in solidarity in the fight against social injustice, and play begins. So Farsley Celtic pass the ball into their own half and get us underway here with St John's put on some pressure. Farsley Celtic clip it high down that far side. Down the right wing, it's the number 10, Kieran Carey, battling for it against Samuel Evans, the number 2. Still has it for Farsley Celtic on that far touchline. Midway inside the St John's half. Rolls it back towards halfway, but doesn't quite go that far, as Farsley Celtic already trying to get good number inside the St John's half of the field. Harry Borman, the right back, trying to gallop forward. Couldn't get it on the end of the ball, though. It goes out of play for a St John's throw. Far side there left, midway in their own half. The throw-in taker throws it infield, then gets it back. He volleys it upfield. It's then repelled a couple of times on halfway. Both sides just trading headers at the moment before trying to compose himself in the middle is Ryan Casey. Overruns it somewhat and goes into trouble. It's John Atkinson who has it now. Tries to play it down the middle, looking for Kieran Carey, the number 10 up front for Farsley Celtic, but it breaks down, and then closing the ball down on the near side was number 8, Cavill Donaldson, to stop St John's clearing their lines. And so it'll be a throw on the near side, which Daniel Mace, the number 15, will take. It's a white ball with some salmon pink and purple trim on it, with the Nike black tick. It's St John's bundled off the ball just beyond halfway. The referee has his left arm in the air to signify the free kick, and so play will be brought towards the halfway line. It's halfway between the centre circle and the near touchline where this will be taken. And stood over the ball is number 4, Drew Rowley, and he's got plenty of options running towards the edge of the penalty area. Farsley Celtic quite deep, with everyone bar their striker behind the ball. Right-footed, Rowley clips it high in towards the penalty area. It's quite a deep one. The header will drop, and the shot is driven in low. It's blocked by Harry Borman, who goes immediately to the ground. He's laying on his back with his hands on his face, and the referee has just spotted that as well. So he has asked for the physios to come on. It looks as though it caught him in the face there, Harry Borman, which is surprising, because it seemed to be a low shot driven in on goal from the left side of the area. A first-time right-footed shot that Harry Borman, the right-back, seems to have took full in the face. The referee is just illustrating with his right hand on his left wrist that he is stopping the clock, and that any time that needs to be added on here will be. Of course, these are 45-minute halves, but there will be stoppages added on if necessary. So Harry Borman down injured at the moment in his 6-yard box, slowly getting back to his feet now. He's got a blue wall right hand, and he's just taking on some fluids and wipes his face with his left hand. He's just trying to steady himself once again and regain the composure to carry on with the rest of this final. But he should be okay to continue, as the physios with him. There are 3 of them, all in black. In fact, 2 of them are physios. One of them seems to be a sign language interpreter, and they're just seen to him behind the goal, away to our right. The referee sticking out his palm at the moment in the direction of the throw-in taker, and now says we're good to play. So he throws it back towards halfway, and Samuel Evans just lets the ball roll across his body and brings it into his own half to give St John's some possession across their back line for the first time in this game. Daniel Mace out towards the near touchline. Number 11, Abdu Job, plays it back into his own half. They're being closed down by Farsley Celtic number 10, Kieran Carey. It's a low diagonal ball floated towards the far side. It's intercepted well, though, and a chance now perhaps down the other end. Interception initially coming in, still bouncing around, coming towards the edge of the area now. Chance for the number 9, right corner of the area. 2-2 out in the middle. Screws it back towards the edge of the box. Back to goal for the number 10, Carey. Trying to dribble his way through. He's managed it as well. Right side of the area. Really good interception coming across from Daniel Mace. Back in there as well. The flag is up on the far side. The referee has signalled for that, so the decision going St John's way. But a couple of really good opportunities there for Farsley Celtic. And it was on the right hand side. Really good work from Kieran Carey. Screwed across, but the flag up ultimately. So it will be a St John's restart. Tommy Hobson in all dark blue will take this. He's got short sleeves and white gloves, white boots as well. He's to the left of his 6-yard box, and he's just looking for options up ahead here. Goes against the short option, right-footed. It's flat, it reaches halfway, but it's repelled by Farsley Celtic out towards the far side of Palmer, trying to beat Evans, the number 2. Evans comes out on top and plays it back to his goalkeeper. First time right-footed ball spirals long. Keeper out of his position, so there was a volley coming in there to try and catch him out. It was blocked. Carey controlled. Got to the left side of the area. Hard angle to get a shot away. Left footer straight at the keeper, who this time kicks out of his hands and plays it downfield. Now there's an overlapping run down this near side the right. Abdu Job, the number 11, beats the number 8 for pace, and the number 8 went in with a late challenge. Then Abdu Job went down a few moments after that challenge had been made, and there was complaints more from the Farsley Celtic side that he took a few more steps there, did the St John's number 11, before he went down. No free kick. The referee now is just waving his hand and instructing the players to go back to where the ball had gone out. I think it's for a throw. In fact, no, it is a throw indeed. So near side the left, Gareth Dolan to take, midway inside his own half, left back position. Now the assistant referee says put it on the floor, so it was a free kick after all. Gareth Dolan, number 3, still will take, left-footed, down this near touchline. It's a high-hanging ball. Underneath it is the St John's defender, headed down towards halfway, chested down and trying to move it forward was the number 28 for St John's, but it's quite crowded on this near side, so the ball floating about and then kicked out of play by St John's. It will now be a Farsley Celtic ball just short of halfway. The throw-in taken there by Dolan, but then immediately coming in with the tackles Manicherry, but the spin of the ball as it went beyond him, it went towards the goalkeeper, and easy enough for Charlie Parker-Fairbairn to gather. Left-footed, volleys towards the far side, bounced it a few times, but Bournemouth meets it, striding over halfway. It's in the midway point of the St John's half. Dribbling now, they come on the inside right channel, do Farsley Celtic. They've been tackled initially, but still fight to try and win it back on the corner of the area. Eventually swiped clear on that far side with the left boot of the St John's defender, and it will be a Farsley Celtic throw. Bournemouth takes, thrown back to number 5, Odimeji, who can only just volley it with the side boot out of play. He was under pressure, struggled to find a teammate, and St John's have the ball. Have it with their number 5 centre-back. They've got a back 3, St John's, which they're now playing down the right-hand side of. Abdu Job, down this near side it goes. Number 28 has it, that's Casey. Casey on the right-hand side, trying to make his way towards the byline. Into the area he goes. A little push on the defender there as the ball just went behind for a goal kick. Brought with it a few appeals, but nothing doing for the referee. It will be a goal kick for Farsley Celtic to take. The keeper will take it. All in yellow, left-footed from the left corner of the 6-yard box. Ordering his teammates to try and come down this near side the left, and that's where it'll go. High hanging ball, drops just on the edge of the centre circle. Defenders underneath it with a right foot volleyed clearance, and then work forward by St John's down the left hand side. Manicherry looks really pacey as he tries to take on Dorman, cuts back onto his right boot, aims towards the box. The cross is blocked by Borman. The ball then spins into the path of Manicherry, who was pulled from behind there by number 9 Will Palmer. So it will now be a free kick for St John's in an attacking position, left-hand side, midway point of the Farsley Celtic half. Samuel Evans stood over the ball. He's got white ankle tape on those black socks. He's got black boots as well, just moving his hair back at the moment off his forehead, and now stands with hands on hips a few paces away from the ball. He's got 4 black and red shirts to aim at in the penalty area, 3 of them jostling at the back post, 1 of them lurking at the front stick, with 2 players on the edge of the area. Everyone bar 1 man behind the ball for Farsley Celtic as it's put in towards the front post. Acrobatic clearance away as far as Manicherry, who controlled it and volleyed it left-footed. He was about 12 yards out, could only sky it from the near post. Unable to hit the target, and so Charlie Parker-Fairbairn will take the resulting goal kick just slightly right of centre. Looking for his options upfield, takes it left-footed down the centre of the field, battled between the front man and the there, ricochets towards the edge of the centre circle. Opportunity now for St John's to get a foot on the ball, but it's tight and congested in that centre circle, and Farsley Celtic quick to win it back, but so has St John's. Both teams trying to open up some space at the moment, but it's been a full-blooded contest with both teams getting their foot on the ball, and the latest one doing so was the Farsley Celtic player Harry Bowman on the far side, who thought he'd actually cannoned the ball off the opposition. The referee and the assistant on that far side disagreed, so it's a throw down the St John's left in the Farsley Celtic half, but closer to halfway than the penalty area. It's thrown square in field, trying to bounce over the defender there. A couple of clattering challenges in mid-air. Manicherry flicks it on round the corner down that far side, the left, but it's intercepted well. And now it's the captain, Kimari Lee, getting his foot on the ball. And it's played across the centre circle into some space. And Daniel Mace, right of centre, looking for a forward ball. Tries to just dig it out in behind, looking for the forward route. It's a good ball as well. It's off the crossbar. It was the number 11, Abdu Job, who got to the byline first time. Ball in on the half volley with the side foot. It went over the goalkeeper. It was arcing towards goal. And even from a tight angle, he somehow managed to hit the crossbar, but it bounced over and out for a goal kick for Farsley Celtic. Charlie Parker Fairbairn will take another goal kick. Big sigh of breath from him as his shoulders drop and he plays it left-footed. High ball reaches halfway, kneed away by the number 4 Drew Rowley towards the near side. Then the number 11 Abdu Job goes tumbling over the challenge of the left-back Gareth Dolan. It looks as though decision has gone St John's way, and it will be a free kick next to the near touchline, midway between the halfway line and the penalty area. Number 28, Ryan Casey, will take this, Willie. He's got an overlapping run from Samuel Evans, opts not to use it. Everyone back behind the ball now for Farsley Celtic to defend this one. And 5 red and black shirts are in the penalty area. Samuel Evans will take right footed, the number 2. It's a flat one towards the edge of the area. They're trying to run onto it here. They've gone into the area. No offside. Shot into the back of the net. Number 11, Abdu Job, ran onto it and volleyed it low with the right boot into the far corner of the net. Really cool finish from him as he goes to celebrate in front of the camera behind the goal. He's mobbed by his teammates. Every single outfield St John's player in red and black go and surround him. The captain, Kimari Lee, just asking his players to calm it now, because they're in front. They've got the lead they wanted after less than 15 minutes of this game. It came from a right-sided free kick. Samuel Evans, it was a flat one really that Abdu Job ran onto, poked it forward ahead of the defender. There was a shot that came in. It broke then for Abdu Job. He ran onto the ball, low effort into the far corner of the net, and it's St John's 1, Farsley Celtic 0. So Farsley Celtic restarted their game, going from right to left. The ball rolled back by number 10 Kieran Carey into the defence. The back 4 for Farsley Celtic, each getting a touch of it before Borman plays it high diagonally with the right boot, goes just over the defender, playing on the shoulder of him now is Cameron, tries to turn and face goal and try to square it across, but plenty of red and black shirts had already got behind the ball and they've nipped it back, and they now have it in the defensive third with Daniel Mace, who just toe pegs it forward, doesn't reach halfway. Running onto it was John Atkinson. His first touch took it into head height, so it was hard to play a ball forwards with any real purpose, but he did manage to get it that direction. However, St John's win it back and it goes to the goalkeeper. 2 players closing him down. Clearance away, only makes the halfway point of the half. Maybe a chance to shoot perhaps. Farsley Celtic taking a touch. Donaldson, the number 8 in the middle, plays it towards the far side, and Borman looking for a forward ball down the line. Intercepted easily by Samuel Evans though, and maybe a chance now for St John's to counter-attack. Coming over the halfway line, they play a really incisive underlapping ball to Kimari Lee, and then he screws it back square inside. It breaks though on the edge of the penalty area for Atkinson, who was back there for Farsley Celtic. He slips as he just clears it out towards that far side. The last touch then came off the shins of Kimari Lee, the St John's captain, trying to close it down in that far corner, and it will be a Farsley Celtic throw-in, level with their own penalty area. Harry Borman with the green socks, but a bit of white at the bottom of them, and the golden boots will take now. Spears it up towards halfway, just drops about 10 yards short as it bounces through towards the striker for Farsley Celtic. He's out-muscled by the St John's man, but then the ball forward doesn't reach the goal scorer, Joby. Instead it's picked up by Dolan, plays it back into his captain's path, Joe Dixon. Long ball forward from him. Keeper's come out a long way here, so maybe a chance to shoot from 40 yards out. He rushed it there, did Kieran Carey. Maybe he could have squared it out towards the right-hand side where there was an on-rushing option. But a real scramble at the back there. So Tommy Hobson, the St John's goalkeeper, who now puts his hands up in the air to apologise, getting into a real tangle. And very fortunate not to have conceded. He plays out the goal kick to the right corner of his box. The number 5 low drilled ball lands onto the thighs of Gareth Dolan and then squirms into the centre circle, where maybe there's a chance for Farsley Celtic to begin a forward move now. Atkinson looking for the forward run on the right hand side of number 18 Henry Bowe. Don't think was quite expecting himself. Goes back to the goalkeeper, bobbling ball. Not a very good connection on that one as it spirals into the air and then poked back out wide. They're chasing after it to try and keep it in. They've just about managed as well. Gareth Dolan on this near side, the left, forced back towards the midway point now of the St John's half. Atkinson then plays it back to halfway, and Farsley Celtic have a bit of time on the ball. Joe Dixon wants to play a long diagonal, does so as well, aiming for the far post, almost getting onto it was the number 9 Will Palmer, who got behind the defender who missed it. Keepers out quickly together though, and danger averted as far as St John's are concerned. But Farsley Celtic responding well since going behind, as the ball is played back towards their goalkeeper now for St John's, Tommy Hobson, in the middle of his box. He's not closed down this time, so he's got a bit of time to consider where he's going to put this one. Right corner of his 18-yard box. He's come actually out of his area. Another flat kick from him. Ball forwards was poor though from Farsley Celtic. It's back for the goalkeeper again. I don't think he may have long this time, but he goes for it again, gets a bit more height on it as it lands towards the halfway line. Ryan Casey is the man turning from halfway, right of centre, rolls it down the right hand side for Abdu Joe. Bit of space for him as he runs into the penalty area. A couple of two-way mans, he pulls it back towards the penalty spot. Atkinson was back, clears behind. It will be a corner ball for St John's on the near side there, right. Coming towards the near side to take is the number 28 Ryland Casey. The red and black shirts of St John's are forward. They've got yellow numbers on their back. It's the yellow number 28 on the back of Casey, who raises his right arm and will play it right-footed now, bending away towards goal. It's towards the back post. Free header just over the head of the number 5 there, who pulled free, and the referee already has his hand in the air to signify that the ball had gone out and that the ball went out before it bent away from goal. So goal kick for Farsley Celtic. Try and play it out through the thirds from deep. It's broken here for Donaldson. Donaldson's got runners ahead of him, plays it to his left hand side and Cameron then goes for a first time ball with the outside of his right boot towards Kieran Carey, but instead of shaping towards Carey, it shaped away from him and towards the goalkeeper, who was able to gather. Now it's St John's who were able to play their way out from the back, near side the right hand side. It's Casey down the line. Player's gone down off the ball here as Job runs into trouble. Atkinson wins it, and now it's on the near left hand side near the halfway line. Ball from Donaldson, spots Dolan. Dolan level the air. He's got a man retreating as he's able to get the cross here. It's a low flat one towards the front post, easily bounces into the goalkeeper's hands. And the keeper can just roll it out to the right corner of his box. Macy's pass, though, is intercepted. Maybe an opportunity somewhat. Challengers go clattering in. Long clearance downfield. Good header out by Dixon. Back there for Farsley Celtic. Out towards the near side. It will be a throw to St John's. And it will be the near side. They're right in the Farsley Celtic half of the field. Walking across to take is the goal scorer, Abdu Job. Joby's sort of midway point of the Farsley Celtic half. The chest back to him from that throw wasn't great though. The referee has his arm in the air and he's going to signify it will be a free kick for St John's. A late challenge from Gareth Dolan. Evans with his left hand on his hip. He'll take this one. Of course, he supplied the goods for the first goal. Floats it a bit higher this time. Heads good one, so that requires an overhead kick by the defender Daniel Mace, left side of the area. Safe to say he goes high over the bar. Player down for Farsley Celtic at the moment is the captain Joe Dixon. But he's got back to his feet now, Joe Dixon. Just wipes his face with his green and white hoop T-shirt. And they play it out, Farsley Celtic. Then look for a long diagonal from the far side towards the near. Macy's underneath it. Flicked on there by Casey. And then they run onto the ball on the near side. It's Joby, the goal scorer, just rolling it back for Matthew Oaten. Red touch for him in this first half so far, in which we've got 24.5 minutes remaining. Good one-touch, two-touch football now, though, from St John's. We're just passing it around and then switch play towards the far side, the left. It's a bounce up and a header forward towards the edge of the box. Bounces over the defender, is able to hook it away over his shoulder. Only lands in the midway point of the Farsley Celtic half, though. Awkward clearance away from Borman. Goes square and sideways rather than forward. And Joby's pounced onto it, but then coming across with real force was Oladimeji again to recover and atone from his own mistake. And it will be at the expense of a throw for St John's on the near side, the right. Midway through the Farsley Celtic half, the referee just asking the player who's about to take this to wait a moment, because Joe Dixon is down on the edge of his box just reapplying his shoelace. And now we're good to go. Throw is square in field. Poor control, though, from Oaten. Both players chase each other off the field on the near side, and I think the ball had just gone out there off a Farsley Celtic player. And so it's going to be a St John's throw, this time on halfway. It's going to be taken by the number 15, Daniel Mace, just down below us. Throws it 20 yards down the line, headed up in the air by Dolan, then drops in the middle of the park. It's a good switch there from Rowley towards the far side. Flicked, headed down. Manicherry runs beyond the defenders on the angle. Low left footed shot just wide of the far post. Really good effort from Oliver Manicherry. Left side of the area, across the face of goal. Keeper was beaten, and the low effort just agonisingly rolled wide. A timeout has been called, it looks like. And it looks like it's the Farsley Celtic team seem to be the side that were well, it may well be actually a water break. Water bottles being thrown towards each of the players as they go towards the far side in their respective dugouts. So the scoreboard clock has stopped with a quarter of the game gone. Still some way to go, but St John's leading by a goal to nil, and the goal from Abdu Joby, the number 11, with a snapping finish from 12 yards out, just right of centre. Broke to him in the area from the set piece, and he made no mistake in thumping it low into the far corner of the net. Farsley Celtic players quite animated on that far side, whereas the St John's team, most of them are just still and just watching the coach describe what sort of play he wants to see from his players in the remainder of the match. Yeah, the referee calls both sets of players back on, just gesticulating to them with his hands and hoping that one of each team spots him. The assistants are just going over as well to interrupt the team talks and ask them to get back on the field and resume the remainder of this first half. So St John's back in their own half of the field, left of halfway. Farsley Celtic players resuming their spots as well. They're the ones about to take this goal kick. The goalkeeper, Charlie Parker Fairbairn, in all yellow with the black trim, goes across towards the goal, away to our right, where he'll just lob his blue water bottle into the goal, and then goes and just kicks it, make sure it's as far away from the goal line as possible. And then we'll now take this goal kick. He's ushering to his players to move across towards his right, and that's where he's just rolled the ball, but then deceived the opponent because he's then played it to the left of the D, and his captain Joe Dixon. Dixon left-footed, high over halfway. It's a strong clearance from the St John's midfielder coming across, and now a throw-in down the line, taking Donaldson, returning the ball off his thigh. Long high ball that just evades the underhanging beams here inside the Sir Alf Ramsey Arena. Now it's controlled by Ryland Casey, forward into the feet of Manu Cherry. He's able to turn and try and screw it in behind. Trying to scamper onto that one was Joby, but good covering there from the number 5, Oladimeji. The ball is loose down the right-hand side and picked up by St John's, level with the penalty area now. Casey looking for an option, tries to poke it in between 2 green and white players. It comes off one of them, so he has to settle for the throw-in near the corner flag, down this near side, the right. It'll be Joby will take, thrown towards the byline. Another throw-in to come now. Joby will take near the corner flag, just flicks it up with his right boot into his hands. Ball over his head, throws into Manu Cherry's path. Back it goes now for Rowley, level with the penalty area, looking for a give and go with Casey. Plenty of red and black shirts on this side of the area to try and intricately work it through, but Farsley Celtic are able to clear to halfway on this near side. But again, Kieran Carey can't make it stick up front, and the ball is returned back to the St John's goalkeeper, and now they look to play it through the back line. It's Matthew Oaten turning away from his man and poking the ball with a low-angled pass out towards that far touchline. Good run forward from the captain, Kamari Lee, but his back heel's a poor one. It isn't met by the number 14, and so it's turned down the other end of the field, and the chase is on here. The number 5 turns away really well, though, from Will Palmer on that far touchline. Gets towards the midway point of his half, and then it breaks back his way once again. Rolls it back for Sam Evans, and Evans rolls it all the way back to his goalkeeper, Tommy Hobson, just outside his 6-yard box. We're put under a lot of pressure from the number 10, Kieran Carey, so he just instinctively shifted it to the other side of him. And then it's the number 5 playing a flat drill ball up towards the chests of the front men. Harry Borman, though, comes out with it, the defender, and he'll get a free kick as well inside right channel, around 15 yards inside the St John's half. Referee still just waiting for the man with the ball at the moment to return the ball. So eventually Harry Borman will take. He cheekily, though, tried to buy an extra few yards there. So plenty of players lined up on the edge of the penalty area to both attack and defend this. The red and blacks against the green and whites. Everyone back by Manu Cherry behind the ball for St John's as Harry Borman stands over it, right-footed, bends it towards the penalty spot, goes through the bodies here. Donaldson got a loose touch on it, then cleared away through the beams, so it doesn't mean that the game has to be stopped. There's a player down in the penalty area, but St John's are continuing to break down the other way. Manu Cherry right-hand side tries to play the ball through, but Ryland Casey couldn't reach it. The ball was intercepted before it met him, and now it's Farsley Celtic trying to play out from the back. Borman back there, cannons the ball off the defender. Then a big tackle goes in from Carey, spins into the path for Manu Cherry, controls it well and finds the pass on the far side of the area. Shot on the angle, back for Manu Cherry, into the top corner of the net. Oliver Manu Cherry makes it 2-0. The number 99 goes and celebrates with the number 14 for St John's, who could have shot himself on the left side of the area, but returned it back for Manu Cherry, 15 yards out, side foot, top corner of the net. And they all celebrate together once more, all the St John's players, with 18.5 minutes remaining of the first half. It's Farsley Celtic 0, St John's 2, and the Farsley Celtic goalkeeper, Charlie Parker Fairburn, is just having to put his hand under his chin to tell his players to keep positive, keep their chins up. Maybe there's a chance they can get back into this one. But a real contrast in emotions between the two teams now, with the scoreline widening to 2. And it does feel as though it's St John's who are on top at the moment, and the death final going their way. Kieran Carey will take the restart for Farsley Celtic very shortly. The St John's bench a lot more animated at the moment than the Farsley Celtic one. They're still not content at how they're playing It's certainly a case of not getting complacent at this time of the match. And we're just waiting for everyone to be back and ready to restart. There's a player currently down for Farsley Celtic getting treatment on the far side. Looks like John Atkinson, number 21. He slowly gets back to his feet. He's got the interpreter next to him, as well as the two physios in black. Goes off towards the far side, and hopefully he'll be good to return on again in a few moments' time, but not quite yet. And the referee orders play. So Farsley Celtic, a player down, and 2 goals down as they resume play, and immediately St John's begin to scuttle into the Farsley Celtic half of the field. They want a free kick, Farsley Celtic. They're not going to get one. And play continues. The Farsley Celtic bench not happy at all that the referee isn't giving a free kick there. As down the near side, it's Joby, the goal scorer of the first goal, and played back for Mace, whose long ball is blocked and ricochets out towards the near side for a throw-in. Throwing from halfway down the line for St John's. Nice flick around the corner from Manu Cherry, but the offside flag is up against Abdou Joby. Otherwise he would have been away down the right-hand side with either a chance on goal on the angle or an opportunity to square it across. Instead, play is brought back. It's actually brought back for what appears to be a St John's free kick. So because there was no advantage, because of the offside, the referee was happy for a free kick to be given. Samuel Evans raises both arms in the edge. From the right-hand side, he whips this in with the right boot. Doesn't beat the first man, though. Dolan's able to head it away towards the far side. But instead, the man on the far side rolls it back towards halfway. The captain, Kiamari Lee's happy to go back into his own half as well. Farsley Celtic very close to get up the field at the moment. And now it's an opportunity for Casey inside right channel. Tries to slip it down the right hand side. In behind there is Joby. No offside flag this time as he tries to pull it back from the byline. Blocked by the captain Dixon, who was stood right in front of him. Dolan is back on defensive duty. He's able to assist and play the ball forwards. It's nicely worked this from Farsley Celtic, who get probably 50 yards away from their own corner flag before losing out. And then now it's back with St John's on the edge of the centre circle. Oaten just threads it with a short pass. Now number 28, Carey. He's got a man running on his overlap, but looks for him after he's turned away from goal. Number 14 steps inside of one player, gets towards the edge of the box, just slips it past 2 players. Chance down the right hand side as it's pulled back. Well blocked there by Dixon, but St John's were able to play their way through and nearly get a third goal, with the key man again being Abdou Joby down the right hand side, the number 11. So going across to take the corner on the near side, the right now is Ryland Casey for St John's. The ball waiting for him next to the corner flag, which is a white pole with a yellow flag on top of it. Carey raises the right hand and then bends it in towards the middle of the box, headed away by the Farsley Celtic defender, then returned back out wide towards the near side, and Carey's about 30 yards from the corner flag this time. Steps inside of one player, left footer, bends it towards the front post, headed behind again by Dixon, up to really stretch and flick that behind him. Didn't quite know what was going to be there, but just had to make sure, to the best of his knowledge, that it was to safety. And now it will be a corner on the near side. Casey will take right-footed. Again, it'll be an outswinger. Bit deeper this time towards the back post. Heads go up. It was the captain, Kamari Lee, who leapt for it, but it flicked the top of his head and went away. Ball rolled back now for Samuel Evans, left of the centre circle, high diagonal floated ball, and Manicherry playing on the shoulder there, tried to get the ball to drop over Joe Dixon, who he was battling against. It rolls past him and towards the goalkeeper, who's able to make it safely his. He volleys the ball away left-footed towards the far side. Good header away by Evans. Worked forward for Manicherry, beats the centre-back to the ball, then supplies it down the left-hand side for the advancing winger. Number 14 has it now, left side of the area, pulls it back for Manicherry, gets it out of his feet, bends it towards the far top corner, and it is just wide of the apex of where crossbar meets post, but not by a lot. Parker Fairburn left-footed, high, long, swirling downfield, central, and it's headed away towards the far side. St John's have it again, coming in from the left touchline. Passing field's intercepted initially by Farsley Celtic, and the second ball comes out towards the near side. Now it's Joey, first time ball in field for Carey, bundles his way past Atkinson, still has the ball centrally, laterally coming inside. Now arcs his run towards the edge of the area, thought about going himself, but just a sea of green and white ahead of him. So plays it out wide for Joby, feigns to put the cross in, doesn't fool his man, then rolls it back for Carey, and then Joby then bundles into Dolan, no free kick. And the ball cleared away by Farsley Celtic. Joby's gone down though in the penalty area, holding his midriff. He looks in some pain as he rolls from one side to the other. The ball out of play, and it will soon to be a throw for St John's, but not yet. And again, the two physios come on for St John's. They've been busy in this first half, and they're followed by the interpreter. So we'll just wait to find out how Abdu Job's health is very shortly. As at the moment the Farsley Celtic players are gathered on the edge of their own penalty area, a bit of a circle, almost having a bit of a conference. Trying to establish what is it that's going wrong for them so far, and how is it that they can get themselves back in the game. But play will be delayed, and play will probably be extended quite a bit beyond the 45 at the end of this first period, once Abdu Joby is back to his feet. But we will await and find out exactly how he is feeling very shortly indeed. Still the physios are around him, as is the interpreter, the match referee as well is there, plus his opponent, Gareth Dole, and those two have been battling away all game so far. He's now back to his feet. Abdu Job stretches his arms above his head and now wipes his face with his shirt as he just slowly trots towards the near side. A Farsley Celtic player just gives him a bit of a handshake, checking he's okay. And hopefully it'll be good to continue very shortly. So he's near where this throw's about to be taken. Daniel Mace will take it and sportingly throws it back down the line towards Farsley Celtic. It will be unopposed by St John's, so Farsley Celtic will have the ball back and will be able to start from the back with the short goal kick. Abdu Joby, the number 11, goal scorer of the first goal. He's now back on the field of play after that bit of treatment. Farsley Celtic now have it in their own box. They clip it up towards the near side on halfway. On the half turn was Cameron trying to chip it forward. The second ball comes in his direction, and the referee lifts his left arm to signify a foul by Stuart Cameron on his opposite number 15, Daniel Mace, who slowly gets back to his feet, just signals to his teammates with two hands. Let's just slow it down a bit. No need to rush things now with just 8 minutes of normal time remaining in this first half. Ball out towards the far side, and Sam Evans back in field for the number 5 for St John's. The defenders passing it between themselves, but eventually able to turn out from the press and now break beyond halfway. Chance through the third as it opens up inside left channel for Kamari Lee. Kamari Lee lets it roll. The shot comes in low. It's good save down to his right by the goalkeeper. Charlie Parker Fairburn did well to just stretch a right glove and plant one of those black gloves on the ball. but the shot from distance, about 20 yards out, destined for that far bottom corner. Ball long, headed out of play by a St John's man on halfway. So it will now be a Farsley Celtic throw-in. It will be taken by Gareth Dolan, who pacily walks up but doesn't quite make it into a jog. And he's shouting at his teammates to try and pass the ball about as he goes down the line. Mace heads it away. Nice touch from Manacherry, who's then clobbered by Gareth Dolan. The referee says no free kick. Manacherry is still down on the ground and looks at the assistant official on the near side to ask why that wasn't a foul. Certainly Gareth Dolan didn't think it was, and he now takes the resulting throw on the near side. It's in the St John's half. Mace volleys it up towards halfway. It's then clipped down up towards the near side, and they keep the ball to Farsley Celtic, work it back towards halfway, now trying to spread it out towards the far side, but too much running that for Will Palmer to do. The ball goes astray from him into touch for a St John's throw. The thing's just not going the way of Farsley Celtic at the moment. Long ball downfield, commanding header away from Olameji. It's now back inside their own half, playing down the inside left channel. Opportunity for number 14, Jinkin inside, and now plays it for Manacherry. Looks to left-footed, curling around the corner, bouncing ball that Kamara Lee runs onto. DeBelli has to break stride as he gets towards goal. The keeper comes out and thwarts the angle, will prevent a goal-scoring chance there, but it will be at the expense of a corner on the far side for St John's left. This audio description coverage of the deaf final here at the FA Disability Cup. 5.5 minutes remaining of the first half. St John's lead 2-0. Corner on the left-hand side. Taken by Casey. Bent in, right-footed towards the back post. Headed up, but not quite away by Farsley Celtic. The ball dropping over the shoulder of Abdu Job. So has to just nudge it back towards the centre circle, where St John's will recycle and try and create an angle on the far side, the wide left. They have it with Oten, the number 3, inside left challenge. Got a man wide of him, but tries to dribble his way through himself. Comes back off the shins of the defender, Harry Borman, for Farsley Celtic. Out of play it goes for a St John's throw. Harry Borman actually thought it should have been his. He was about to take the throw in there before he saw the referee's signal, and he throws the down with some thrust to Matthew Oten, who will take the throw in now, the number 3. Looking for options ahead of him. Instead he goes squaring field for Ryland Casey. Casey putting it on the right boot. He's got a man with him at the moment. He's struggling to shrug off. He wants an option wide right. Plays in towards the path of Joby, who flicks it over his man, then goes down. Free kick will be given this time by the referee. And it's going to be around 25 yards out this. Probably just about level with the width of the right side of the penalty area. Referee orders the 3-man Farsley Celtic wall to go back 3 yards. The referee also looks as though he's wanting to call over one of the Farsley Celtic players, Gareth Dolan, the number 3. The referee really having to almost violently orchestrate that he wants him to come over, and now he's going to go to his pocket and get out the yellow card. So first caution of the game is to Gareth Dolan. The free kick, looks like just a few yards outside the penalty area, and it's pretty much level with the width of this right side of the box. It's Ryland Casey stood over it. Also Oliver Manacherry just behind him as well. So Ryland Casey shapes to try and bend this one. It looks to me like he might be trying to go for the near corner here if he was to have a shot. It's a 4-man wall ahead of him, so it'll be difficult to execute. Instead he goes towards the back post. 2 players high jump in, but unable to make contact with the header. Then trying to wriggle towards the penalty area there was the St John's man, but he's happy to retreat now because Farsley Celtic have won the ball back and they charge down the right. They get towards the midway point of their own half before rolling it back for Harry Borman. Right-footed, slams it downfield, down that far touch line. Coming across with Samuel Evans, just flicks it away with his right boot into touch for a Farsley Celtic throw midway inside the St John's half of the field. Thrown back towards halfway, and Harry Bournemouth takes a touch to control and then just floats it at knee height across into the path of Joe Dixon. The ball lands at his feet, and before he opts to pick his next pass, he's left of the centre circle, right-footed, just floats it back to Harry Bournemouth on halfway. Side-footed ball back for Odimeji. They're getting close down here, Farsley Celtic, but they're able to work the ball around them at the moment. Bournemouth down the right-hand side, now plays it into the feet of Carey, trying to take good care of the ball, and he slips in Palmer down the right side of the area, on the angle shoot, just over and wide of that near post. He had a couple of options to aim at in the middle, but Palmer felt as though he had enough room and enough confidence in his own ability to take the shots on with the right boot, those red boots, but he's unable to find the target of Tommy Hobson's net. Hobson takes the resulting goal kick. It's short and it's out towards the left corner of the penalty area. Number 5 has it. Right-footed ball low towards that far touchline. Evans plays it down the line, looking very comfortable when they're under pressure here, St John's, and when they're in tight spaces. But now they try and open it up into a bit more space. Running on to his Daniel Mason on the near side, the right. Just coming in from the right touchline there is Joby. Any field for Carey. Back to the halfway point of Mace. Rowley digs it high and diagonally towards the far side. It bounces once into the path of the number 14, who was offside there. Play continuing, but the referee has his arm in the air, as does the official on the near side. Quite a few of the players yet to realise, now they have seen, and St John's will return the ball to Farsley Celtic, so they are able to take this resulting free kick. We're around 30 seconds away from the end of the first half, but we will have some stoppage time. We're waiting to see what the fourth official on the far side puts on his black electronic board. Well, Jemmy striding out about 30 yards with the ball at feet at light jogging pace. He then gets the ball back off Carey. It's not a great pass. It's forced Ollie Jemmy out wide on that far side, but they're able to just play a couple of nice passes beyond the red and black shirts before they get over halfway, and St John's are able to repel it almost immediately. Manicherry trying to battle away with it with Ollie Jemmy near the corner flag, turning away, plays it down the line, but out of touch due to the pressure on him by Manicherry. It forces a throw for St John's, and it's midway inside the Farsley Celtic half, but then the poor throw to Lee sees Lee volley the ball back over the taker with his side foot, a bit sloppy all round, as 4 minutes are signalled by the fourth official on the far side near the halfway line on his black electronic board. Play continues. Manicherry's in the box. It stands up for him nicely, then brings it down and lays it off. Low drone shot into the far corner from Ryland Casey, the number 28. And that might be the game over in first half stoppage time. Some of the Farsley Celtic defenders sink to their knees. The goalkeeper trying to lift them back up again. But it was Manicherry causing a menace. He attracted one or two defenders near him. You just wondered if the ball was going to sit nicely for him or not. He didn't quite, but he was able to have the presence of mind to lay it off for Casey. He was just perched in the D, central to goal. Drilled a low right-footed effort into the far corner of the net. Keeper couldn't get down quickly enough. And it's now St John's 3, Farsley Celtic 0. Well, a few shrugged shoulders on the body language of the Farsley Celtic players. In these 4 minutes added on at the end of the first half, and St John's have got a third goal, and Farsley Celtic just haven't threatened nearly enough as of yet. It's going to be a throw on the far side for St John's, just around 15 yards inside Farsley Celtic territory. Throwing is taken backwards into the path of Samuel Evans. Evans has it far side the left, midway inside his own half, plays it square in field for Rowley, and all the way back through for Tommy Hobson, all in dark blue. Just rolls it to his right centre-back, Mace. Back once again for the goalkeeper. And again, his kick is not great, just bobbles slightly ahead of him. And it goes out of play on the near side for a throw-in. It'll be taken by Dolan in towards the chest there of Carey. Scooped in towards the penalty area. It bounces once, almost above the goalkeeper there. But Hobson, despite being under pressure from the bearing number 9, Will Palmer, is able to claim the ball in two hands and calm things down somewhat. Then kicks it out of his hands with the right boot, floats high beyond the centre circle and beyond captain Joe Dixon as well, who's facing his own goal now, pokes it back towards his goalkeeper. He's able to instinctively clear away, and then the loose ball fell for St John's around 40 yards out, but they couldn't quite capitalise. Now it's given away again. Matthew Oaten has it, slips it down the left side of the box, chance on the angle, low left-footed side foot shot, down low to his left was the keeper to save it. Otherwise it could have been yet another goal for St John's. Mace now on the near side, left-footed ball back to his goalkeeper, who will just about meet it on the right corner of the box. He's closed down by a couple of green and white shirts, so he just plays it into the space on the near touchline, where Mace rolls it down the line for Rowley, then inside for Casey, and then it's a flat diagonal dig from him that is easily defended, and now maybe a chance as the ball goes through for Donaldson, but no runners ahead of him for Farsley Celtic. And it looks as though they just need to go in at half-time and have a conversation about how they're going to get this back on track. Donaldson now picks the ball up left of the centre circle, arcs away from Casey before squaring across the halfway line towards the far side. Played forward there by Borman. It was a ball at chest height, so difficult to control. But Farsley Celtic still have the ball now with their captain Dixon. Comes over halfway, plays a straight ball down that left channel in towards the edge of the box, but it goes all the way through again. A bit of a waste, really. And claimed by the goalkeeper Hobson, who rolls it out towards the far side to the left. And Evans, he's 5 yards outside the left corner of his box. He just plays it into the middle of his own half there as the referee puts his arms in the air to signal half-time at the end of the 4 minutes added on there. St John's leading by 3-0. The Farsley Celtic players in quite a hurry, it has to be said, a few of them sprinting off towards the tunnel away to our left-hand side. They look as though they mean business for the second half. They need to, they've got nothing to lose now. But St John's leading 3-0 at half-time will have the much happier team talk.
Welcome back to St George's Park. We're delighted to have BT Sport new signings presenters Damaris Cook and Rolf Schutan alongside us, with British Sign Language interpreters Nadia and Liam with us as well. And St John's are leading 3-0 against Farsley Celtic in the first half. And before we look back on that first half, a quick reminder that the Tour de France starts next Saturday, and you can see all the action on Discovery Plus and Eurosport as well. What a half, Addy.
It was a great half. And Damaris, you picked out Abdou Jobi as one of the players to watch, and he certainly didn't let us down. You know, he had a stunning spell of action within 5 minutes. One getting fouled, another one nearly scoring, hitting the stanchion before his superb goal.
Yes, and his hot form has just continued into this final. He's definitely a player to watch. He's been lively throughout the half. Hit the post, but then the free kick after, I mean, beautiful.
I mean, you can see his goal here. How impressed were you, not only with the finish, but the movement as well?
Farsley didn't clear their lines. You know, beautiful header. Oliver Mancheri, beautiful assist. Simple header, lovely volley.
And so far, you know, you're on for your result as a pundit. 3-0. You said 3-1, didn't you?
Yes, I'm on track. I'm on track to be right. Better than you, Rolf.
I'm in the wrong gear. Just confirm that. Yeah, fair play.
Damaris definitely on top at our half-time there with the predictions. Rolf, let's have a look at the second goal, because Oliver Manucheri then got on the score sheet himself, and you felt this was a bit like a futsal goal.
He did, yeah, no, absolutely. Just a quick 1-2. It feels like it just takes the defenders completely out of the game. It doesn't matter how good your positioning is. A quick 1-2 like that just gives you such a good chance to score. It was hard to miss, but yeah, he took it well. It was just clearly he's been practicing his finishing, hasn't he? And the lads have been practicing the 1-2s.
How influential was he throughout that half?
Massively, well, yeah.
Yes, and then later just got, for the third goal, really, another assist. He's ex-semi-professional, and it clearly shows.
He's definitely been one of the dominant players of the first half. And the third goal, Manucheri was involved once again for Ryland Casey's third goal. But do you think Farsley Celtic could have done better here to clear the ball as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was clear panic that set in at the back there. I think the first 5 minutes were quite evenly matched. You could feel the rivalry without a doubt, but you can see here.
And again, it wasn't about a powerful shot, it was the placement. A very simple goal, just set it up, easy goal. Like you said, similar to a futsal goal, you know, just setting it up nicely. It wasn't selfish at all, just pass the ball.
See, lovely layoff as well. Just keeping it simple, you know.
How much do you think, Rolf, that the pain of last year's performance from St John's, where they really just weren't on it, has inspired them today?
Absolutely. I mean, you can't rule that out. I think it was evident in the first 5 minutes. Bit scrappy. St John's then started to spread out, make use of the space, the size of the pitch. And they showed their technical ability. They're a possession-based team, largely. When they get into their rhythm, and you can see Farsley Celtic can't cope.
And I think that was what was missing last year. You know, they had possession last year, but they didn't convert that possession into good enough chances. Whereas today, they've grabbed those chances. It's a completely different side.
Yeah. And Damaris, I mean, St John's haven't had it perfect in the first half. There were a few moments where there was some miscommunication. I saw Matthew McQueenie on the wing, wide open, and he was super frustrated with the goalkeeper because he never got the ball. You know, how do you get that communication across over long distances when you can't hear?
With deaf football, you have to be a lot more observant. You have to be looking at everything that's going on around you. So you can't say man on, you know, or pass to me, my ball, watch out. You have to use your eyes a lot more. You have to be looking all over the pitch. You play football regularly, Rolf. I mean, how do you communicate with your players?
I think you just constantly got to be scanning. Your head needs to be on a swivel at all times. Of course, your peripheral vision is crucial to know who's around you when. I mean, it's things that hearing players will take for granted. Your centre-back shouts it, your left-back shouts it, your centre-mid shouts it, but deaf people, it's different.
You know, you might establish some signs, some cues, so that you know if you want the attention from someone else, you go that way, I'll go that way. Those signs would be established earlier, but that's why teamwork is so important. You have to make sure you can read each other the right way. And like you said, Rolf, yeah, you're spinning your head around a lot.
You've got to have good neck flexibility.
Yeah, good neck muscles.
Rolf, there's no doubt that Farsley Celtic's heads are going to be down at half-time. What will they be saying to each other? How can they get back into this match?
I mean, they've got to just fight. It's the only way, really. Face the challenge head on. You're not going to outpass them. You can't play the possession game. It's clearly, for me, with Palmer on the right, Will Palmer for Farsley Celtic, that was the real threat. I think they need to counter. St John's like the ball. Let them have the ball. Counter.
Yeah, they've possibly got one eye on the Champions League, thinking about that because they're flying out tomorrow.
Yeah,
so will they,
yeah.
There's that pressure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A tough half for them, and they've got a long way to go to get back into this match in the second half because St John's are on it. They are leading 3-0. It was Joby, it was Manicherry and Casey with the goals. Can Farsley Celtic do anything to get back into this deaf final? Because the second half is coming next. Welcome back. Next Saturday, WWE heads to London for the first time in over 2 decades as the biggest superstars will be going head-to-head in WWE Money in the Bank at the O2 Arena. That event is live at 8 o'clock on BT Sport Box Office. Here at St George's Park, though, St John's are leading 3-0 against Farsley Celtic in the Deaf final at the end of the Disability Cup on day 2. We're going to rejoin our commentary team now for the second half. It's back to Ewan and Dan.
Welcome back for the second half of the Deaf final. Farsley Celtic last year were able to score 3 goals in the final against St John's. They're going to need at least that in this second half in order to rescue this final. A couple of changes being made by Farsley Celtic at half-time. So we're underway. The referee makes the signal, meaning that St John's kicking from right to left in their red and black striped shirts, the black shorts, black socks, going from right to left against Farsley Celtic in their green and white hoop shirts, green shorts and green socks. And immediately rip-roaring start down this near side from Farsley Celtic gets them a throw nearer to halfway than it is the penalty area. Square throw in field for Hashim Mahmood. Return back for Harry Borman, then back for the number 5, Ola Dijemi. And then Mahmood is able to reach the ball first on halfway to get it out wide right, and already some intent here from Farsley Celtic. Drop back towards the edge of the centre circle. Atkinson looks to open things up with a square ball towards the far side, and Gareth Dolan square back in field for Atkinson again, and then back just inside his own half left to the centre circle to captain Joe Dixon with the yellow armband high up on his left arm. It's then a long ball forward down the heart of the pitch. The keeper's going to try and hope that the ball reaches the area and gets inside it before Kieran Carey reaches the ball. He waited for it patiently. It dropped in his hands, thankfully for him. And Kieran Carey agonisingly close to nipping in for Farsley Celtic, but not quite. Tommy Hobson all in dark blue, almost bordering purple, with the long kick out of his right hands downfield. Carey intercepted by Will Palmer, and then Mahmood drills a low ball across the centre circle, but it doesn't reach his intended target. Ball forward there from Mace towards Kamari Lee, who thought he was tripped there by his opposition captain Joe Dixon. The referee disagrees and says actually it will be a throw in favour of Farsley Celtic down that far side of the left, but you could just already tell that there's a real intensity about Farsley Celtic's play. That said, they've just given it away in that far side of the field. They were never able to come out of it. Now Jobe skipping towards the byline, 2-2 man in the middle. Oh, the chance was for McQueenie. He got a nick on that as it scurries away out towards the near side now, and they're both battling away for the ball. The decision ultimately going in the favour of Farsley Celtic, going from left to right in this second half. Bowman then throws the ball on the back of Casey, almost seemingly at Casey. Is the ball alive here or not? The referee's not signalled yet, but the player has battled to try and get it. The referee's got his arm in the air, but no one can see him at the moment. Then is drilled high off the upper beam. The play eventually comes to a close, and the referee has given a yellow card to Bowman for throwing the ball at the back of Ryland Casey. The reason that Bowman did that was to try and show to the referee that Bowman was unable to take the throw because of the presence of Casey, but the referee not agreeing. That now brought to a resolution with a free kick for St John's. So Farsley Celtic there needlessly given away perhaps, but a good situation on this near side the left, around 25 yards from the corner flag, for Samuel Evans, right-footed, to bend it in. There's a one-man wall in front of him. It surpasses him towards the front post, flicked on towards the middle of the area, cleared away there by the captain Dixon, but Farsley Celtic aren't able to go too far out of their own territory before it goes back to halfway, and Oten, and he just composes things and plays it back into the space behind him for his goalkeeper Hobson, who's 20 yards outside of his penalty area. Long hanging right-footed ball downfield. Manicherry doesn't quite get it, and then Borman comes in, but the referee had already signalled for a infringement against the Farsley Celtic defender who was battling with Mano Cherry there, and it will be a free kick for Farsley Celtic. And it's sort of midway really between the near touch line and the centre of the pitch. It's also probably midway between the penalty area and the halfway line, and it's the red and black shirts of St John's who flock forwards, with Farsley Celtic in their green and white hoops having everybody now behind the ball. Ryland Casey will take this to number 28, the yellow numbers on his back. He's got hands on hips with his left foot in front of his right. Meanwhile, the referee is talking to Kevin Oladimeji. So he's the third Farsley Celtic player to be booked, 2 of them already in this second half. Borman a moment ago. Now Oladimeji, who's now going to get back into defence. To defend this, he ran away from the referee Oladimeji after the referee had the conversation with him. Now he gets out the yellow card. So eventually Ryland Casey will be allowed to take this free kick for St John's in a decent position, right-footed, flat one, really poor, gets towards the edge of the area and Dolan's able to thump it away right-footed, then repelled by Evans, somehow goes through the arch of the beams under the roof here, and it's fallen on the far side, the right, scooped in towards the back post, high push by Manacherry there, push into the back of Oladimeji. It will be a free kick for Farsley Celtic. He's asking for a yellow card for a push. Mahmoud's having a conversation as well with him. Dixon now gathering the ball coming out of the penalty area, left of centre. Farsley Celtic had a good first couple of minutes in this second half, but it's now just gone a bit flat. Chance here coming from the left-hand side for an opportunity for Farsley Celtic, coming towards halfway. It's clipped down the middle, looking for the run over the top, trying to get onto the end of that. Here's the number 11 Anderson, cleared away. Now an opportunity for St John's, passing the ball about in the left-back position on this near side of the field. And then back towards their goalkeeper, under a bit of pressure here as he's closed down, clearance away from the goalkeeper. Now they run down the right-hand side. Joby scampering towards the right corner of the box. Inside it goes for Kamari Lee. Kamari leaves it for Manacherry, and just flicks it with the left boot inside left channel for McQueen. He's got onrushing players ahead of him. Lee across the face of goal. It's scooped away from Joe Dixon, not fully away yet though. And now Farsley Celtic under pressure, able to play it into some space. The number 11 Anderson pokes it forward. Have they been the offside trap? The linesman on the near side says no, but the Farsley Celtic bench on the far side were level with that, and they thought it was a lot closer than what the assistant referee said. Otherwise, Kieran Carey would have been bearing down on goal. So St John's have a free kick. It's 20 yards inside their own half, right of centre. It's a high ball down that far side. It's going to reach the edge of the box via a flick on from Dolan, inadvertently the wrong way from him. It's then put out of play on the far side for a throw, which Abdou Joby will take level with the box. Mahmoud now has the ball, rolls it back, clipped up the other end of the field. St John's have won it back and now have possession. Anderson trying to close down Oten, who's able to jink inside of him and then play it back to his goalkeeper Hobson. Hobson stood on the edge of his D, played it towards the left corner of the box, and Evans now infield for Oten. Oten back to his goalkeeper Hobson. Hobson puts his left boot through it and kicks it as far as he can. He reaches the centre circle. Carey trying to control. It's broken into the middle now as St John's have won it. Casey coming clear with it beyond the centre circle. Played it to Manacherry. Can't get past Dixon though. He put a good foot in there and then gets past McQueenie. Next tackle comes in. Both of them thumping there. Well won by the number 3 for St John's, Owen. And then the next tackle goes in again by St John's, and they've won it back, and that was a really good battle on this near side. A couple of crunching slide tackles coming in. Matthew Owen, the number 3 for St John's, with fire in his eyes as he won that one. And now it's St John's with a high diagonal towards the far touchline. Joby's got a man in his back. He's forced to poke it back towards halfway. Casey now with the forward ball. Cherry's got a run ahead of him. He goes for the shot himself. It's blocked by Dixon out towards the far side. Joby does a step over to allow the ball to go out for a throw-in. We've played 10 minutes of the second half, still full of drama and incident this. 35 minutes remaining. Cherry falls down but still keeps the ball as he dribbles out towards the far side, the right, level with the edge of the penalty area. Pokes it inside for McQueen. He tries to scoop it over the top for Joby, but it's beyond him and the ball bounces out for a goal kick. On the Jemmy out towards the near side, and Borman wanting a forward ball, struggling at the moment. Forward towards halfway, easily defended by Millenstead. It's beyond McQueenie, who's adjudged to have pushed Borman in the back there, so it will be a free kick for Farsley Celtic. Long ball from Borman, high diagonal. The referee says that's not going to count because the ball was rolling. And so he's giving it back to Borman now to retake this. Midway inside his own half on the right-hand side for Farsley Celtic. It's a side-footed ball into the feet of John Atkinson. Just plays it back the way he was facing, which is Borman again. And then it's moved across the back four to the left centre-back, Joe Dixon. Midway inside his own half. Rolls his studs over the ball and takes him towards the left, but then wants to play it in field, but then it's a short ball and Kamari Lee runs onto it. Kamari Lee has a player up with him, but he's got his back to him at the moment. He tried to play it towards the left rather than the right. Borman intercepts, couple of step overs, takes him towards centre field and the centre circle, but then he gives up possession to Casey, who goes beyond him, or tries to at least. Borman responded well, back down this near side, the left, and it will go out for a throw for St John's, which Matthew McQueenie will come across to take. It's level with the penalty area. Throw back down the line for Samuel Evans, who his first touch takes him in field. Looks to stand it up right-footed towards the thigh of Cherry. Dixon was in his back and was able to hack away. And then a couple of step overs from Rowley before he scoops it high towards the near side. Too high though for McQueenie, who chested it up in the air, but just over his head and behind him, out for a Farsley Celtic throw. Near side the right. Back for Odemeji. And then closed down and blocked by McQueenie. Left hand side, slips it in from Cherry. Good recovery from John Atkinson, running towards his own goal there. He's able to step in, got towards the byline, arced away towards the corner flag, and then cleared downfield and out for a throw-in for St John's. Thrown in towards Matthew Owen. Then Owen back towards halfway, and Jeremy Millenstead, time for him under a bit of pressure, but he was able to play it to Tommy Hobson in space, right of the 18-yard box. He's got plenty of time here, long way out of his goal, Tommy Hobson, right-footed, long ball, high over halfway. Cherry the target, felt like he'd been pushed in the back. The referee shakes his head, but then it's almost lost in midfield by Farsley Celtic, and it's a robust challenge from behind there. It means it will be a foul and a free kick in favour of Farsley Celtic, and it's just to the left side of the centre circle in their own half. Joe Dixon will take this one then. He's waiting for options to come around, and they're quite spread out here, Farsley Celtic. He goes for a long kick straight down the field, easily chested by Millenstead under no pressure at all, but then he gives it away to Palmer. Palmer trying to juggle with it midway inside the St John's half. He does well, he gets past two players, then goes on the outside of Evans. He's got two players to beat again as McQueenie comes and slide tackles in, but he's kept it in play well, Palmer. Back it goes, now wide right near side Mahmood. Good 10-yard passes to feet being exchanged by Farsley Celtic on this near side before they now turn via Donaldson and move it out towards the far side of the left. And Dixon stepping out from centre-back. Left-footed, he'll go for a driven ball in towards the box. Evans gets something on it. Lands on the edge of the area for a St John's player. And it's cleared up towards Manacherry, who's on the turn, and he's got two players to aim at high towards the far side. Across it goes with the diagonal ball. Anderson back to battle with his fellow number 11 there. Joe Bay does really well. Anderson turns strongly on the edge of his own box and will carry on his run upfield, wanting the ball back. Gets it again. He's on the turn, just short of halfway. Steps past one player, pokes it past the second. Very heavy tackle coming in. Farsley Celtic not happy about that one at all. They're all up on their feet. And the referee has his left arm in the air, but who is he going to decide to give this free kick to? Was it the challenge that we've just seen, or is it the one just before that? Like a very robust challenge on him. The referee with a decision to make. And he's saying to the captain, Joe Dixon, that he won the ball. It looks as though it could be a head injury, this, for Anderson. It looks as though after the tackle, the player that made the challenge tried stepping over him and made contact with Anderson's head. Anderson slowly just sitting upright now. He's got the sign language interpreter and the two physios with him. He's just holding the back of his head. It looked like a nasty one. Half an hour or so remaining, plus any stoppage time, and of course time will be added on for this. Anderson still receiving treatment just inside his own half. A few metres beyond the centre circle, sort of halfway between the far dugouts and the centre circle. So he was in good view of the technical area when that challenge came in the aftermath as well. The referee still just remonstrating with one or two of the players, trying to explain his decision making and what's about to come after this pause in play. Pause in play which has come with not too long left of this game now, 27 minutes. And of course we'll have at least 3 minutes added on at the end of the half for this stoppage alone. Anderson, I'm glad to say, is back to his feet and, well, sluggishly walks towards the far touchline. Hopefully he'll be okay to come back on very shortly, wiping his face with his green and white hoop shirt on the halfway line, waiting for the call from the referee to re-enter the field. It is a Farsley Celtic free kick. Didn't see any yellow cards issued in the aftermath of that. It will be taken just short of halfway by the captain, Joe Dixon, right-footed here. He's got 5 players upfield, but it's a flat kick towards the edge of the area. Really poor ball, and a good chance now for a counter-attack here by St John's, but well positioned to stop the diagonal through ball was the Farsley Celtic defender. And now maybe down the right-hand side, a chance for Bournemouth. On the outside is Will Palmer. Looks like a tricky player. Gets the give and go. Tries to go beyond his man. Coming across with Samuel Evans, who got the header on it. And it will be given as a corner ball on the near side, the Farsley Celtic right. And to trot across to take, it'll be the number 7, Hashim Mahmood, with his hair tightly bunched back in a bun. He just places the ball in the quadrant, pulls up his socks to his knees and looks at his options in the penalty area, of which there are 7 of them in the box. And there is a player up still for St John's, so that'll be a one-on-one battle if the ball is cleared upfield. We'll see what happens now as Hashim Mahmood raises his left arm, right-footed, digs it out deep towards the back post. Keeper came, didn't get it, bounces onto the head of the player up there for Farsley Celtic, still ricocheting around, and the shot skied over from Anderson, left corner of the 6-yard box. I think the suggestion is that perhaps his own player nearly stops him from pulling the trigger there, so it wasn't the cleanest of effort on the half volley from Anderson, who got underneath the ball, and the ball just span up into the sky and over the crossbar. And now the goalkeeper for St John's is down. I mentioned at the start of that set play that he came out to try and punch, didn't get it, and it then bounced onto the head of Harry Borman, and it was ricocheting around, and ultimately Anderson got the shot away left-footed. Certainly not his strong side, and that could have been the Farsley Celtic chance to get them back in this game with 24.5 minutes remaining. Tommy Hobson still receiving treatment in his 6-yard box. Got the physios again in the black polo tops, the black shorts and the white socks. They're knelt down either side of him as he sits upright but stretches his arms back, and slowly now will get to his feet. And if it is a head injury, of course there is concern for any player, but particularly the goalkeeper. St John's not having a replacement really ready, so both sets of players on the far side have taken this as the moment to take on a bit of a drinks break. We had one midway through the first half, and now we've got one in the second. The St John's team go to their dugout left of halfway on the far side. There's just a cluster of red and black shirts, and then the green and white shirts looking a less upbeat. The arms, the shoulders have dropped a wee bit, hands on hips, few of them taking on fluids, but certainly not the animated coaching that we're currently seeing from the St John's camp left of halfway. Meanwhile, the only player not in that huddle and not being able to take on refreshments at the moment, although he does have the blue bottle in his own net, is the St John's goalkeeper Tommy Hobson, who is just going through the concussion checks at the moment with the physios to make sure that his eyesight is okay, his concentration is okay, and that he is stable enough to carry on the remainder of this match. Currently stood with hands on hips. He's having to tilt his head up and down and make sure his eyes are following the path of the physio. Still, this is a long check going on at the moment. The sign language interpreter in a black t-shirt and blue jeans is just explaining to Tommy Hobson what the physios are asking of him to try and ensure that he passes this concussion check without needing to come off. But the longer he is there, the longer he's being checked over, with the referee watching as well, you just wonder if this could be problems for St John's when they seem to be in control of this game. 3-0 up, 24.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Well, all the players on both teams are back in position on the field. We've had a few stoppages for injuries in this second half. It has disrupted the pace of the game somewhat. takes quite a bit to get going again, particularly as the game gets to its later stages. But Tommy Hobson still being checked over, and the referee has to surely make a call at some point to decide whether or not he's satisfied enough or not with the health of Hobson. And the referee has signalled for a change. So there will be a change here in goalkeeper. And it's going to be the number 54 on the far side. I've just seen him take his bib off. Clean-shaven head. He's now pulling up his socks. So he's going to come on. And Tommy Hobson really looks distraught at that decision. Did what he could, but his game is up. He's just having a bit of a conversation now with Jeremy Millenstead, the number 5, and also number 3, Matthew Oaton, who have come into the 6-yard box where that check was taking place under the crossbar, and just to check what the decision is here. Well, Andrew Ray, a much taller figure, it has to be said, than Hobson, but Hobson has given his gloves over now to Andrew Ray, who is not a goalkeeper by trade, but he's pulled on the goalkeeping jersey. He's got number 20 on his back, and he's now going to go in goal. He's going to run back to the halfway line.
Substitution for St. John's, leading the field, number 1, Tommy Hobson. The place wearing number 20, Andrew Ray.
And now Andrew Ray is on. Puts on his white gloves. He's got the short-sleeved dark blue goalkeeping top on. And play will restart with a goal kick. So quite a long stoppage there, but we're back underway. And of course it was important that Tommy Hobson had his health checked, but left-footed kick from Ray, gets a good deal on it, gets towards halfway. Manichiri heads it in towards the centre circle. McQueenie then pokes it up into the air, but over his shoulder out towards the near side it comes. Bowman battling with McQueenie there. It falls loose, and just on the halfway line, Manichiri drops in to try and help the ball back into midfield, but given away for Anderson. Anderson, quick feet from him, now finds Donaldson on the overlap, gets towards the left corner of the box, surrounded by red and black, who are retreating at pace, so he just holds the ball up, Donaldson, and bypasses Anderson with the ball back to Dolan, who's joined the St. John's half of the field. Now Anderson, 40 yards out, square ball in for Mahmood, and then he turns into trouble and fouls Manichiri as he tries to break away, so the referee has given the decision, and it's going to be another yellow card for a Farsley Celtic player. This time Hashim Mahmood is the latest, as the referee goes to his notebook and gives the card in the direction of Mahmood. Rowley will take the resulting free kick just short of the centre circle inside his own half. He raises his right arm and right-footed, blasts it down the heart of the field. The keeper able just to let that bounce through to him. Easily claimed there by Charlie Parker-Fairbairn. Ball down that far channel is intercepted before it reaches halfway. Slip down that right hand side for Joby. Dixon again across. Good slide tackle from him, and he just about keeps it in play as well on that far side as well. Donaldson gets a little touch on it through to Anderson, who's in a more central position but can't wriggle his way through Kamari Lee. Then a big slide tackle coming in from Ryland Casey. Ball loose again from Farsley Celtic, struggling to keep the ball at the moment, but it's tight in the middle of the Farsley Celtic half. So St John's then trying to just turn it in behind down the right hand side. Good stretching leg across from John Atkinson. Takes the ball out towards the far side and out for a throw-in. Matthew McQueenie will take this throw, level with the penalty area. Only Manicherry has come short as an option here. McQueenie needs another one, so tries to loop it over a couple of green and white shirts towards the edge of the box. It's headed back, shot from distance comes in from Rowley. It's blocked easily by the defence of Farsley Celtic, who were lined up on the edge of the penalty area. Now scampering wide right is Will Palmer with the ball, trying to break away for Farsley Celtic. Gets to halfway and gets a nice 1-2 as well. Over the halfway line he comes. Tries to now play it through for Carey, but Millenstead had reacted first and read the ball, played it back to his keeper. High ball upfield from Ray, drops on halfway. Donaldson battling with a man in his back. Square ball across for John Atkinson beyond the centre circle. Low angled ball pushed out towards the far touchline, and Anderson faced up now by Mace, goes on the outside of him, gets towards the byline, just about squeezes across back. It bounces off the thigh there of Millenstead, who then juggles with it a bit before thumping it away from his penalty area. And Manicherry trying to hold it up. Does he get the ball decision? The answer is no, and so it will be a throw for Farsley Celtic, and a bit of a grapple to win that ball back, as Manicherry initially didn't seem to want to let that one go. Oladimeji just short of the centre circle, just floats it delicately with a chip towards the feet of Will Palmer. Inside right channel, he's got an overlap, decides not to use it initially, but still Palmer on the ball, tries to run through two red and black shirts, but doesn't make the pass and doesn't make the dribble successfully either. Mahmood then sticks his foot in on Matthew McQueenie, and Mahmood puts it out for a throw for St John's. There are 20 minutes of regular time remaining, quite a few minutes I would suspect of additional time to come as well, as Samuel Evans throws the ball back towards Millenstead, left corner of the box. Now his keeper Ray has it, squares it back towards Millenstead again, near side the left, level with his own penalty area. Plenty of green and white shirts buzzing around though, and they've won it back just outside the penalty area. Mahmood and Donaldson trying to link up the creative midfield pair, but again St John's have their number and they're able to scamper down this near side the left, but it's gone astray by McQueenie. He tried to chip it down the line, running at pace, and his decision making wasn't the best there, so Farsley Celtic have a throw 10 yards in their own half. It's a square ball infield, bouncing onto the right foot of Atkinson, whose ball back is poor, picked up on the left corner of the area by Manicherry. Only a couple of defenders to beat, slips over the ball though, and that allows the defenders to come back, win the loose ball and then clear downfield, but it only goes as far as Casey, who just plays it back towards the centre circle where there are a few red and black shirts spare. One of them is Oten, who just clips it over Anderson's head. Anderson screws out to try and meet the ball towards the far side, but leaves in a late challenge on Daniel Mace, which means it will be a free kick for St John's. Assistant referee flagging on the far side, and the referee raises his left arm with those fluorescent yellow gloves on his hands. Of course, if you are just joining us on this audio description service, the referee and the rules of this game very much like a standard 11-a-side game, but the difference for this deaf final being that the referee doesn't have a whistle. He signals with his hands, and that's why the fluorescent green gloves are really important to catch the player's attention. So free kick, right hand side. We'll take it by Rowley, right-footed. Gets quite some distance on that one towards the back post. Keeper comes clattering out to punch away. Only as far as Casey. Clip back in towards the heart. Cleared away again. Anderson battling with the ball, but Rowley's able to get his head on it. And then there's a collision between the two number threes, both putting their head in where it hurts, but they're okay. And the ball's still changing hands quite often inside the Farsley Celtic half. Now they've poked it through. Chance left side of the area on the angle. Kamari Lee tried to cut inside, blocked by Dixon. If he'd gone on his left boot, it would have been probably an opportunity to score there. But he ran into trouble, and Dixon again, last man standing for Farsley Celtic, with an excellent defensive performance. Now it's on the right-hand side with Oaten, back towards the centre circle, and Rowley squared across towards the near side, and Samuel Evans. First time ball in field for Casey. Casey looks to dig it over the top, but can't quite find the on-rushing Kamari Lee, who was trying to break from midfield. And the ball goes beyond him and through for the goalkeeper in all yellow with the black trim, Charlie Parker Fairburn. Out towards the near side it goes. It's coming towards halfway now. It's poked back towards the right back, Bourman. Slams the ball high downfield. It could have been left for the goalkeeper, but Rowley decided to head it, and now it's come back his way, so this time will play it to the goalkeeper, who's now under pressure. Shapes to play it low, left-footed towards the left corner of his penalty area, and Millenstead. Millenstead through into the feet of McQueenie with his back to goal, tries to turn it around the corner. He reaches halfway, and beyond the midfield they go now with Manicherry. On-rushing runners ahead of them. Dixon and Lee battling the two captains as St John's keep the ball in the Farsley Celtic half. This is good play as they speed it up and slow it down. 3-0 ahead. They're able to do that with some ease now as the 1-2's played, and McQueenie breaks into the box. The keeper comes out and gets a good palm on it. He was chipped over the top. McQueenie tried to poke it over the on-rushing keeper. He got a palm on it, slammed it back onto McQueenie, and the rebound off him went wide for a goal kick, which has already been taken by Farsley Celtic, but they've lost the ball before they've reached halfway. Good tackle round the corner from Anderson, and then tries to trickily get past Matthew Oaten, and the referee gives a free kick for that, and Farsley Celtic keen for a yellow card to be awarded as well, and the referee seems to be shaking his head, despite the fact that Matthew Oaten there did stop Anderson from breaking over halfway, and denied the counter-attacking opportunity, so he ought to be booked. The referee is now asking for number 3 to come across to him, but he can't see the referee, who is still putting 3 fingers in the air to indicate he wants the number 3 to come across. He is now going to his pocket with his right hand, and the referee will give St John's their first yellow card of the game, so a few cheers for that. But Matthew Oaten is in the referee's notebook. So free kick to be taken by Farsley Celtic in their own centre circle. Joe Dixon will take. He's the furthest outfield player back for the men in green and white hoops. Centre backs, or the other centre back should I say, has gone up as Dixon clips it high towards his centre back partner, headed away though by Millenstead, and the completed clearance now runs for Manicherry over halfway. Could be a 2-on-2 if they use it quickly enough. The number 99 Manicherry cuts inside, squares across, goes all the way through for Abdu Joe. It's behind him though, and he was offside already. He'd already made the run beyond the defence, and the flag is up on the far side, and a free kick has been given to Farsley Celtic on the edge of their own D, which Charlie Parker Fairburn plants down now, right-footed square ball out towards the far side in Gareth Dolan. Dolan looking for a forward outlet, plays it into the feet of Anderson, who drops into his own half to try and keep the ball moving. Moved it into Atkinson before getting it back again, and now they play it back to their defence to try and keep the ball moving around, but they're looking pretty tired out there, Farsley Celtic now, and it's difficult for them to get the movement that they want. Cannoned onto the chest of Donaldson on that far side. Heavy first touch from him. Sees St John's nip in there and clear away from their own half. Downfield the far side. Dixon gets the head on it. He looks frustrated as he heads out of play, asking his teammates for a bit more effort, shouting at one or two of his teammates and remonstrating with his hands. Kamari Lee will take the throw. Far side the right, midway inside the Farsley Celtic half. Throwing goes back to Mace. And then Anderson again trying some skills, but dispossessed, and down the right-hand side they come now. And then move back towards the centre circle. It's Evans, left side of the centre circle, just pops it off 5 yards to his right, and Rowley for getting it back. Now it's played through the Furs nicely. They're 20 yards out. Casey's got room for a shot, right-footed, hits it onto the back of Dixon, headed away by Atkinson, but not completely, as Mahmood now battles with it, tries to turn away from his man. The referee puts his arm up and gives a decision. It will be a free kick for Farsley Celtic. There will be a substitution on the far side. The black electronic board is up, but there's no numbers on it at the moment. Now there is. Manicherry is going to be replaced by number 7. Goal scorer Manicherry.
Replaced by number 7, Bellingham. And substitution for Party Celtic, leaving the field number 21, John Atkinson. He's replaced by number 6, Cerebral Palsy.
Daryl Sykes has just come on for Farsley Celtic as well. Towards the near side, and Borman tries to play it down the line. Cannons off McQueen in, then out of play it goes. Off the Farsley Celtic man, Borman last. So it will be a St John's throw, just short of halfway. Play squared in field by Evans to Rowley. Rowley lost it. Evans then jumped for the second ball. I think he hurt his shoulder there, but play continues with Farsley Celtic scampering down the right-hand side. Palmer looking for a ball in towards the middle, crosses it towards the penalty spot. Headed away by the defender as far as Mahmood. Plenty of red and black shirts back there. And across comes Evans, full-blooded clearance from him out towards the near side. And it is a throw to Farsley Celtic. Palmer in towards the middle. Heavy first touch there from Sykes, but gets through the man with his second touch, which was more or less a tackle. Now Anderson, side onto goal, edge of the box, twisting and turning on the edge of the D. Tackle from Casey. Anderson stretched in belatedly, but couldn't keep the ball alive. It's cleared downfield, but then repelled well by Dixon. Now an opportunity as it opens up on the near side for Palmer. Has to recover the ball near the touchline. It had just gone the wrong side of the line there, right in front of the assistant referee, who pointed his flag in the direction in favour of St John's. So it will be a St John's throw midway inside their own half, to be taken by Samuel Evans. Squaring field for Matthew Oaten. Has time, 20 yards outside his own penalty area on the ball. There was a man just behind him there, so he was aware of that, so just shifted it back towards Millenstead, and then he knocks it wide right, and now there's a chance breaking from the halfway line for Down. Now breaking through midfield is Kamari Lee in a central position, plays it out wide again for Down, coming towards the byline, crossed, and then the goalkeeper is able to gather at the second attempt. He parried it at first, smothered it at the second attempt. There's a man down at the moment for St John's, who's laid on his back. It looks like it's Abdul Joby. The play continuing down the other end as Joby's signalling that he needs to come off, but the ball's only just gone out now, off Down on that far side into the Farsley Celtic bench. And Kamari Lee has gone down on the edge of the centre circle now as well, so exhaustion and fatigue setting in for St John's, who are leading 3-0, 9.5 minutes remaining. There will be quite a bit of stoppage time to add on at the end of this as well, you would feel. Well, both stricken parties for St John's back on their feet now. Abdu Job, the number 11, the scorer of the first goal. He's limping away. Looks like his right leg that he's not able to put a great deal of weight on. The captain's on his feet, Kamari Lee, number 8. He'll be able to continue in the middle of the park. A substitution now being made by St John's, the second of their goal scorers replaced.
number 11, Andrew Jones. Replaced by 22, Eze.
Eze has come on, the number 22 for St John's, to see this game out. Long ball downfield. Now, might open up wide right for Harry Boorman. Scampering deep in towards the St John's half. He's level with the byline now. Tries to chop his way back inside. He fooled the defender, but he got caught slightly in his boots. So back kick went for Palmer. His cross is blocked as it was a 2-on-2 on this near side. Players back in good number for St John's. It is at the expense of a throw-in. 20 yards away from the corner flag on the near side. Long throw from Boorman. Reaches the penalty area. It's headed up and away, but the arm is up from the official, giving a free kick for St John's. Lots of players walking away from that now. I think the only player actually jogging is number 22, Eze, who's just come on. Andrew Ray will take the resulting free kick from his own box. Up it goes towards Eze, who flicks it up, but not away. Sykes tackled from behind well, and now an opportunity down the line. Eze running onto it. Free kick given in favour of Farsley Celtic in the right back position, level with their own penalty area. Right foot it's taken across the 18-yard box to the captain, Joe Dixon. Dixon stepping out from the left corner of the penalty area now with some pace and purpose, but he's sticking his arms out in front of him, asking for an option as he still runs with the ball at feet. Then clips it down that far touchline. Anderson running towards it and actually runs into the windows on the far side and gets caught in the netting that protects those windows from any smash balls. He's just about okay. A Navy officer was there just to check on him. He's back on the pitch and play continues. Stumble on the edge of the area. Real chance now. Play goes down in the box and it's a penalty for Farsley Celtic. Cavill Donaldson brought down by Samuel Evans, who had just slipped on the ball on the edge of the area. Donaldson was in and Samuel Evans brought him down. And the next question is, will there be a card to follow there for Samuel Evans? Because otherwise Donaldson was in a position to pull the trigger and get Farsley Celtic a goal back in this game. There's just under 5 minutes remaining. The referee has asked for his assistant to come across, so he'll have a word with him. And the question is, will there be any further retribution here? As the referee in conversation now with the assistant. The referee now, I think, has decided no more action. And the Farsley Celtic players cannot believe it. But there's still that opportunity to get a goal back with just 4 minutes or so remaining of regulation. Standing over the ball with his hands on hips is the captain. Right-footed, Dixon saved by the goalkeeper. Would you believe it? The substitute goalkeeper, Andrew Ray, not even a keeper by trade, has dove down to his right. He saved it at head height with two hands, and then it hit a St John's player, ricocheted back towards him, and he fell on the ball gleefully, and now boots it away. And the St John's teammates ecstatic. Farsley Celtic can't quite believe it. Now down the other end, it's trying to run through onto his own pass there. Was McQueenie. He played it through initially for Eze, but Eze was offside, so McQueenie decided to carry on running, but the ball just evaded him and out for a goal kick it went. Well, what drama at the end of this game. Palmer just about keeps it in on the touchline in his own half. It's a long right-footed ball downfield by Boorman towards halfway. Commanding header by Millenstead, who's going to win a free kick as well. The referee adjudged it to have been a high foot there from Kieran Carey. the Farsley Celtic striker. Drew Rowley will take on halfway, just to the left of the centre circle. Orders his teammates up towards the edge of the box. He wants a bit of an angle here. Right footer will take it now on the referee's instruction. Deep towards the back post. Heads go up there. It's up, and the keeper should claim he does. He has a bit of a bump into Byron Down, who won that initial header. He's won the ball, but the referee puts his arm in the air and indicates it should be a free kick for Farsley Celtic. But I think some of the Farsley Celtic players are frustrated now with the referee and saying, why couldn't you have just played on there? We had the ball, played the advantage. And the referee says, I'm the ref, I gave the decision. It will be a free kick for Farsley Celtic in their own penalty area with 2 minutes of normal time remaining. Stoppage time still to come. Free kick taken. Now it's Joe Dixon, left of centre, space for him to run into towards halfway. Narrows his run towards the centre circle, plays it up in towards the feet of Donaldson, who hooks it over his shoulder and finds Will Palmer on the near side. Chance for him to run at Samuel Evans, still on the pitch despite that foul for the penalty. Farsley Celtic weren't happy about. Now Mahmood, right-footed, digs it out towards the far side of the area. Anderson runs towards it, goes across his body, so has to stretch to try and keep it in near the byline. Doesn't quite manage it. The flag up on the near side, the referee sees it. It will be a goal kick for St John's.
And that's your official EE player of the match for St John's, number 99, Owen.
So it's that left-footed ball upfield from the goalkeeper, bounced it a couple of times through and then flicked on halfway for Eze to chase on that far touchline. Gets past one green shirt, then tries to check in past another, still just about staying on his feet there, Eze. He stumbled a bit. Got the ball though, midway inside the Farsley Celtic half. Good turn away from Oaten as the last of the Farsley Celtic players got behind the ball, so he moved it back to halfway and now opens up on the left hand side for Evans to roll it down the near side. McQueenie flicking it into the path of his captain Kamari Lee. McQueenie again level with the penalty area. Final 20 seconds of normal time here. We'll have stoppage time though. Eze goes for a shot towards the far corner, but it was tame and straight to the goalkeeper, who rolls it out, but it's given away. Oaten pounces on it, then thought he was tripped as the ball ran away from him towards the far touchline. The referee disagrees. It will be a throw. Gareth Dolan will take it midway inside his own half, far side the left. Thrown back towards the left corner of the penalty area, hooked away by Dixon. 5 minutes added on. So not too long remaining. Referee gives an advantage here for St John's. Free kick given right in front of the St John's bench, and they're waving around. Not very happy at all. Very passionate indeed. Well, the man down is Matthew Oaten, and something that really upset the St John's coach there. So the referee has gone to his notebook. And he's going to give a yellow card to Daryl Sykes. So we were into the first of the 5 minutes of added time. Still being checked over here, Matthew Oaten. Right in front of the St John's dugout on that far side. Couple of changes to be made now. Matthew Oaten going off, or certainly at least one St John's player going off at the moment. Daniel Mace is replaced. Aaron Dunn in his place. Daniel Hogan on in his place. So it's played out on the left corner of the penalty area. Farsley Celtic given an advantage by the referee as Gareth Dolan turns away from one man, then slips it forwards. Tackle coming in from Ryland Casey, inside right channel, scurrying towards the right side of the area. He's got 3 green and white shirts chasing his every move. Tries to keep it in near the corner flag, and then it's thumped behind by Cavill Donaldson, who was not giving that one up there, but that's tremendous running from Ryland Casey to get a corner out of that situation, surrounded by green and white. Very purposeful run. At 3 minutes remaining of additional time, on top of additional time now, given some of the stoppages we've had during this second half. St John's try and keep it in that corner on the far side. Queenie wins a throw as he tries to skip away from the outstretched leg of Hashim Mahmood, who walks away in a bit of a dejected fashion, shoulders slumped, and you feel as though Farsley Celtic just waiting for the final whistle to, or that's the cliche, isn't it? No final whistle, but the final signal to be shown by the referee. Gareth Dolan left-footed, flat kick away from him, easily won back by St John's, who now could take their time in the middle of the Farsley Celtic half with Kamari Lee trying to advance forward. McQueenie now dribbling his way through, but blocked by 2 green and white shirts on the edge of the D, and now they sprint forward. It's Borman with intent on halfway, slips it down the right hand side, looking for Palmer, trying to get around Riley, gets great pace and then pulls it across, and the keeper palms it down but can't quite keep it in his grasp. It goes the other side of the line and will be a corner ball for Farsley Celtic. Great pace again from Will Palmer down the right hand side. It's a corner to be taken by Hashim Mahmood, near side the right. Everyone up here for Farsley Celtic in the final third. Apart from the goalkeepers, it's chipped towards the back post, nicely floated ball, headed up but not away here. It's up for grabs, header by Anderson is not towards goal, it is wide of goal by at least 6 feet, and it goes out of play for a goal kick for St John's. And that's it, the final signal from the referee. Puts his arms in the air and the water bottles begin to spray on the far side on the St John's bench. Some of them go across to congratulate those from Farsley Celtic. Jubilant scenes for St John's. They go and hug each other and celebrate. The Farsley Celtic players slumped down on the ground after St John's beat Farsley Celtic by 3-0 in the deaf final. A real contrast in emotions between the two sets of players. And very shortly we will have the medal presentation, but we will first go back to the studio to analyse that deaf final. St John's 3, Farsley Celtic 0.
Thank you very much to Dan and Ewan. We'll be back with you shortly for the trophy presentation, and a huge congratulations to St John's as well, winning the deaf final here. They got their revenge from last year's defeat to Farsley Celtic, beating them 3-0 on the day, and we are delighted to have watching that match with us. Damaris Cook and Rolf Schutan, our BT Sport new signings presenters, are with us. Also British Sign Language interpreters Nadia and Liam alongside Addy and I as well. So a great win for St John's, and Damaris, you got that prediction almost just right.
I know, I think the damage was done in the first half. The second half seemed to be a lot quieter, slower, the tempo had slowed down. There were a few opportunities, so it's like a game of two halves really, but really pleased for St John's to get that win, and I'm sure they feel ready going into the Champions League.
Damaris, apart from the wonderful goals that St John's scored, what else about their play really impressed you and stood out for you?
I think the teamwork was fantastic. The build-up play, you know, especially Oliver Manucheri, player of the match. He had 2 assists today. He wasn't selfish at all. You could clearly see that St John's were the better team in terms of their teamwork, their passing, their possession. It looked like Farsley didn't really know what to do. You know, St John's won every key battle in the game today, and they really deserved the win.
And Rolf, 3-0 up at half-time, it could be easy to lose concentration in this one when they were so dominant. What do you think of the way that they managed the game out?
Wow, I mean, absolutely incredible. They clearly showed their experience, didn't they? They showed that they can get through a second half with a 3-0 up. They didn't rest on their laurels. They controlled the game. They controlled the tempo. I mean, well, don't forget Farsley Celtic had a penalty and St John's saved it. So I feel like St John's were really switched on throughout the whole second half. They were great.
That was different this time in terms of last year. St John's were up for it. They were ready. They were ready to fight. And, you know, they fought throughout the game for the full 90 minutes. They carried on going. It was an interesting game to watch.
I mean, Damaris, there weren't any goals in the second half, but it was full of incidents. You know, talk to us about the foul on one of the players where he had his head stamped. Well, it was accidental stamp on the head. There was a concussion as well. There was a penalty. I mean, there was a lot of drama.
Yes, a lot of incidents, a lot of stoppage time. Like you said, the foul was an accident, and then the penalty. Replacement goalkeeper, you know, and he managed to save it. I don't think anybody expected him to save the penalty, so well done to him.
Good penalty or good save? Bad penalty or good save?
I think it's 50-50, Rolf. Penalty wasn't great, the placement...
Yeah, it wasn't the best penalty I've ever seen. The placement was a little bit off, really. I know he's not an experienced goalkeeper as well, so, you know, he's done really well.
He may now be playing in the Champions League for them, of course, both sides on the same flight out to the Champions League. What do you think the atmosphere is going to be like on that journey?
A lot of them are friends off the pitch.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm sure they'll put this game to rest and carry on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of banter on the flight. Obviously, the Champions League, it's a prestige event, you know. They'll be talking about it. I'm sure they'll put this game behind them and just move forward.
Damaris, Rolf,
I'm sure there'll definitely be a few pints shared after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, ultimately, they'll want each other to do well in Poland. You know, they're both representing England. So when they're there, I'm sure, you know, they'll be pals again.
Absolutely. Thank you both very much for now. We're going to have more analysis with Damaris and Rolf when we come back after the break here at St George's Park. We'll look back at all 3 goals. We'll also see the trophy presentation. And there's lots of other live sport happening on BT Sport, with London Cubs against Cardinals in the Major League Baseball. In the Women's Hockey Pro League, it's Germany against New Zealand over on BT Sport 2. Deaf Away Days sees the National League playoff final. That's coming next on BT Sport 3. we have World Senior Darts in day 2 of the Masters. That's at 7 o'clock tonight on BT Sport 2. And after the break, the analysis is coming up with the trophy presentation as St John's get payback from defeat last year. They will be lifting the Disability Cup when we come back. Welcome back. Well, there was drama in the second half as St John goalkeeper Tommy Hobson had to go off in the match with a concussion. Andrew Ray, a defender, had to step up, and when Farsi Celtic were awarded a penalty, he was the hero of the match, saving it. Let's hear from him with Hannah.
Andrew Ray, the unlikely hero of today's game, stepping in last minute as goalkeeper and then saving that penalty. Have you played goalkeeper before, and how do you feel after that game?
Wow. So our aim was to have a clean sheet. That's always our number one aim. So our goalkeeper unfortunately had to come off. So I had to get changed really quickly and change my football kit, put my goalie outfit on, and just make sure we were following our first aim, making sure we got that clean sheet. When that penalty came up, it was very difficult. I had to do it for the team, and luckily I saved it. So, yeah, I'm always the hero through the goal, but now I've saved the penalty, so I can put that in my book. It's a brilliant memory.
Absolutely. And just to ask, how is your teammate Tommy Hobson?
So I didn't actually see what happened, but the doctor came and checked him out. Obviously, he must come off because he had starry eyes, so because of the concussion rule. And he felt a bit dizzy. So at full time, I just went over and spoke to him, and he seems fine now, which is good news.
And what a great win for you. You must be so proud of the team. After last year, coming back and taking that victory, it must feel really sweet.
Yeah, so last year, we were gutted. We were absolutely gutted that we lost. So this year, the manager, the players, we were very strict. We followed lots of planning, lots of training. It's been very tough. And then we won, which has just been brilliant. It's a relief for the team. So we have confidence now, ready for the future, and we believe in ourselves again.
Any celebrations tonight, or is it straight into preparations for the Champions League?
Yep, unfortunately, we're all off. We have to get changed. Maybe we've got some food we can have, and then we've got to get straight to London to catch our flight. We've got a big week coming up. So we've won this trophy, and we're hoping to win the Deaf Champions League as well. So today is one big tick. We've got one more left.
A massive congratulations and good luck. I'll let you get back to lift that trophy.
Great, thank you so much.
What a performance from Andrew Ray, stepping up when his team needed him. And as he said, Addy, it's one for the book.
Yeah, definitely one for the book. Damaris, tell me about Andrew Ray. What sort of personality is he? And did you expect that sort of performance in goal from him?
Like he said in his interview, he was a well-known striker. He's obviously slightly older now, but he's still got it. To come on as a goalkeeper and to actually save a penalty, I think almost everyone expected him to miss. The captain had a slight smirk on his face before he took the penalty. I thought my prediction would be right. I thought it would be 3-1 when they were awarded a penalty. It was a good save. Was also a bad miss, though, to be fair, but well done to him.
And Rolf, what about Tommy Hobson? What can you say to him? Because just how disappointing is that for him with the Champions League on the horizon?
Yeah, I think it's down to the assessment that's been made. In Andrew Ray's interview there, he said he looks fine, and he did look okay after the match. So it comes down to the medical assessment, I guess. St John's don't have that many goalkeepers on their books, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We will try and find out more information as well when we hopefully speak to Menmos Costi as well about the Champions League and whether indeed he has suffered a concussion and will be able to travel as he.
How sweet must this feel now for St John's? Because as a player, when you lose a match in such dramatic fashion, you want to change the result immediately, but they had to wait a year for this moment.
I think today obviously is a sweet finish. 3-0, it's a thrashing, to be honest. It wasn't a close scoreline. Everyone thought it would be a close goal because obviously what happened last year, it would be a close scoreline. We did probably expect a few more goals from Farsley, so it's definitely a sweet finish, and they've had this rivalry for many years. So St John's will obviously have one over Celtic Farsley now.
They certainly do, and this is their moment again in the Disability Cup. It looks like they are getting ready for the trophy presentation. So for the final time this weekend, we'll hand you back to our commentary team, Ewan Dunlop, and first Dan O'Hagan. It's back to you.
Next up, please give a big hand for your finalists and runners-up here, Bartley Celtic Active.
and it's the same branding and tagline that is on the it's about a 10-foot high arched display that's on the halfway line, straddles the halfway line. Half of it's in one half of it the other, and then just in front of that is the hoarding that says winners, and that'll be where the St John's players who are being announced now will make their way towards. The captain will have the trophy in hand as St John's, led by Jeremy Millenstead, the combative and solid defender, wearing number 5 on his back, with some of his hair stuck to his forehead due to the sticky conditions here in the Sir Alf Ramsey Arena. Those players now beginning to be given their medals, walk past the trophy, some of them giving it a kiss and some of them giving it a tap, and they make their way behind the winners hoarding in front of the arch display. Both of the now goalkeepers are there, with Andrew Ray, who of course made the fantastic save from the penalty in the second half. He's not wearing the gloves anymore because they weren't his, they were Tommy Hobson's, and they're both in the centre of the row of St John's players who now make up the width of that winners banner. So the rest of the players coming now, collecting their medals, as well as the coaching staff. They make their way towards the back of the huddle, arms around one another, lots of excitement, and they're looking forwards now to the last couple of players receiving their medals. Kamari Lee, the captain, wearing the rainbow-coloured armband high up on his left arm. He'll now receive the trophy, the number 8 and the number 17 as well. They crouch down in front of the winners banner, and they will very shortly lift it up in the air. St John's, the champions of the Deaf Final, here in the final game of this superb weekend of FA Disability Cup action. They jump up and down in delight. Kamari Lee, the captain, raises the silver trophy high above his head, jumping around in a circle in front of his teammates. Adulation all over every single one of these St John's players' faces. The Farsley Celtic players just walk away towards their families and friends on the near side in the spectator stand, but the coaches and players of St John's absolutely lapping up this moment. What a victory for them. 3-0 against Farsley Celtic, and they are the Deaf Final winners for 2023 to round off this superb weekend of action at St George's Park, celebrating the FA Disability Cup 2023. We hope you've enjoyed this audio description service brought to you on BT Sport 5, and until next year, goodbye.
St John's lifting the Disability Cup 2023. The rivalry between these two teams is absolutely fierce, so you can see what it means. A huge thank you as well to Ewan Dunlop and Dan O'Hagan for your brilliant work all weekend. We've absolutely loved listening to your commentary, and your passion for this competition really shines through. So thank you both very much. Top job, guys. Absolutely brilliant. St John's, though, what a moment, Rolf, for them. Just how much does it mean to them, given what you know about the rivalry between the two?
It's huge. I mean, you mentioned the rivalry. That's the key point there. They lost the last 2 encounters against Farsley Celtic. It just makes it all the more sweet. I think the more you beat a team, the easier it becomes. You take it for granted. So it's revenge has been served tonight, let's just say that. But I think we can't forget about Farsley Celtic. Hats off to them. St John's really raised their game, and they have been good for many, many years. So hats off to Farsley Celtic for beating them on the past 2 occasions in the first place. But Yeah, I mean, you've got to just congratulate St John's. Their build-up play, tactically, they were astute, everything.
It's a relatively new rivalry between the two teams. This is a new one, so it would be nice for the rivalry to continue.
Yeah.
And St John's first half, we've been waxing lyrical about them, but they were clinical. You know, the goals that they put away. So, I mean, let's have a look and see. First, Abdul Jobi with his first goal. What a finish as well.
Yeah, great finish.
Yeah, and I did say that he would be a key player if Jamie Clark wasn't playing, and he really stepped up, you know, hit the post, scored a beautiful goal off the volley. Assist by Oliver Manucheri, you know, he's just there again, isn't he? Beautiful pass, great teamwork.
They work together well.
Oliver Manucheri was outstanding throughout the play, you know, another assist. Not selfish at all. And then the third goal, Rylan Casey. What a finish.
Policeman finish.
You know, worthy winner of man of the match.
And after this performance, you know, what sort of confidence do you think it's going to give St John's going into the Champions League?
I think they'll have the confidence. I mean, they're already confident, you know. They've always got a good chance, but the game, the level steps up year on year, and it depends who turns up, who's on good form. St John's are on good form. Also, you know, Farsi Celtic on good form. They might be feeling a bit low after today, but they've both had a good season, so I'm sure they'll both progress well in the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, the European stage of the Deaf game is a high level. You've got outstanding teams from Italy, Greece, Spain, you name it. So they're going to have the work cut out for them if they want to, but this isn't going to harm their confidence, is it? It's momentum, and they're going to arrive on a high.
And one player who will be travelling to Poland full of confidence is Oliver Manucheri, the player of the match. We can hear from him. He's been speaking to Hannah Cockcroft.
Oliver, player of the match and FA Disability Cup champions. It can't get much better than that.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Obviously, we lost last year. Obviously, we're disappointed from that. It's good to win. Finally, I think we had a plan, we stuck to it, made sure we got the win. We're all very happy, and I'm obviously happy that I got player of the match as well.
Absolutely, you should be happy. Was there any panic when the goalkeeper had to go off? Because obviously that could have changed the whole game.
Yes, a little bit, but not really. I think we've got so many good players all along the bench. We've got faith in everyone, so whoever comes on, obviously it was a player who actually came on for the goalkeeper, but it just shows what we've got if he saved a penalty. So it was fantastic.
Did you feel like you had a point to prove this year?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, so far being on BT Sport, it's really looked like St John's are second best, and it's good to get back to, obviously, the first place, being the champions. I think that's where we belong.
How do you feel now as a team going into the Champions League?
Yeah, so obviously we fly tomorrow about 6 o'clock in the morning, so I don't get to party tonight, unfortunately. Well, if I do, if you see me, don't tell my manager, please. But yeah, so we're looking forward to it. We're looking forward. Again, we've got a point to prove there as well. It's good. We've got no injuries today, so hopefully we can have some success there as well.
Well, I think point successfully proven. Good luck out in Poland, and I'll let you get back to celebrating with your team. Thank you.
Yes, Oliver Manucheri, a goal and 2 assists in a player of the match performance as St John's lifted the Deaf final here at the Disability Cup. They will have all the bragging rights on that flight to the Champions League. We'll have more reaction next. Congratulations to St John's Football Club, because they have won the 2023 FA Disability Cup with a 3-0 victory over Farsley Celtic. They're big rivals. You can see exactly what that victory means to them. Damaris Cook and Rolf Schutan are with us today providing analysis. It's great to have you both with us. Now, St John's did have to have a few worrying moments in that second half, didn't they? Their goalkeeper, Tommy Hobson, had to go off in the match because there was a Farsley Celtic attack, and he picked up a concussion in that moment there. So they had to bring on an outfield player as a goalkeeper, Rolf.
They did. I mean, incredible. I mean, Andrew Ray, we heard it from the man himself, didn't we? But yeah, you can see there what a fantastic job that was. I mean, I don't think it was intentional. It's sport. It's high octane. Things happen, don't they? But I think Tommy Hobson is their #1 goalkeeper. So, I mean, he would have wanted to stay till the end without a doubt. But it just shows the team spirit that St John's have. You know, Ray was willing to come on. He's not been a goalkeeper before. He's a forward. Incredible.
It was a poor penalty to give away, you know. The defender lost the ball, pulled him down. You know, was it necessary at that stage in the game really to play like that?
I think they switched off.
But great save, you know. Definitely need to be buying the goalkeeper a pint tonight.
We've got the Champions League, haven't we? We can't drink.
Oh, and talk to me about the impact that this is going to have on the deaf community. You know, this game, the profile, the number of eyes that will be watching it, but not just that, but what you guys are doing as role models for the deaf community.
You know, like we always say, deaf people can do everything, just like everybody else can. You know, you've obviously seen the level of football today. You know, we play exactly like hearing people do. There's no difference there in terms of the game. You know, some people might have this understanding or this image that deaf people can't do these kind of things. But, you know, we're exactly the same. You know, it's just the fact that we can't hear, you know. But apart from that, we can do everything else like everyone else can. And this weekend has been great representation to show that we can do anything.
I agree. I mean, you have to take your hats off to the footballers for showing their incredible ability. But, you know, we've got the presenting side of it as well. It's not just what happens on the pitch, it's behind the scenes. It's the crews. There is so much that shows you the full picture. Football is more than 22 men on a pitch. Other stuff happens too. So I think that's what the coverage is about, really.
And both teams put on such a good showcase today for deaf football, didn't they? St John's, though, coming out victorious. And we can hear from their manager, Menmos Kosti, now with Hannah.
FA Disability Cup champions 2023 for St John's. That must feel so good. How proud are you of your team?
Wow, I am very proud. I'm very proud of the players. They've worked so hard. They deserve to win something because they've worked so hard. Without offence to Celtic, because they've been brilliant this season. Just, we're the winner of the day. We won. Phew.
Obviously quite a dramatic game. Just to check up, how is Tommy Hobson? How is he doing?
Yeah, he's okay. But we have to be safe. We have to be careful. He started to see stars and it was a bit blurry and black spots. So the medical advice was to just look after him and take him off. So we're not sure if he can play in the Champions League. But the second goalkeeper stood up and really did well.
Absolutely, your second goalkeeper stood up. Andrew Ray was the star of the show. Could he now be standing in as goalkeeper at the Champions League?
Yes, I think so. I think it's looking likely. Well, after what happened, yeah, he's stuck. I'm stuck. We have to use him now.
Well, I'm sure if he does have to go and play as goalkeeper, he will do you proud. Not much time for celebrating, though.
Yeah, that's right, unfortunately. So I'll leave my players to celebrate for a few hours. They deserve it. But we have to pull them down. Because we've got our Champions League starting tomorrow. We're off to Poland. So we've got to get focused. And the Champions League is a huge tournament because it's all the best teams in Europe. So we're just going to take one step at a time, one game at a time.
Well, massive good luck and congratulations. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Always love hearing from Memnos Costi, but yeah, a surprise. He's Damaris. He said that Andrew Ray is going to go to the Champions League, and he will be the goalkeeper for St John's.
Yes, I think there'll be a lot of homework tonight, a lot of reading up. You know, the other goalkeeper will obviously have to have an in-depth discussion with him, give him some tips possibly, and we'll have to see what happens in the Deaf Champions League, because if the other teams know that he's the second goalkeeper, you know, they won't be giving out penalties like that. You know, they will target that goalie, so they'll have to watch out for that.
Yes, Andrew Ray has got the job, it seems. Rolf and Damaris, thank you very much indeed. It's been brilliant to have you with us today for the Deaf final, and we've absolutely loved watching you all season on new signings with BT. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to Liam and Nadia as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having us.
Well, we are going to take a quick break now, and when we come back, we will look back on the last couple of days in what's been a brilliant, exhilarating and inspirational weekend at the 2023 FA Disability Cup. Welcome back to the Disability Cup. All 6 finals are complete, and what a weekend it has been here at St George's Park. It's been brilliant to have Adi Adepitan alongside me all weekend, and Hannah Croft as well, doing all our touchline interviews. We need to sum it all up now because it's been fantastic, Adi, but how do you pick a highlight?
Oh, my days. It was just highlight after highlight. I mean, so many good performances. And what was impressive is the star players, they all turned out. You know, for me, Reece Ramsden yesterday in the amputee football, he's just such a entertaining player to watch. So talented. Look, you can watch this goal here. So I could watch this goal all day long. You know, and then the finish here on the break, you know, with just slipping it past the goalkeeper. So young, so talented and so entertaining, you know. What a great advert for not just amputee football, but all football that's played all around the world.
Yeah, I love watching that match. I did last year as well. It's so fast, it's so athletic, and it's dangerous as well. When you watch it, I think he lost about 3 crutches in that match.
Crutches flying everywhere.
I think he had 2 snapped in half, didn't he? Hannah, what about today then? Who really shone for you today?
I mean, how do you separate the games? I could literally choose all of them. It's been such a fantastic day of sport. But I think for me, John Balding taking that win for Aspire, it obviously meant so much to him.
Yeah.
You know, his dad was his coach. He lost him last year when the team weren't here at the FA Disability Cup. So for him to come back, take that title in, he took it in the last few minutes. You know, they held us on the edge of our seats. So first one being a penalty and then just getting that last goal in there in the last few minutes. I could tell what it meant to him, his family, the amount of support the team had there. It was a really fantastic show for Powerchair football.
You know, his interview with you, you know, when he started talking about his dad, I was almost started welling up.
I was in tears.
You know, I was struggling.
I was lost for words. Yeah. He welled up, and then I forgot what I had to ask him questions. I just wanted to give him a hug.
Yeah.
But that's what sport is all about. It's about passion. It's about it meaning something, and it really did for him and his team.
And it was lovely that Adam told us that a lot of people in the sport thought he might quit after he lost his dad because his dad was side by side with him through everything. But actually what he's done is he's taken his performances to a whole new level as a tribute to his dad, which was amazing.
I think the rest of the world should be quivering. They should be quivering because he has turned that negativity into a positive force, you know, and I think his dad will be looking down from somewhere up there, super proud of his son.
So proud. So proud.
Hannah, we had an unlikely hero today, didn't we, in Andrew Ray, not a goalkeeper, ended up in goal and saved a penalty.
How dramatic was that game that we've just watched? I think everything happened that could have happened. Everything that wasn't expected happened. But yeah, getting to chat to him then, once again, just a super proud player. He came out and he just said, you know what, I knew in that moment that I had to do it for my team. And that's what this is all about. It's about teamwork, and it is about loving what you do. And I think it's given him such a confidence boost now heading into that Premier League.
Yeah, I love his confidence. I love the way, the psychology, and the fact that he's not a normal goalkeeper or usual goalkeeper, but he believed he could save it. He believed it.
And he did. And now
he's going to the Champions League.
He's got the job. He's on the Champions League. It's been an absolute pleasure again to spend the weekend with you here. Thank you both so much. And hopefully we'll do it all again next year.
Definitely.
Hannah, thank you very much. And thank you as well for your company here at the home of football, St George's Park. We hope you've enjoyed it. We hope you've been inspired by the remarkable athletes that you've seen, and most of all, we hope that we've shown that football is for all. We'll see you soon.